Welcome back to the SPL Kickoff Tournament. It's J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me here on the desk. We're ready to jump into our second set of the day. We're going to have the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens facing out, and probably for the first time this week so far, Miff, we have two teams that had no real changes as far as their on-field roster to kind of talk about. A couple of coach swap arounds here and there between these two squads, but outside of that, it's a lot of what we were seeing from the teams before, now moving in towards this phase, see what change-ups kind of get made, maybe on-field, and maybe some of the playstyle adjustments that come from Phase 1 now and towards Phase 2.
Yeah, this one is really going to be a matchup that essentially just reflects whether or not this meta favored the team that we had seen previously, right? Did the Jade Dragons adapt well? Did the things that change affect them positively or negatively? And the same could be said of the Highland Ravens. I'm excited to see how they've adapted, but I'm imagining we see a lot of the same. This matchup probably looks just like it did in Phase 1.
Yeah, a lot of what we've been seeing so far this week has been very quick games comparatively to what we were seeing at Masters and even before, where average time was 35, 40-plus minutes. Now I've been kind of seeing things brought down to about this kind of 30-minute range or so. Taking a look at the bracket, if you've missed out on the event up until now, if you're first time tuning in, well, welcome in. You're now halfway through the event at this point. We've already had 3 sets through, and all of them 3-0. Styx Ferrymen, Oni Warriors, and Atlantis Leviathans all knock out their opponents and move into the semifinals. And now we have our 4th and final quarterfinal matchup with the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. Winner will move on to face off against the Ferrymen. And then with the Oni Warriors and Leviathans, they've already been locked in for that semifinal. Those will be played tomorrow, and then the finals on Sunday with the divisional draft show taking place immediately after. So once the matches are done on Sunday, make sure you continue to stick around to see where these teams will kind of get placed out there. But moving in towards this event, I think it's right to talk about both these teams, especially with the Ravens for how hot their last half of the split started. I think this is a team that started around, I think, the 3-0 mark whenever they kind of first started off Phase 1. Hit a bit of a weird middle patch and then kind of just kept their rise going up towards the end. This is a very tenured team of players. When you look at the rosters here, BaRRaCCuDDa, Venenu have stuck together for such a long time. Haddix rejoining some of this old roster along with them. And then you throw names like Hurriwind and Screammmmm on this team. This feels like one of the more dangerous rosters and one that rightfully earned that first place seeding in Phase 1.
And it's a team that is so interesting in how they have elected to play. So often when Lucas Spracklin is on a team, that's Scream, by the way, he just dominates the entire concept. He dominates how they want to play. He tells them, we're going to draft this, we're going to play for this is how it's going to go down. But I feel like that's been a little bit less there so far this year. He's really been willing to work in with BaRRaCCuDDa, have the game go through Haddix every now and then. If Ven's having a pop-off performance, Scream's willing to take that backseat and really play through him as well. So that adaptability is one of the reasons that I said during Phase 1 that it was really one of my favorite teams to watch. The Highland Ravens feels like they just got something different every single week. They're always working on something. They're always positive. They're always looking towards the future and trying to improve. I would say that this is a team that has made their money in the mid-game. And so often the conversation around them, we'd ask Haddix, we'd ask Hurriwind, what kind of team are you? Are you an early-game team, a late-game team? Are you guys the macro guys? Are you running it down in lane? He said, I don't know. We're just a team. That's a direct quote. And I think that also does speak volumes to the versatility of this squad. But for me, they scream mid-game. I love how they play that mid 3v3. Once those Stygian beacons start to form up, we so often see them group up for that team fight. And teams sometimes are a little bit less willing to actually 5-stack on the Stygian beacon, and they get caught unaware by the Highland Ravens. So I wonder, maybe the Jade Dragons have done some homework, realizing where that proverbial theoretical heat map for the Ravens is.
Yeah, I think that's kind of also just kind of the discussion of the meta right now is, where is everybody's focus in the meta? Is it still working on those sidelines, making sure to get the shield buffs, the cooldown camps, those kinds of things? Is it maybe more focused towards getting some of these buff invades, denying some of these new augmented buffs from going over towards your opposition? Because you get so much value from those buffs out there. So for the Highland Ravens, let's figure out where theirs at. And for the Jade Dragons, maybe kind of see what's new for this squad, because it felt like there was a lot to be desired from this Dragons team. We look at their performance in Phase 1. It really wasn't quite there. It was not the greatest performance by them, alongside with the Atlantis Leviathans, Gilded Gladiators. I believe the combination of them finishing out 3-7 or lower over the course of theirs, it was just a clear-cut Oni Warriors winning out that division. So I think not just the fans, but I think a lot of people are just looking at this Jade Dragons team and wondering what's new for them coming into Phase 2.
Well, it's got to be things, the untangibles, right? The decision-making processes, the compositions, the things that we can't see. Literally, they haven't made any player changes. But Jade Dragons in Phase 1 ended it at 7th seed. And anyone looking at this roster going into the year probably was not expecting this from them. And it is comprised of the 3-man core of Vote, Nika, and Dardez, flanked by LASBRA and PolarBearMike. A squad that we had thought had a lot of mechanical talent and now had the leadership of PBM and LASBRA. A lot of the analysts at home, a lot of the other pros were projecting, yeah, Jade Dragons, this is going to be a good year for them, but so far just have not quite been able to line it up. I wonder if it's maybe a disagreement in how they want to approach the game. Maybe its compositions quite haven't been there. Maybe the meta didn't quite suit them. So we'll see if the Season of Celebration can help them out a bit there. Across the board, I think I'm just looking at improvement throughout the later portions of the game. It's something about the brand Jade Dragons, but they've never struggled in the early game. Doesn't matter who's been under that moniker, have generally done very well at that facet of the match. Mid to late game, though, again, maybe it comes with the moniker, been a bit of a struggle.
I think from what we've been seeing on the meta, early game has been one of two. It's either been, okay, first like 8 to 10 minutes, nothing's happening. We're waiting for that first big team fight to break out, usually around Beacon. Or it's been, hey, we're level 2 or we're level 3 in lane. We're just going to kind of run down and try and get those first couple of kills. And then things just start to snowball out of control. We've been seeing just the immediate trend so far as gameplay-wise has been much more early to mid-centric compared to late. I don't even think we've really had a game go beyond 35 minutes so far this week, and everything has been on the lower end at this point. So let's see how the Jade Dragons can adapt to this new kind of early-centric style of play. And who better to talk to than the man himself, PolarBearMike, standing by with Hinduman for our pregame interview.
Yeah, that's right. Mike is still next to me, and Mike, I have not prepped this interview whatsoever. How do you feel about that?
I have not prepped either, so.
That doesn't surprise me. You are an SPL player. That is not a shock to everyone at home either. First question for you. How are you feeling about the meta developing of what you've seen in the past 2 days? Is this what we're going to see more often? Or is this the players having a bit more fun because the meta's open?
No, I don't think anyone's having fun. I think people are trying and, you know, just messing with different stuff. And I don't think there's any team that hasn't tried to win. So I don't think you're seeing anything like troll or experimental or anything like that.
Cool. I wasn't saying necessarily it was troll, for sure. Just to be clear, yeah?
Troll to me is
So phase 1 with you guys, I think you kind of struggled trying to get to grips with as a team of what you want to do. What is the goal of phase 2 at the start for you guys to try and get to grips with the league?
We did pretty well at all. Like there were 3 tournaments and we were top 4 in all of them. And I think a lot of that came down to just actually prepping properly, like going into a week with a game plan and executing it versus whatever team we were. I think we could have done a better job with that in the regular season. I think Dardez being in France for some of it kind of hurt us a little bit, but I feel pretty good. I think scrims have been going well, and just trying to get better, take it one step at a time.
That concerns me. Whenever I hear scrims are going well, that generally is the opposite.
I don't care about winning the scrim. I care about like learning. You know, I'm a scrim like loser, but like learner. You know.
Speaking of scrims real quick, and basically the games in general, against the Ravens today, are you expecting this to be a tough challenge against the Ravens, or is this something that you think you should comfortably win here?
I think it could go either way. I think they're pretty. I think I have a pretty good read on those players. I'm pretty comfortable playing against all of them. So I think we have a good idea what they're going to do. They probably feel similarly. Just whoever plays better on the day.
What's the scoreline?
It's always a 3-1.
If you're trolling.
Just no matter what, it's just a 3-1.
3-1 it's going to be. Which team, though?
Probably us, but maybe not us as well. You can never really guess stuff like that.
Man, that's almost like a non-prediction. Let's get it back over to the desk, though, so this lad can get back in the booth, ready to play.
It's always going to be a 3-1 when PBM is around. At least that's what he hopes, and maybe even a hopeful win for his team as well.
Yeah, PBM fully embodying the philosophy of amor fati, the love of one's own fate. 3-1, I got nothing of it. I can't do anything. I've got no agency. It's going to be a 3-1, one way or the other.
Like, he just doesn't want it to be another 3-0 sweep. We've already seen 3 of those. He wants to spice things up, give us an actual 4th game so far for this event. And I think the fans are also maybe wanting to see a 4th game come out of here. And you just got to always go back to, you know, we talk about the scrim mentality. I think Hinduman's right to say, anytime that we hear that a team is doing really well in scrims, they're winning all their scrim matches, they come out to that next event and they're not doing very good at all. It's the teams that were struggling during those scrims, or maybe as Mike likes puts it, losing but learning, because you learn a lot from losing. You don't learn a whole lot from winning, because you do a whole lot of winning. It's like, well, I guess we're doing everything right. We don't got to change anything up. And then that first loss gets handed to you, it's maybe not as impactful.
Well, I'm not sure if you've been given this info, J-Mac. So when this information was presented to me, it rocked me to my core to such an extent that it's changed my entire thought process when it comes to scrims. The Only Warriors told me that they essentially didn't lose an entire scrim for the whole phase. So maybe winning scrims could be like actually pretty good. I don't know.
They could also just be better in general. Just like blanket statement. Maybe they were just better. And they were all the way until the very last set of the phase. And then they weren't better. But that also, I think, comes to a little bit of the, the way that Masters was developing at that point, where every game was extending to 40, 45 minutes, and that wasn't really a meta, at least at the Warriors that time, were developed into. But now we're currently sitting this early style of game, 25, 30 minutes average has kind of been our most one. We haven't really seen enhanced Fire Giants kind of ever be played. Usually it's, if we hit an enhanced Fire Giant, that's usually the game-winning Fire Giant at that point.
Yeah, it seems like the game at its absolute peak right now is sitting around that 35-minute mark, whereas previously it took 3 EFGs to end the match. So I'm actually a fan of having it be a little bit more decisive. I feel like when the game is capable of ending earlier, it puts more onus on the early game. There was a point in Phase 1 where I thought, first 10 minutes of the match, I mean, all right, let's get through it. Okay, let's get into the meat and potatoes. But now it feels like there really is that ripple effect throughout. The bounties have been brought in a little bit. Some of those comeback mechanics have been reeled in a little bit as well. And so there is more potential at the pro level to see some of that snowball. Take it or leave it. It depends on the fan. Me personally, I've always really liked that. It just adds just a little bit more oomph to every single portion of the match.
Yeah, I think you put it right where we can still see some of that snowball, but those comeback mechanics have also been toned down just a little bit. So everything kind of across the board where you can still run away and win out in the early game and then still just have that massive lead and win late game. But there's also still that potential to see some of that comeback if a game does end up dragging a little bit further. One mechanic we haven't seen so far this weekend, because again, we haven't hit that point of a game, the second Titan spawn. We've seen it one time so far. I don't know if we're going to see it this weekend unless we see games really go. I mean, you have to be hitting like 40, 45 minutes to even see an attempt of something like that. So haven't seen that opportunity just yet. Maybe like a single beacon cap after the initial Titan goes down. But usually we've been seeing games kind of end at that point. We'll have to see, though, what ends up changing for these two teams as we jump into the picks and bans for game number 1 between the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens, to see which of these two teams kind of put some priority on some of the big picks we've been seeing. Olarun, Raijin, Hebo, Pele, those are kind of some of the big hitters that we've been seeing pop out. Artemis and Chernobog as well, if we look over towards that duo lane. Those have been some of those huge power picks we've been seeing amongst these picks and bans.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was just the last set or maybe if it's something developing the meta, but Anhur seems to be a little bit higher on that priority list. Charon, of course, incredibly powerful. Chernobog, essentially permanently banned, almost has completely replaced Martichoras as that one guy that's guaranteed to be in the column. So we'll see. One of the major changes here in the Season of Celebration, and it's one of my favorite changes, is just the amount of player expression available. The recipes, almost bringing in gods that were completely out of the meta are now nearly at the top of it. It really has opened the door to a lot of these new picks, these new exciting things. If you had come in Phase 1 and said, yeah, I think Arachne is going to get like first phase bans, I would have spit in your face. So now when you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, you could just be right. It just makes it so much more exciting. There's so much more player expression. What the Jade Dragons draft might not look like what the Oni Warriors are drafting, what the Highland Ravens are picking up isn't going to look like the Leviathans, and that makes it so much more interesting.
And it really does feel like we're getting a little bit more player and team identity versus, yeah, this is just the best god. We're just going to draft the same, 10 to 20 gods every single game and play that on repeat for the weekend. We've been seeing a whole lot of diversity amongst the picks and bans. Immediately, one of those kind of diverse picks that really feels like it stands to just a couple of players over the course of the league, the Morrigan. Banned away by the Highland Ravens, really feels like that is a direct shot at Dardez.
It is. That Morrigan has been the keystone of a lot of the Jade Dragons compositions. It's been a keystone of a lot of Dardez's team compositions throughout the years. If you remember way back, it's them kind of pioneering the double Cthulhu, or maybe it's the double AMC, or the double really anything. That's generally what the Morrigan crew makes available to you. Instead now, Dardez still does have plenty of his own favorite selections. I was going to say Martichoras, perhaps one that the Highland Ravens want to consider banning out, considering it is hyper-aggressive and Dardez is a self-reported playmaker. This does leave open a lot of high-priority picks. The supports are really what I'm keeping my eyes on, but with so many available, the Jade Dragons forego it in the first slot and instead grab the Pele, who has seen some buffs recently. It's generally to that fuel. That's the primary change. Now when you cast the Pyro class, the first ability, it will refuel you, give you a little bit more additional movement speed to work with, some more time to have that third ability channeled. Now the Highland Ravens, though, do have pick of support. Do you want the Ganesha? Do you want the Ares? What is it that you're really looking towards grabbing? And maybe even a Hunter selection here. I wouldn't hate seeing that.
Well, it'll be Thor.
Oh, wow.
Who's been seeing kind of mixed so far. Hasn't seen a single game play, but it's been banned about half of the time that he has been available to have been played. And then pair that with a Charon, who has not done any winning just yet. Currently sitting 0-4 on the matchups that he has played. Has been picked up a few times so far in these first couple of days, but pairing a Charon with a Thor, we know that just based off at least the amateur tournament that we had the weekend before, and then from what we've seen in this one, some potential flexibility of this god, but at least for the pro teams, they've been playing this god mostly in that support role.
Yeah, Charon, to me, 0-4 just does not do justice to how strong he is. Anyone in the chat right now that has been playing ranked recently and has had the displeasure of running into an enemy Charon absolutely knows how terrible it feels trying to knock this god down. His survivability is incredibly high, has long-ranged initiation with that global ultimate. If he's dashing away from you, he's probably also CCing you. The silence is on an incredibly short cooldown, so a lot of channeled abilities are just really difficult to use. Charon is in a very, very good spot. The bans that he's been receiving have been well placed, but the wins have not quite rolled through just yet. Anhur and Athena for the Jade Dragons. Duo lane locked in, more than likely. Could be Athena solo. We've seen flexibility. I'd be doing a disservice if I don't talk about Athena jungle, but I really have been liking her support as of recent. And this is an aggressive lane, assuming that it is together. Anhur just needs to follow up on Confound. It's so simple. Not many gods just make it easy to line up the pillar stun. Taunt into pillar stun, I mean, that's guaranteed.
Man, Athena and Pele as a combination all just sounds so devastating. I mean, not only the initial chains that came with it, the Confound slowing the attack speed, the slow moving to her shield wall, but at 20% extra movement speed you get from using your ultimate as Athena onto a target, you couple that with the Pele who's already moving across this map as fast as possible, could make the difference from, oh, Pele just missed out on getting to lane in time for a gank, to all of a sudden now Pele is there and the Athena's dunking down right on top alongside it. So here's to see how this combination works out for the Dragons, but for the Ravens, they round things out with the Camazotz. Camazotz not receiving any direct buffs as of this patch, but is there anything that maybe kind of stands out to you for Camazotz that could see some reason to have him here on this Ravens draft?
Everybody's got access to Bao, and Bao makes these safe picks even safer, so I would assume Camazotz a little bit more capable of just poking from range. Beforehand, it was Screech, Vampiric Bats, I'm all in. I'll use Bat Out of Hell if I have to escape or to confirm my kill. Now it's, I'll Screech. 5 seconds later, I'll Screech again. Just maybe buy some earplugs because it's Screeching again immediately after that. So a lot of poke potential out of this Camazotz. Might just make him better in the solo lane as well. I think I would really like to see that Camazotz out of solo, but I'd be lying if I was saying I was confident in saying that he is going solo. Thor and Camazotz both very capable of jungling or soloing, so we'll have to see the rest of the draft as it lines out. I will tell you this, though. Scary dive already from the Highland Ravens. The ability to just hold W and get into the back line or dunk into the back line or initiate from a range and then have Camazotz TP back there. It's going to be pretty difficult to deal with for the Jade Dragons. There aren't any keen dive targets just yet. I mean, Anhur, of course, but Pele, for the most part, hyper-mobile, and Athena going to join wherever she's needed thanks to that Defender of Olympus. Means that she's a pretty difficult target to lock down herself. I want to see what that mage selection is or that mid lane selection is for the Jade Dragons. And I didn't bring it up earlier, but Dardez is kind of an Anhur mid player.
Yeah.
We might just see that as well.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was about to bring up, was just how flexible this entire top three of the Dragons feels. Pele, we've seen go into mid just this weekend already, as well as jungle. We've seen Anhur for Dardez specifically. I even looked up to check. Has 24 games on him. I thought, we've seen it here and there. He'll pop it out every once in a while, but at least over his career, 24 games that he's played that. And then, as mentioned before by you, the Athena, 3 different roles that she could flex towards for this team. So, question marks up in the air for where all these gods end up landing. But it seems that we might be looking at Pele mid and Athena jungle for this team. Throw the Anhur over into the duo lane, because now it's Terra with an Amaterasu hovered. Xbalanque on the opposite side. That's standard BaRRaCCuDDa style of play, but Ama got some pretty big buffs this recent patch that really does make her feel pretty good back in the solo lane again.
Yeah, and the items have been really starting to favor her as well. So ideally, if I'm breaking it down, I mean, you already hit it, but Amaterasu in the solo lane, Terra in support, Athena jungle, Pele mid, Anhur ADC. There still is flexibility between the Anhur and the Pele. There's flexibility all across the board. I mean, we could keep guessing and maybe not ever catch it, right? A lot of these gods have flexibility, but if I were to ideally choose it, that's where I'd put them. But the concern now with this Jade Dragons composition is if they don't establish an early lead, if they aren't in a dominant position, if this goes into the mid to late game at an even state, it is going to be very difficult for them to secure their kills. You don't have the standard, oh, I've got a ability that has a comma in it. There's no 1,000 damage mage ultimate that you could just drop and guarantee a kill secure. Desert Fury's all right at it. Volcanic Lightning, Pele, of course, the queen of the one-for-one trade. But there are some small discrepancies. I mean, Defender of Olympus might just have to be it. And Defender of Olympus might also just have to be your objective secure as well. So there are strengths and weaknesses with the Dragons. I'll be keeping my eyes on the early game in particular with them. This Nuwa pick, though, I don't want to gloss over it. I love Nuwa into gods that hold W. And if it's Pele, Volcanic Lightning in, you better hope that her first auto attack killed the soldiers, or the soldiers killed you in an explosion. The same thing. Athena, dash in, catch this stun to your face, that's half your HP, and then I'm up in the air, raining fire on everybody else. Amaterasu, same exact thing. So I think Nuwa as a counter initiation pick, just very smart here from the Ravens.
And this Nuwa, something that Venenu specifically has been playing a little bit. We saw it during Divisional Stars, during Roll Stars. He was going over towards this pick if given the opportunity. So it's really something that he is kind of locked in for himself. And one of the things that I kind of want to highlight, maybe that was a strength of the Highland Ravens in phase number 1, was their god pool size over the course of the phase. You look towards Venenu, who had, I think, 12 to 14 different gods he was playing. Screammmmm was hitting upwards of 20 different gods he was playing over the course of the first phase. This is a very diverse team with their god pool, where you look over at some other teams like, okay, this guy played like 4 gods, and he played them like 8 times each.
Yeah, Panatom's going to lock Susano 20 times in a row, for sure, yeah.
He's going to play BaRRaCCuDDa maybe like the other 6 that one ends up getting banned
it's
out.
Thor, but yeah.
Well, I mean, he was also playing some of the BaRRaCCuDDa. We
Sure.
had a little bit thrown
Sure.
in with everybody there, but this feels like a very diverse Ravens team, but also just the flexibility the Jade Dragons have for their composition right now. So where's kind of the strengths of these two comps? Is this one for Dragons you want to get to that 20-minute mark, start grouping up towards Fire Giant Objective and shred this down, or is this more team fight-oriented style of play for these teams?
I want to see the Jade Dragons hit the gas and hit it early. I want to see them setting pace, invading buffs, leveraging the global presence of that Athena, utilizing all this initiation that they have, and establish a lead as quickly as possible. I would say that does leave the Highland Ravens in a position where they could just go ahead and wait for late game. And that's not to say that their composition is particularly built around late game. There are other drafts that would outscale easily. It's just a direct answer to what the Jade Dragons have taken. I think the path of least resistance for the Ravens is, you know, throw up your hands, new gentleman's agreement, farm out in your lanes. I might contest the Stygian Beacon. Don't touch the Gold Free. I'll show up to that. But otherwise, I'm just there to farm. And then I'll meet you later on when I have a mage and you don't.
Yeah, this Highland Ravens team, I think trying to find that first win for the Charon, probably a big establishing point for any team trying to draft this god right now. But in the eyes of Hurriwind, I think this is where maybe I kind of look towards him for this team. We'll have to see if the Jade Dragons can find their winner. Will the Highland Ravens kick things off first? We'll throw it over to our caster.
Thanks so much, J-Mac. Yeah, he was saying it was me and Bobby, by the way. Don't worry too much about that. Bobby, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. I'm ready. This is exciting.
How's it feel to be on this side, you know? You've been a pro player for a while. You're the best pro player I've ever hired.
I mean, that's not saying much. You've hired a lot of bad pro players.
I have. I mean, Mifflin was once there. Aggro never. I mean, I guess. Right?
I mean, do we count console?
I mean, you tell me.
I wouldn't count it.
You wouldn't?
I'd count it. I would definitely
You
count
would?
it.
You
Yeah,
would.
I would count it.
So, into this game we go. Jade Dragons up against the Highland Ravens. Bobby, 2 compositions on paper. How are you feeling about them? Who won the draft in your eyes?
I really think they're both just super cool comps in what they do. They're both completely different. Miff touched on it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the story of the Dragons comp. We are diving. Live our dive or lose the game.
We are W key on the left-hand side.
Exactly.
Sure.
And the Ravens, the exact opposite. We want to get dove. And it's going to be this, who's going to punch harder? Or
Yep.
are the Dragons going to punch harder than the Ravens can receive the punch? I think this Ravens comp can be phenomenal in the late game. Charon is such a good peel character into these dive gods,
Yeah.
especially when you don't need that much CC with Nuwa. She provides her CC. X-Ball's also got some slows. He provides his own CC to combo kind of off his autos.
I was going to say, like, look at the Ravens Cup. I'm a little bit worried about CC overall. It's not a ton in the jungle from Camazotz. It's not a lot from Xbalanque. Sure, Nuwa does have that stun, but they don't have a ton of CC in this composition.
I think Thor kind of makes up for a lot of it.
That's true, but it's solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, true. Maybe they're 3v3, they'll struggle a little bit more. I think when you get to late game, that's the cool thing about Thor. He plays literally however you want to. You can play him to dive, you can play him to peel, he can be more of a support god. And
I hope chat's listen to that, by the way, because I don't see Thor players like that in games.
No, they play to one-shot someone.
Pretty much. So already in the action, we'll see how this one plays out. I do want to touch on the Jade Dragons comp, though. I'm a little concerned about have they got enough damage to kill people in this composition. Very, very tanky, good CC. Do they have the damage, though, Bobby?
I think the surprising thing is Dardez taking Athena to mid lane.
Look at you, no.
With his, I mean, he does have a jungle starter, so it's like more of a double jungle type of style. But when you think of jungle mid laner,
pressure in mid at the moment, Scream's under a lot of pressure. I didn't think he was going to go fall down so quick, and LASBRA just rotate that jungle, hits the blink with Dardez, finds the kill.
That was so quick. Okay, yeah, that was actually super quick. But what I was...
You surprised by that?
No, yes.
So you got to watch the screen,
instant.
right?
Yeah.
You got to watch the screen. You can't just talk in the chat. You know, you got to keep an eye on what you see on the screen.
What's in front of me, I will now pay attention to.
So tell me more about the Athena. So Athena mid, we just saw it get a kill. Obviously, the kill credit goes over to LASBRA there, but it was all set up from this Athena mid. Is that something they changed based off what they saw the new war pick in the mid lane when Athena's good here?
It's got to be just something they were practicing. I don't know entirely why they opted for the Athena mid.
Yeah.
It might just be a comfort thing where Laz plays
True.
Athena. So maybe it is genuinely just Dardez likes Athena more than Pele, because there's nothing that screams Pele is a better jungler than Athena and Athena's a better mid laner. Honestly, we've already seen the Pele mid. Have we ever seen Athena mid? Maybe.
It's a good point.
I don't know. But it's just got to be a Dardez thing. He does have these funky, eclectic gods that just play different than others, too. I mean, he plays the Morgan. Athena is going to be kind of playing like that, where it's going to be looking to assassinate someone. I assume we see a full damage build from him with the Boombas, so...
Yeah, you see the book already being started up by Dardez here. Do you reckon Book of Thoth potentially?
It's got to be. I mean, You're not getting any poly value. Tablet's not really an Athena item. You kind of just want to build full power Athena with a poly, and then just get the Boomba resets.
Relatively safe in the mid lane then for Dardez on this Athena too. Also the opportunity to rotate around the maps. Defender Olympus with the ultimate damage will be pretty impactful if he goes for the power spikes there. We'll see how that plays out. One thing I do want to touch on with you, Bobby, though, is the new meta is kind of developing. We're seeing the support stick to the duo lane so much longer in this meta. Why is that?
I think we can look back to Phase 1. The best team the entire phase was the Warriors, and Jake's style largely relied on that is a two-person lane, and that is staying a two-person lane until 10, 12 minutes down. Yeah. They want to be there for that shield camp. I think that's an underestimated part of dual lane.
The shield camp?
You just have this extra camp that makes it so you cannot lose 1v1s or 2v2s. An ADC that has extra 20 protections, extra 200 health shield, you're rarely dying even if you get ganked. It gives you extra survivability in case you do get ganked. And then 3v3s for invades on purple buffs are just a lot easier.
We'll vote in the duo lane at the moment on the Anhur. This build probably going for the Devourer's Gauntlet as per usual. Aggression coming out from Mike. Good stun follow up from Vote, and that will be BaRRaCCuDDa forced to dash away. Didn't use the beads though, and the early game going as expected so far. Nika over on the right-hand side up against Haddix in this solo lane, I should say. Anything specific about the matchups that you want to see more of this game, Bobby, or you expect to happen here?
I mean, I think solo's a farm it out lane. I don't see either team particularly wanting to play around. Maybe if Haddix hammers and Laz is on that side of the map, they also have the Athena for rotation if it is that such an open play. But I mean, you're not ganking an Alma with the CC of Kama, and you don't have enough damage off just the lockdown of Thor. So I expect this to be kind of like last game, where the solo laners just farmed out, started proxying, started rotating over. And you know, the Ravens, they like playing around Beacon. So that's a fight is going to be happening there with these two solo laners. They want to rotate to that fight.
Well, we'll see them later on around the 12-minute mark when that happens. Speaking of Scream, though, on the Camazotz this game too, when we look at the composition and the fact we've got an Athena mid lane, the only real gankable lane for the Camazotz then is that duo lane, I guess, if he's going to camp the lane. Or is it better to do what he's doing here, which is invading, getting ahead, and continuing to power farm to the late game?
I think this is what you want from a lot of your junglers nowadays. Ganking the side lanes is something that's always an opportunity, but you should be looking to fight on camps. That should be where you want to rotate to. Fighting in a lane just gives them an opportunity to run back to tower, and if you drop the kill, you're not getting anything of value. If you drop the kill while playing around purple buff, you still get the win of the purple buff.
As we approach 5 minutes, and then it's only the first blood separating these two teams in terms of gold at the moment as Jade Dragons are ahead. LASBRA and Scream meeting on the right-hand side of the map here for the shield buff towards here. Nika in frame 2 just to make sure they secure it for themselves. And meanwhile, the supports, I should say, dancing around the Gold Fury area at the moment. No real surprises so far.
I think something I want to touch on is Scream being level 5, a Kama behind might be one of the worst junglers that you could possibly have. They also don't have a ton of easy characters for the Jade Dragons to be killed by this Kama. He is level 6.
Yeah.
He's only got his Jotuns. He needs to get a little bit more farm, or maybe just pick up an assist or a kill somewhere before he becomes really useful. And then you compare it to LASBRA. LASBRA got that first blood. He's already in a great spot. He almost has his Soul Eater finished. I think that is probably the spot that the Jade Dragons want to play around, is LASBRA spikes.
We'll keep an eye on LASBRA and what he chooses to do with the team. Especially Dardez in the mid lane. We saw that first blood go down, so there's always going to be an opportunity for a dash taunt opportunity on either the jungler or the mid lane if they rotate through, or even the supports when we get to that point. Hurriwind piloting the Charon so far. How you felt about Charon so far? Obviously, performances, Bobby. He's not won a game so far, I should say. Is that the God issue? Is that the playstyle issue that teams having to develop to? Or what's the reason? Is he good?
He is definitely good. What he does is his neutral game is just unstoppable. By neutral, I mean just that ability to play...
1 second, leap in from Vote, right in front of Hurry. We need him, carries there. LASBRA was rotating around the back, and BaRRaCCuDDa explodes in seconds. Beautiful rotation. And Bobby, you were just asking that. Expect to play through LASBRA.
I mean, Laz has now got 2 kills. He doesn't even have to use the ult to kill. That's how far ahead he is. He can just hit him with the 1 Pyroclast, I think is what it's called. 1 Pyroclast.
Don't worry about
basically
names. What would you call it?
Pyroclast.
That's its name now. Hopefully it's right. So Pyroclast does go off there and get the kill for him. But you literally dictated, hey, we want to see aggression. But look at the trust that, look at it, you were right. I'm so proud of you. Doug's shouting to follow up for that. But in that dual lane when we saw that fight there, look at the trust Anhur had, Vote had in his jungler. He went aggressive into 2, knowing he had backup coming.
It's the call of get his dash out, you get his dash out, I'll kill him. Exactly how it lays out. And actually, Vote got a lot of damage off before BaRRa could even get his dash off, which was phenomenal by Vote.
Gank in mid lane from PolarBearMike, putting some pressure on towards Venenu. Hard to follow from the Athena taunt, and the taunt is there. Onto Venenu, who's bursting again for LASBRA to get another kill. This Pele is a problem.
Beads now down on the new wall against a comp that really does punish Beads being down. I mean, Athena's got Blink still available too.
Yep.
I would expect this new wall to be punished at least 1 more time before those Beads are up. And maybe look at this Gold Fury. This is around the time, especially when you're up almost 1,500 gold. This is the time you want to look for those Gold Furies.
And talking about that with the Beads being down too, is the right opportunity, right? To try and get aggressive, force them into that avenue too. Meanwhile, I was concerned about Dragon's damage composition throughout this game. Will they have the damage into the 4th run? If LASBRA's doing what he's doing now though, that will help them out and feel confident about the fact that they're lacking a bit of damage in the other roles specifically, or at least consistent damage. Nika trying to invade the blue buff on the right-hand side. We'll go over to Haddix with Scream support there. But so far, the pace of this game has all been dictated by this Pele. What is it that's brought Pele back, by the way?
Realistically, I think it just comes down to our flex potential. I don't think the buffs were that big, but it kind of puts you back on the front of your mind of,
you think about them
this
again?
is a good character. The buff to the gas she gets from hitting abilities or hitting gods with her ones really does give her that ability to power farm in the lanes. So it helps her in solo mid, and then that just opens up this brand new world of, oh, Pele can play jungle, she can play solo, she can play mid. We've already seen a mid Pele. We've actually not seen solo Pele, which seems a little more surprising, but it is there.
Well, Nika this time going to be piloting the Amaterasu with this composition. And someone we don't see too often. It depends how the meta's really going in the solo lane for the most part, in terms of are you getting pressured consistently? And I guess against the Thor, it's not too bad.
She also got her buff, the buff to her 1 giving the attack speed. And realistically, I think the buff to her passive also, that extra second, it allows her to hit the objective and then walk away to zone.
Hold that thought, Mike ganking onto Hurriwind here seems to be the focal target as LASBRA follows up with a good knock up there too. Immediately, Hurriwind going to use the ultimate to disengage from that fray as well. Has Meditate still. With Scream being on the scene, this is a small win if you can get this camp for the Ravens, or maybe not. LASBRA secures the shield buff, and PolarBearMike still dashing on in towards Scream.
That comes from him just being so far behind. He's got an item at 9 minutes into this game, and he's going into that Soul Eater, which isn't going to spike as hard as a flat pen item. Exactly. So Scream is super weak right now. You have a Nuwa with no beats for another 30 seconds. Again, I want to see these guys fight.
Scream doing a good job, though, of holding on to his ultimate there. The new ult did come through from Venenu just to give some vision and support to the rest of the team. That's all he can really do is a new wall there, to be honest. But main thing is Scream wasn't forced to ult away. Left on Harpies have respawned here and will be taken by PolarBearMike and the following up team. Vote a level ahead over BaRRaCCuDDa so far, mainly down to that kill that they got in the lane. But more importantly, BaRRaCCuDDa on the Xbalanque this game, Bobby. He's picked up the Assy first item. I've seen a lot of talk about Hunter builds as of late, no chins, etc. But Assy first, how do you feel?
I like personally Aussie and Devs, dependent on what your build is looking to do and what your comp needs to do. Xball, no attack speed in his kit, so he's opting for that Aussie. I assume he's going to build a lot of crit, and he's not going to have a ton of attack speed, so he opts for the Aussie. Vote, I hope he does go for that more pen-oriented build.
Yeah.
Because he needs to be able to kill the tanks. They don't have any other tank killer on the team. Athena, not killing tanks. Alma, not killing tanks. Pele, too. He needs to be the one killing the tanks. If Haddix is going in, Vote needs to be the one killing him.
So keep an eye and see if Vote can do that. Meanwhile, blinking mid lane once again from LASBRA, and another kill. This time, PolarBearMike credited with the kill, and this Athena mid combo with Pele is working out well because now there's the gank in the duo lane too. Dardez turns up, finds the blink, gets the beads out from BaRRaCCuDDa early, still has to taunt for follow-up, and Dardez credited with his first kill of the game.
I now know why they put Dardez on this Athena. These plays that he is making, phenomenal. He makes the play in mid, he holds out, they pull Nuwa beads. Nuwa beads is then immediately as she's dying, he ults over to the duo lane, pulls beads before taunting, gets the taunt off, and gets another kill.
I just said all that, you just repeated me.
Well, I just wanted emphasis. I wanted emphasis on it because it was such a good play.
And this comes back to the composition Ravens were drafted. I mentioned a lack of CC in a weird way. There's not a whole ton. I love Charon myself, but I don't think he brings enough to help peel at this stage of the game across the map the way that the Dragons are playing this. You've got a Nuwa and a Camazotz. What are they going to do to help? Nuwa can only really ult and hope for the best, and that's going to help in some way.
His peel is very strong against characters that don't burst super hard.
Yeah.
But when you look at the Jade Dragon, yes,
yeah.
exactly. When you look at the Jade Dragon comp, they have so much burst if LASBRA commits to the fight. And I think so far, I mean, he's obviously done it well. He's 3-0-1.
Working well. I think the biggest play there was Dardez, though. His notion of getting the kill in mid and immediately going, we could also get one in dual lane, because we know there's probably a rotation there for support. Mike and Hurriwind going to trade it off in the jungle a little bit here. Level 10 for Mike at the moment. Has his Steves online. And now the Emperor's armor. Meanwhile, Hurriwind went for the Prophetic Cloak this time. Still working on the stacks. You think Prophetic's a trap, or is it still good?
I think some characters it's really good with. I think Charon is one of them. I do think this double stack build, though, is a bit of a trap for some players. When you're so far behind and you're going for this Thieves second, you're opting into 2 items that just give you tankiness.
Yep.
You need something that just does something outside of that at this point.
Double taunt in mid lane then from Dardez as the beacon did go in the way of the Dragons. Chases on towards Hurriwind as the walls collapse down, but no further follow-up damage. The Dragons don't want to overextend into the jungle there with nothing being available for them. Instead, they're going to continue to farm up here. About a 3k gold lead developing, and now a Dardez gank to the left. Hurriwind has sensed this, so the duo lane should know. Desert Fury and Taunt off the mark. The shield buff goes down, but Vote did pick that up at least with that Desert Fury. Now PolarBearMike getting aggressive against Hurriwind again. Low on mana is Hurriwind here, has to use his ultimate to buy some time from the knockup, but he's still going to go down because his carries can't really support him in that area. 5 members strong here, Bobby, for the Dragons now looking at this Gold Fury.
And it should be just a free Gold Fury. Maybe Scream looks for a steal, but you have Nika doing extra damage to it. His entire team's here, and you're not killing the Alma at this point. This Highland Raven teams is kind of on the back foot right now, and they need some mistakes or just some really, really good macro to kind of get back into this game.
And what do you think is the playback of this? If you're in this game right now, Bobby, and no offense, you've been in this spot a few times where you were down quite a few kills, right? I mean, it would say 0-7 or something like that at that point for you, right? But what would you be saying to the team here? What is the avenue back into this game? Just farm and play safe, or?
Guys, I need some peel. I can't die an 8th time. That's what I would be saying. I'd be begging for not that double-digit death.
But then you'd be like, well, we didn't draft any peel. We don't have much CC to really support what we're supposed to do. You see Dardez in the mid lane there just uses ultimate defensively that time around. Shows the survivability this Athena can bring. And actually, the Ravens are looking at this Pyromancer here, Bobby, to try and return the flow of the game a little bit. This is something you would be hoping for if you're a Ravens fan.
It's a good play by the Ravens. You force out the Athena. Athena ult also goes down. You know Athena can't be in this fight at that point. Take your free pyro. It's a good play to kind of get you back into that game and kind of, you know, start crawling back.
Crawling back. Well, left-hand side, you saw Vote leap over the wall there at the buff and will be stripped away with the help of LASBRA just to deny BaRRaCCuDDa a little bit more farm. And you can see the lead starting to develop in the duo lane now. BaRRaCCuDDa level 12, Vote at 40.
I really want to see this Jade Dragons team start to look for these towers. There's 3,000 gold about difference right now, and there is every tier 1 available on the map. That is 1,500 gold just sitting there just waiting to be taken, and I think a lot of teams delay the tier 1 towers too much, especially when you can snowball the game so hard.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, so far this week, we've seen a couple more of these towers get taken quicker, but previous seasons, previous times, we've not seen that happen. What is the reason we're seeing this adaptation to faster towers these days?
I think there's not as much gold on the map, and there's a lot more comeback mechanics, so it's just risky that you're committing to this tower where if you don't get it, you're just, you know, overcommitting essentially.
Yeah.
So I think it's just, now that there's less comeback mechanics, you know, the chests just got nerfed. These towers are a lot of your gold, and if you get this tower and they don't, that is just a big swing that you can look to push even farther.
It does give, a bit of a map advantage, though. If you lose a tower, you can position the minions a bit more safely on your side in some ways, but if I'm looking at a tower, if I'm the Dragons here, mid screams to me as the target point, just because Nuwa, further back, is not going to be as impactful.
Exactly. I think you touched on that perfectly. It's got to be the mid lane tower they look at first.
My chair 2 just said something nice about me. I'm not used to that. You're going to get some
I'm good
praise.
at this.
Yeah. I think I did a good job hiring you, I guess, for this IB. 3-on-3 in mid lane for the first time so far this game, I want to say, because for the most part, it's been 3v2s, 3v1s, as the grouping starts to begin again, mainly because the beacon is on its way to spawning soon, and that's the only real objective of the map. How do you like the beacon, Bobby? Is it a good fight point for you? Do you think it's a good idea?
I think the current one where they gave it power and now it goes twice is a lot better. That 1% movement speed, stacking 3 times, was something, but I think it was just, you kind of would just give it up. I think Beacon currently, where if you get all these beacons and you start stomping, that's 6% power.
Blink in mid from Dardez finds Venenu again. Around the back was LASBRA. The beads and acres have already been used, but Venenu did a good job of juking with the peel out from Hurriwind to survive, and now turnaround is fair play. LASBRA still gets hold of Venenu, though, who came back into the fray to keep the action going. Dardez trying to ult away from danger and will do so towards Vote on the left-hand side. And with Haddix's rotation here, the chase could still be on, but I don't think they'll find anything else. That was the Dragons overextending, going for the kill. And Bobby, you said they want that, the Ravens, in their composition.
And I think if Ven doesn't disrespect the damage that Pele does there, it comes out even better. But he got greedy. I think he thinks at that point, if I get that kill, I'm in a huge spot. This game is perfectly fine for us. And I mean, that's that kind of greedy mage that you want. You want your mids getting the kills because they just use gold so much better than everyone else. So I respect it a little bit. I do think you just give that to just about anyone and you're feeling a lot better, especially because there's not a ton of stuff on the map right now. That death doesn't mean too much. Gold's not up, Pyro's not up, maybe a tier 1 tower, but I mean, hasn't been these tier 1 towers haven't been falling too fast, so it's not something that teams worry about too much.
I think the biggest thing on that, though, LASBRA was 5-0-1 there, but it was LASBRA that falls down, and Scream getting the kill has brought him back to an even point now. Build a little bit further behind, though, in terms of itemization, but this is bringing the Camazotz back in once more.
Yeah, and even with that, I think no longer is the Pele the important player on this Dragons team. I think it now goes to Mike versus Hurry. Mike is however much XP, 100 XP off of being level 15, and support starters are the biggest spike you can get around this type.
Crazy bit of a fight developing here. Scream leaps away from the damage out from Pele. Haddix is in the sky right now, but he came back down pretty early, actually. And the grouping is around this beacon where Highland Ravens, after that one pick, have now turned this around and getting aggressive themselves. BaRRaCCuDDa swinging for the fences towards the frontline tanks as the rest of the Ravens do a very good job of securing the beacon. Apologies, Haddix didn't use his ult. He's using it now. It's on PolarBearMike, separated alone and will be a casualty. And this could also now be a goal fury for the Ravens.
Such a weird decision by the Dragons. They don't defend the beacon, and they send Laz out left, and then they defend it after Laz commits.
Nika going to go in with the ultimate. Athena follow up 2 to try and secure, but the Primal Fury was reset. Dragons still secure the Gold Fury, however, and Dardez and Nika walk away in a 4v5 scenario. They did use a lot of ults, though, the Ravens, to get to that point, but they didn't do a good job of protecting it.
I mean, you don't have great secure on this Ravens comp. Nua's fine, but she has no relics, so she doesn't really want to play up too far. I don't even know what stole it, reach or something like that. It wasn't any big damage source. It was just more of an unlucky thing. I like calls like that where we should get this 90% of the time. If we don't get it, darn, shoot, go. It's fine.
Is that what you say in the comms? Darn,
shoot. We
shoot.
lost it, guys.
Okay.
Bummer.
Good to know. Well,
but I like those calls.
Pyromancer is available now, and it could be a big swinging point because the gold deficit is only 3,000 at the moment. The last couple of moments of action from the Ravens has been a lot more productive than, in my opinion, the first 15. And as Bobby's scared down to the screen, pinging me right now, like pointing at it,
I was just
Compassion just locked in.
That's just me. I'm saying, like, I'm talking about this next.
Yeah.
We've got Compassion to finish on Mike. Supports finish their starters faster than anyone else, and this is the biggest start you can have, or biggest spike you can have at this point in the game. Mike is now an entire Compassion deep, and Hurry's still only 2 unstacked items deep. The strength difference between these supports is huge. They have to get to grouping, and they need to start looking for this tier 1 tower in mid, and this Pyro. Push your lead.
Push your lead indeed. I mean, 3-level deficit in the support. Surely, most of the time supports are 2 levels down, but I agree, the power spike to that 15 point for that start relic so impactful. So we were looking for the Dragons to try and take this game by the scruff of the neck now, take down some of these towers. At the moment, it looks like everyone's just farming though. They did get a tier 1 on the left-hand side, however, so they did start some of that momentum going, but with the Emperor's armor, that's why you want to see him go some more.
I was just going to touch on that. Mike built his Emperor, so I thought that meant we're diving and we're getting these towers. They've not killed any tower. That was just Vote taking that tower kind of, or actually it was not even Vote, it was Laz splitting over there. It was just Laz taking that tower. Group and just push middle. I think it's just like this worry of, this could be a throw by us if we commit here. Do we want to dive?
We don't want to make it even again by making a mistake.
Yes.
Pyromancer started and secured by Jade Dragons. Hurriwind was on the scene, didn't have much of a support with him though, because you can see Haddix was in base at the same time. On the left hand side, they were ganking actually as Haddix teleports in, looking for LASBRA. Scream already on the way, but Dardez, beautiful wall from Haddix, will prevent an exit strategy, but now Haddix is up and down. Dardez was dunked on, but the focus was still on LASBRA, who will blink away. Now Dardez surrounded and alone. Needs some help from LASBRA on the follow-up. Will get the beads and the ultimate out of Scream as he dives the tower. LASBRA getting very low. He's not as tanky on that mid lane mage build. Sorry, I should say LASBRA going to fall down as Dardez now tries to go back in. Follow-up from Vote, but round the back comes Hurriwind, trying to protect his teammates and give him some extra control. Bit of a weird skirmish on the side as mid lane there's a fight. Tier 1 tower's already gone down in favor of the Dragons as now Vote will fall to Scream. A crazy, weird fight in mid lane. BaRRaCCuDDa gets a tier 1, and now he might even get another kill towards PolarBearMike, who'll use the walls defensively. What's going on, Bobby?
They're just taking fights everywhere. This Athena is being utilized with their ult. Unfortunately, that was a defensive ult while Laz ulted out. So you're down 2 ults in this 2v2, and then you just get dove. Charon also rotates over with Vote. But this is, I mean, Charon's really strong at that point. They didn't have a ton of damage over there, so that shield was huge. They couldn't even break through it. And I mean, big fights all around. Venenu's not really worth all that much either, so that's a huge swing for the Ravens.
That's a huge swing indeed. I mean, tier 1 tower down being in mid and left-hand side from the Ravens. We were talking about, we wanted to see the Dragons on aggression here, and his turnaround is fair play. Was LASBRA out of position there on the left-hand side in your opinion? Was it a bit too greedy? Because he did get pinched. It did cost him a teleport and a lot from the Ravens, though, to try and get over there.
I think it's a miscommunication, actually. I think Laz should feel super comfortable being over there if his Athena ult is up and they had eyes on everyone else, like they did.
Yeah.
I think Laz needs to hold that ult, and then if he gets committed to, you can ult with the Athena ult.
Was it more communication of, like, Athena coming in, but we're playing defense, not offense instead, or?
Well, it was either a miscommunication or just Dardez thought Laz was in a little bit more trouble than he was. So yeah. So maybe he just ulted in immediately, and Laz is like, "Don't ult over, I'm ulting out." And then they just waste both the ults and got nothing kind of out of it.
Gold Fury has respawned, or should I say it's an Oni Fury this time around at 22 minutes in. The Oni Fury can be useful at this stage of the game just to get some pressure along this map, force people to lanes here. If Ravens get it with those tier 1 towers being down, and that tier 2 did get whittled quite a bit, Ravens could be in a better position here to start setting something up themselves. They've done a good job of holding into this game at the moment as Nika is trying to bring down the tier 1 in mid. But at the moment, I feel pretty good from a Ravens fan based on how this game started.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely feeling comfortable, especially with that absolutely terrible early game that the Dragons
Still a big dive on this left-hand side. My apologies, Bobby, as LASBRA will get away with the Dardez ultimate too, but now Vote trapped in a 2v1. The wave comes through from a Charon to support, and Vote has to be to leap away. Comes back into the fray, though, does Vote onto Scream with the support of Dardez, and now Nika is at half health looking for an ultimate and finds a stun on 2, but Hurriwind's peel will force a reset for the time being. It's a 1-for-0 exchange on the left-hand side, but it's the Ravens starting up the Oni Fury.
I think this is the type of fight that the Dragons want. And actually, it's staying leashed with the new up, but it should be dropped now. Unless Nika TP's in and they look to pull it after.
Nika does TP around the back, look for Venenu, doesn't really find the mark. The fog came into play there, but the root does hit Haddix, who teleports to Hammer. Follow up Terra ultimate into play, and now the focus could be towards Hurriwind from Nika. The rest of the Dragons fall back and find BaRRaCCuDDa whittling down their health bars in the back line. The new war ultimate comes through, doesn't do a whole ton, as Haddix takes to the sky, finds the dunk onto the Fury, but doesn't find a target with the CC, and instead loses half his health himself. Meanwhile, Nika on the right goes back in on Venenu, whose ultimate is down, but Venenu a little bit tankier than Nika would like to try and bring him down, but LASBRA's getting low to Haddix, and BaRRaCCuDDa's bowler will bring him down. Huge engagement, and it's 1-for-0 in favor of the Ravens.
And I think this style of comps that we're seeing is leading us to these, not necessarily sloppier, but more just like split up fights.
Yeah.
This is how the Dragons comp is envisioned. You don't want to have 5v5, super grouped, diving 5 people all together. This is what the Dragons prefer. I think this Ravens team needs to kind of slow it down a little bit, start grouping. They did end up getting a pick on Laz at the end there.
Trying to focus on Dardez here, it seems, but the pillar from Vote will prevent Haddix getting in there. Good ultimate coming out from Charon there just to try and slow down the aggression. Scream takes to the sky. Low health bars on a couple of members of the Jade Dragons, specifically PolarBearMike, as Vote gets his ultimate off, but into the sky once again goes Haddix. Finds the dunk onto Vote and brings him down with LASBRA dead and Vote dead too. Ravens can look for another objective. Is this fire? Is this just pyro? Probably pyro.
I think they're just a little bit too low for a fire giant, but I mean, Beacon, there should be Pyro. They should be able to get their resets off and then even head to Gold Fury. So this should be a 3 for 0 on objectives. And then, maybe then, they can start 5-manning and looking for this fire.
Bobby, at the start of this game and how the first 10-15 minutes went, it felt like an F6 at 10 moment, and then all of a sudden the Ravens' composition is starting to gel together. Now that they've got this Thor in action too, the extra CC is really paying dividends.
Yeah, exactly. They were missing that CC in that 3v3, even when the ADC rotated over. They were really missing some quick, hard CC, and now that they have it, they have a lot more setup, they have a lot more damage, which they never really lacked, but they have damage to follow up.
And look at that difference there. Scream was level 20 before, LASBRA justing 20 as well. Shows how the catch-up mechanic can come into play, especially when you're behind. Tier 1 in mid lane does go down for the Dragons there as the Oni minions now spawn. And it's now the dance of the Fire Giant that begins with the Oni being down, the Pyro down too. How does this play out? How do you feel about the FG pit, by the way? Obviously a bit more open these days compared to previous years. Is this harder to control, you think?
I like it. I think it is a little bit more restricting for the defensive team. I think it makes it so there's so many more walls that you kind of have to walk around where there's maybe the entire team is sitting right here.
Yeah.
But it's also, if you have this entire area, it's a lot... I mean to say it's a lot harder to ward the entire area. So if you don't have good vision as the offensive team pushing into the enemy jungle, it is still very hard to get that, control.
Well, the Titans are now marching down the right-hand side of this map too, the nearest to the Fire Giant as well, which allows everybody just to kind of group on this right-hand side. The Oni minions have been defeated across all lanes, so no pushing in from the left-hand side for them for the Ravens, as now they start up the Fire Giant here. Nika in mid lane, Pele stood on a ward at that tier 2 at the moment that they're not aware of, is giving good vision, and this Fire Giant is dropping low. Mike's on the scene, roots 2, looks towards BaRRaCCuDDa to slow it down. Already though, the Fire Giant has been destroyed over to the Ravens, and the fight following. Where will the action go to? It's all on BaRRaCCuDDa, who's the focal target, but he will dash away back to safety. The Jade Dragons were just a little bit too late to the party there.
Yeah, I want to highlight, BaRRaCCuDDa had an absolutely huge Aegis there. If he doesn't Aegis at that time, if he Aegis like a second later, he's dead.
Yep.
That chase probably happens even farther because there's not that threat of damage if they do chase. So really good call by the Ravens. They realize this Jade Dragons team does not have good burst to actually steal this from a range.
Yeah.
People have to get into the pit to steal. So if you just commit to it, say, we're burning it, commit to 700, Nuwa, use your nuke damage, and that's exactly what they did. They secured it and they got out.
It's definitely the issue that we said at the start of this game, though. When you looked at the Dragons comp, do they have the damage throughout this game to kill the backliners? BaRRaCCuDDa surviving there with just an Aegis, and the peel from his teammates was enough to keep him up. They may need more damage as this game goes on, or better fights.
And I really like to highlight also the Charon at this point. That damage, like we've said this entire time, that damage is not too high from the Jade Dragons comp. I mean, we have a breastplate on Dardez. He didn't commit to the full damage. He actually went a little bit more defensive. So you have Charon with Compassion, and then you just have a lot of his protections that he's giving because he committed to that double stacking item build. And then he also just has his kit for that peel. That is a lot of damage that he can soak up and he can take away from his defensive allies.
I think that's the biggest thing from a Charon too, is realizing be aggressive when you're with Charon because he's giving you shields by you attacking and keeping the pressure going. You saw a bit of pressure in the mid lane there though from the Dragons trying to force somebody and find a pick on Scream. Didn't pay off for them as a tier 2 goes down for Ravens. Now Dardez under a bit of pressure but has LASBRA back up. Scream going to blink in though, and the dash is already down. Haddix into the sky looking for a Dardez dunk. Won't find it. Instead they'll go for LASBRA instead, and turnaround's fair play as Haddix gets credit for the kill. FG still on all 5 members as a tier 2 falls.
It's almost like this Athena is not being utilized with her ultimate like she should be. It's almost like this Thor has more global control at this point than the Athena has, which shouldn't be the case. Haddix is playing this Thor perfectly.
And it's really paying off for the Ravens, who struggled at the start of this game. The final tier 2 tower, the final tower in general that the Dragons had is now fallen. There's no minions here for this, Bobby. This is a bit trickier, is it? Especially with like, a lot of EFG.
Nuwa is the one thing that allows this to be slightly easier, but her minions still kind of get one-shot a little bit. But I like them pressuring here. They don't have to commit. We have all these objectives spawning. Get this gold. You want to be backing and you want to be hitting full build for this next EFG fight because that's the important thing. Yeah, EFG is the big point.
Minute and a half left on this current FG. I guess the pressure there keeps them out of the jungle for now so they can go for this Gold Fury. And then, as you said, the EFG next up, the Enhanced Fire Giant, which is a lot more brutal these days in terms of what it can bring for these Phoenix Sieges.
Yeah, I mean, EFG is the true way that you can commit to a Phoenix. FG is strong, but it's mostly if you're ahead, you're just going to be able to win a little bit easier. I think EFG is the one that allows you, even if you're even, to be able to commit to the Phoenixes. That 75-80% shred that you have with EFG is just insane.
Not gonna lie, we've seen three 3-0s so far in the quarterfinals so far this weekend, Bobby. Coming into this, I wasn't sure if this would be as clean as a 3-0. Even Mike himself said 3-1 probably here. This is going to be a big set between these two by how this game one's going.
Yeah, I mean, even 30 minutes into game one, and we've seen very, very high highs from both teams, and then some pretty bad misplays from both of them. And I think it's got the break. I mean, they had a long break, so they haven't played SMITE in a long time. They've been scrimming for however, maybe a week, 2 weeks. So it's going to be some bumps, some bruises, but they have shown these really high highs that I think they want to learn from, and that's what they want to touch on.
Well, this tournament, this whole weekend, is really being played out to work out who's going to be in which division as captains and draft the divisions for the upcoming rest of the season. Haddix in mid a bit overextended here, fully collapsed on by 3 members. Will take to the sky. He's tanky enough with the build he's gone for to stay alive. It cost him his ultimate. Had no beads in that moment. And only, actually, LASBRA's ultimate is the only thing invested there, not as bad as I first thought.
I mean, is Haddix really that tanky, or is maybe the Dragons just don't have enough damage to take him down? He's 5 items deep only. It must just be...
He's a tanky build, to be fair. I mean, Druids, Archdruids, he's got Pridwin, he's got... You don't think so?
I mean, he's tanky,
he should die.
But he should have died there. If that is a mid-lane mage there, he's dying before he hits the air. And I think... Now, this is the point where you want to be using the Athena ultimate because you have the ability to truly split the map because you can be everywhere. I mean, all at once as long as you have an ally near.
Well, the question really is how do the Dragons defend against these sieges that are going to come on? Because Xbalanque's extra range he's going to get from his ultimate allows him to whittle down the Phoenixes out of tower range. You're going to have to dive in with the Athena or the Terra, I guess. They're the only real options to force an engagement.
Yeah, I think the Dragons need to defend this EFG. If EFG is taken by the Ravens, the split potential they have with Kama, who has perma-sustain, Thor can be everywhere, and then they just have Nuwa minions along with, like you said, the Xbal ultimate. So we need to see the Dragons commit for this fight here. If they lose this EFG, they're going to be in a really bad spot.
Well, minions are pushed up in mid and right-hand side against the Dragons so far, so if they do lose this EFG, it gets even worse. FG already down to half. Dardez first in the scene, but gets hit by a wall hammer. Haddix straight to the sky. Reset on the FG, though, coming out from Ravens here, as they're going to take the fight and look for Mike. Mike will keep himself sustained as long as he can with a good shell. Dunk comes in as Nika gets a 3-man stun, chases on towards Venenu on the backside, and they will find the kill on Venenu. Next on the list is going to be BaRRaCCuDDa, and BaRRaCCuDDa falls down too. Scream does at least take down PolarBearMike in this, as Hurriwind chases onto LASBRA, but he's all alone. Haddix and Scream out of the fray, and Hurriwind doing what he can, but LASBRA will find the kill on Hurriwind. And now it's just 2 technical frontliners left alive. Scream has to beat and loses half his health to the damage out from the Athena. What a good defense of the FG from Dragons. Was this a mistake from Ravens to take this fight?
I think a lot of it comes to Haddix is forced into the air, and he's forced down to 40% health before the fight even starts. Vote plays that really well. I actually thought it was going to be really bad for the Dragons because Vote double relicked the Charon ult, and there was no follow-up. So Vote just uses both of his relics. But the absolutely huge dash silence by Nika followed up by his ult, and then followed up Athena on top, and then Pele was followed up even after that. That is the perfect dive that the Dragons want. Even through a bad early portion of that fight, they managed to somehow salvage it and come out on top.
And that was kind of what you were asking for from the Athena, being more aggressive with that ultimate, and that's where the damage is going to come from. Finding Venenu early, then finding both the carries dying back to back is the most brutal thing for the Ravens there. And with that, the EFG is going to swing this game back to an, well, technically even point at the moment, just because of the gold starting to reach there, and the towers will come into play. You can see the pings on the left-hand side going for the Gold Fury, which is an Oni Fury. Dragons are going to be the one on the aggressive now.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to be on the aggressive. They have this Oni coming up, but we have a bunch of tier 2s to still go through. This Dragons team was so far ahead, and they only mustered 2 towers pre-33 minutes, so they have a lot of stuff they still have to do. Haddix pretty happily can push up these waves also without too much of a threat. He can waste a lot of time even if he does get gone on.
Well, we've seen him gone on a few times. And
yeah,
survives,
exactly. And he doesn't even die.
Yeah.
So this Ravens team really has a way to actually outplay this EFG to not even lose a Phoenix. I don't want the Dragons to fall into this lull that the Ravens are going to try to put them in. I want them to go left and quickly.
Group up left-hand side. Well, first of all, they're going to get the Oni Fury. Now, the next minion wave that spawns will allow for some minion pressure on the right and middle if they do look for left. But you saw the pings in mid lane, first of all, coming through from the Dragons. However, Vote and PBM on the left-hand side. Good wards in the jungle, at least near that tier 2 on the left-hand side, just to give vision of anyone trying to dance around there. But Ravens seem to be happy to surrender this left-hand tower and even mid, potentially.
I don't expect them to defend any tower until they get to the Phoenix, and then if they try to commit to the Phoenix, that's when the Ravens will put up their defense. And at this point, this Athena can pressure any lane she wants at any point, and Nika's also that same threat. With EFG and Nika's build, he can threaten Phoenixes by himself, and there's not a ton of threat on actually killing him. So I want to see Nika pressure mid, and then Athena can play this middle part with Laz, and it's just whichever lane is losing, that's the one you want to commit to.
Well, it's a 2-2 split with Laz in the jungle so far. Keep an eye on Dardez. It can turn up in any fight, as we were saying, but so can Haddix. So Haddix and Athena keeping track. And you can see the Magi's online for Dardez here, and Haddix trying to burn off that shield if they can to make sure he doesn't have that preventative CC measure.
And Dardez, what he's doing already is just fantastic. All he's doing is proccing reach, using his poly, using Boombas. He's doing 700 damage every time he throws it out with this EFG.
Now Minion Wave's pushing up the left-hand side. Could be a sign for PolarBearMike and Vote to get aggressive, but with BaRRA, Venenu, and Hurriwind kind of dancing in the middle too. It's a bit of a stance between them both. They are waiting for the Oni minions on the right-hand side to push up a little bit. They should look to bring down some more of that tier 2 tower. But look at that Phoenix in mid. Already whittled down a third with just these reaches.
I mean, he's not even using his poly. His poly is running off by the time he actually throws it. If he just did it a little bit better, timed it a little bit better, it'd be probably under half by now.
Dardez.
Yeah, Dardez.
Yeah, Dardez. Dardez stepping up once again.
Better.
Will lose his bubble this time round. But there's the proc that Bobby was talking about.
That's that poly.
278 extra damage. Left-hand Phoenix completely fine. EFG's left on for another minute 18 seconds here. I do feel if the Phoenix falls, though, Bobby, the fight changes completely.
Yeah, I think the Ravens want to commit to this fight. But the Dragons are playing this perfectly where they're not committing anything to poking this down.
Yeah.
It's not like Dardez is getting poked, Nika's not getting poked. So this is just getting played out really well. The Ravens are going to either have to commit outside of the Phoenix, or, I mean, Dardez took a lot of poke there.
He did. He got a dash from Scream. Hurriwind now trying to prevent Vote and PBM stepping up. They're going to have to fall back. The FG is wearing off momentarily, I want to say, on this Jade Dragons roster, and this middle Phoenix has still stood. That was an EFG that has been defended because Jade Dragons, like you said, would play this very slow. In the jungle, those Scream and Haddix going at it against Dardez and Nika once more. And with Nika in the fray, they're looking at the pick on Scream. Into the sky goes Haddix, though. The ultimate comes out left-hand side. Keep an eye on PBM and Vote trying to go for the Phoenix too, as Nika chases on towards Scream as Dardez falls down. Left-hand Phoenix is getting whittled. EFG's still online, actually, at the moment. But it's only half health.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even low. Cern's not going to be able, or Camazotz is going to be able to full heal up, and he can actually look to chase out here.
LASBRA's out of position now with Scream being there, right? But PBM senses it too. Good damage onto him as he leaps into place. LASBRA has to ult away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nika got an opportunity. Left alone against poor old BaRRaCCuDDa, and will at least make this not completely mistakes for Dragons, because they do get a Phoenix out of this.
I mean, Nika salvages that.
Mike, I don't know about this one.
He's just trying to waste time. He was already dead. He doesn't want to see him to die.
That's a good way.
It's a support. It's a support. You got to respect him.
It's because you did that thing. That's why you respect
Yeah,
it, right? You're
of
like,
course.
yeah, you know,
That's
just
my 7th
time.
death that you were talking about. I was doing that.
Number 7. Well, it's only number 3 for Mike this game so far. And now with that, we're going to have a bit of a moment of peace to look at what the next stage of the game is going to be, because EFG is respawn.
And I think he actually committed under tower there to die quicker so he could spawn quicker to get to this EFG. If they didn't kill him there, he actually just is still going to be just walking around, and this EFG is going to be spawning in the next 40 seconds.
Definitely stops them from pushing down mid, potentially getting the Phoenix in return, getting some pressure all over the map. Ward walls will begin around the Pyro and Fire Giant now. Gold Fury is respawning one more time on the left-hand side as well. Won't be the priority target so far.
Yeah, also, middle Phoenix is not a threat. You can easily push out mid, especially when you have Haddix with the global Thor ult.
True,
So
true.
You're not too worried if you're the Ravens there. It's also something where if there's a 1v1 that happens...
Oh, sneaky. Nika, LASBRA together, gonna go for the end.
They
No
have
one's got
Athena
vision
ult
FG. Can anyone get
They
back
have
there?
Athena ult too.
They do have the Athena ult as well.
They have the damage.
And the dirty, cheeky backdoor may
think
just pay off. They take the middle Phoenix. They bait the Ravens to
They
go
got
to
it.
EFG, and they will take game 1 with a professional backdoor. Is that what you call that?
That was good.
You like it?
That was good. I liked the use of Athena. They didn't overcommit to even like try to defend the EFG. They just said, we're committing. This is the end that we want. This is the perfect scenario, and they went for it.
You said, though, middle Phoenix is the easiest one to defend technically. You just keep, Thor there. No one was there.
Yeah, Thor.
No one saw the
Thor
walk
was hitting
down mid
fire.
lane. That's kind of crazy.
Really smart play. I liked that.
I'm okay with it because that was a back and forth encounter where Dragons had the forefront of the game for the first 15 minutes. Second half of the game, Ravens fought back into it and took the lead at certain moments. FG goes the way of Dragons, though, and all of a sudden, the game is over. What do we want to see in terms of improvements for the Dragons and Ravens in game 2?
Well, I mean, the Dragons, you got to touch on the mid game. absolutely phenomenal early game. The mid game, they kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
They need to push stuff a little bit more together and maybe use that Athena ult a little bit more. And then the Ravens, realistically, it's just not play for that EFG spot where they lose the middle Phoenix, and then keep in mind that, because they were in a good spot there. They were about to get EFG.
Picks and bans wise, you want to see it the same? Mix it up a bit? Do you want to see anything change?
Personally, I'm fine with both of it. I think they both just play a little bit better for parts of that game, and they have an opportunity to win.
Game 1 in a best of 5 out the way. Jade Dragons take the victory. I expect this to go more than 3 games for sure. After this break, we'll be back with more.
I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Game number one here between the Dragons and the Ravens was a lot of back and forth action. And if you've been back and forth on whether or not you should buy some jerseys, well, you should probably do so. I'm just going to say go ahead and do so. And not only do they look great, they also feel great when you wear them. And thanks to our friends over at Skulls, you can pick up your own SPL jersey, t-shirt, or hoodie. You go over to shop.hi-rez-studios.com/SPL and pick one up for your favorite team, whether you want to rep one of the two teams on screen right here or any of the other teams here in the SPL. Make sure that you go and pick those ones up. Thank you so much to Skulls for joining us once more here in Season 10 of the SMITE Pro League. So make sure that you go once more. Pick your jersey. Shop.hi-rez-studios.com/SPL. Game number one, Myth. This started out looking like this was just going to be a runaway for the Dragons. They start off, I believe, 6-0 at one point. Then one little death pops up out of the jungle. LASBRA falls down, and it feels like now the Ravens have a little bit of fight back in it. And all of a sudden, now the Ravens are completely taking this game over. And then again, it's LASBRA, but this time on the plus side for the Dragons coming back, finding a big win around Fire Giant. Really feels like this turns the tides of the games back around. And the Jade Dragons, with a little bit of help from some backdooring, able to win out in game number one.
Yeah, well, we knew going into that game that the Jade Dragons were really contingent on the early game. Just based off composition, they really needed to find something rolling from the early. Good on them, they absolutely do it, and they transition it well into a mid-game lead. But I don't think that mid-game lead ever really exceeded around that 3,000 to 4,000 mark. The Highland Ravens were always right there with them. And then eventually, as the team fight started to roll through in the 5-on-5, once both compositions were lined up against each other, the Highland Ravens were starting to pick up a little bit of speed. But that's not before the Jade Dragons had already done so much damage. They were able to, I believe, have Nika backdoor the Phoenix, and then, of course, the backdoor end just hyper-intelligent from the Jade Dragons, because I'm of the belief, if it came down to another true team fight, if it came down to another true siege attempt from the Jade Dragons, it was around the time where the Highland Ravens draft really would have just started outshining. So individual play, of course, you bring up LASBRA, and why wouldn't you when he's doing things like this? but it's that macro decision making of, look, it's risky. If we lose this backdoor, if we can't close out the game right here, we're probably just going to lose the game, but it might be a loss either way if we can't go for it here. So I love that from the Jade Dragons. Decisive end calls have been a hallmark of PBM teams for a very long time, and this is just exactly that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we always say where if you're going to go for an end, you either need to fully commit to that end call or you need to not make that call and just back away from that. No half in, half out kind of mentality. And when you have someone like PBM on the roster, he's going to say, go for that call. We're going to get this either whether we all die and we end up losing off of that or we win. That's going to be the decision that we kind of stick with here. So for this Jade Dragons team, I mean, a great start off for them. I think one of the points that really kind of got hit on the desk, especially kind of during that mid, like 20 to 30 minute style play, was kind of that awkward power curve of the Jade Dragons where it felt like early game they did a whole lot of damage. And then once you hit that 20, 25 minute mark, it felt like their damage numbers were starting to fall off. We were seeing 3-4 people dive onto Haddix, and Haddix just says, okay, I'm going to press 4, go to the sky, I still have half my health, and I can just dunk away back to safety. But then we started to see that curve come right back up as that late game started pushing in.
Yeah, Haddix even ending that game undead. 3-0-7 undead, probably not. Undying, I suppose, probably the better way to word that. Puts up 31,000. Van, of course, 46,000, but not quite enough. And the damage to players isn't what wins you the day. It's damage to Titans. And the Jade Dragons absolutely have that with their eclectic composition. Athena mid. I ran a lot of drafts on that first P's and B's. I ran a lot of my ideas. Athena mid never once crossed my mind. Clearly it should have, though, because that was a very strong performance from Dardez. A lot of those late game team fights that were going the way of the Jade Dragons, spearheaded by that Athena. I mean, just dash, taunt, polyprox repeatedly, catching out targets, dropping them by about 30 or 40% on each contact. Great stuff. I'm not sure it's something you can repeat. These really strange picks, a lot of the value of them is that they just catch you off guard. It's not going to catch you off guard 2 or 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, there were even moments where we were seeing, crash in with the Defender of Olympus, and it'd be like an early beat because they're saying, okay, they're going to dash taunt as soon as this Athena crashes in, and you just see Dardez sitting there waiting patiently, especially that we saw in one highlight up against BaRRaCCuDDa where Bear's like, okay, I'm going to walk away, I'm going to pop my beads, pop my Darks and Nights, I think I'm good to go, and he never got taunted back. Dardez never hit the button, just waited, said, okay, now your beads are done, pull him right back in. Patience, and it's always kind of that same thing when you play against like Cirquettes, Naja, it's kind of that same mentality of that beads patience is always kind of the name of the game. We'll see what changes do get made between our two squads of the Dragons and the Ravens. We jump into game number 2, picks and bans. See what changes do get made through. I think probably, at least for me, the one that really sticks out that's been a consistent winning factor, or at least a very consistent strong factor for a lot of these teams, has been this Pele pick.
I knew you were going to say that Pele, and I agree, man. That Pele, it's just the changes to her. And I really didn't think, and I hate admitting fault, I really did not think the fuel changes would be enough. I knew Pele was like always fringe meta, but I didn't think that would be enough of a change to like bring her right to the forefront like we've seen. But it's just the consistency with which she can make contact now. Beforehand, it was I used all my fuel getting in. Oh God, I got nothing left. I can't run away and I can't chase him down because he's just as fast as I am. Now it's I've got fuel always. She's an electric car, man. You're just always ready. So Pele has been incredibly dominant so far through the first 4, though. Has gone unanswered. Jade Dragons in the first pick. I wonder, do they continue down this path of early game supremacy? Is it really going to be that style of Jade Dragons? Are we back to that? Is it always going to be this early game composition, or are they going to do what we had seen from the Leviathans just earlier on? Is it going to be a completely different idea from them up against the Ravens? I'd actually caught Vote in the hallway, J-Mac, and I said, Vote, man, you guys kind of stole that game, didn't you? Vote's always a confident guy. He said, well, if that's what you think, Mifflin, whatever you say, man. But that one really was the Jade Dragons, I think, riding by the seat of their pants. So getting something a little bit more consistent after starting off so fast would do them well.
I think part of the extra that comes from the Pele, we'll move away from the Pele since it has been banned, but also that changed her ultimate as well, getting an extra charge in that volcanic lightning, the base attack reduction being reduced a little bit, just makes her ultimate feel maybe a little bit more impactful. But she's banned, so we don't got to worry about talking about Pele anymore. Instead, let's kind of harp a little bit on the Sun Wukong, because we saw him kind of popping up at the tail end of the meta, started kind of jumping his way back into solo lane. We were seeing top ban priority from this god. What about Sun Wukong has really just jumped him so far up into priority?
CDR is easier to come by, always has been for Warriors, but even easier now. Bluestone's in a pretty decent spot, and if SOT's build is anything to go by, that class is unkillable. I don't know what it is about the Gauntlet of Thieves, Prophetic Cloak, Solar Lane Warriors. We haven't seen it from just about anybody else. I believe SOT is the only one going for that exact build, but I am in love with it. It's just so tanky. You do just enough damage thanks to your proc effects that you can't be ignored. It's so difficult to shut him down, and Sun Wukong, all of what I just said is true of him even outside of the build. I think it is likely that we're looking at another Soul Eater warrior. He's probably going to get a little bit of lifesteal, get some utility in that regard, but he's in a great spot so far as damage is concerned. Those warriors are not struggling in that department whatsoever.
Well, Jade Dragons going to take a page out of the Ravens book, picking up Nuwa for themselves, but then also grabbing the Martichoras. So far, we've had 3 games with Marty picked up. Only one of them has been a win. That was by Shinto earlier on the Leviathans. So now we'll have to see what the Dragons can do with this composition. I'm not going to necessarily...
So fast.
I'm also not going to like lock this Marty out of potential to going into mid.
J-Mac, I blinked and P's and B's are almost over.
Yeah, I know. We are flying right through them. And on the opposite side here for the Ravens, same top 3. Aside from the Charon instead, it's now going to be swapped out for Ganesh. Do you think that this kind of changes up maybe the dynamic of team fights by swapping Charon out for a god like Ganesh?
I think it does simplify your engagement a good deal. I really do like just the simplicity of a Ganesh of, hey, I caught one guy and knocked him up. Now he's silenced, guys. Can we please jump on him? Whereas Charon, it feels like a little bit less choosy with his initiations, doesn't have as much single target hard CC. Best case, it's like really that root or the taunt on the ultimate. Ganesha, I think, a little bit more consistent in that regard. And also has the ability, and this is something that Charon is almost entirely lacking, it's the ability to peel. He's not the sit in my own back line and keep my Anhur alive type of pick, right? Charon's like, I'm diving. I'm in there with Haddix. I'm making it happen in the back line, and that's great if you're a hyper-aggressive team composition. But the Ravens are a little bit more subdued in how they like to play the game. A little bit more macro-focused, a little bit more so about, dragging out the team fight, guerrilla warfare, I'll poke you here, back up. And I think Ganesh certainly does fit that style a good deal more, and also does have the added benefit of being very good in neutral objectives.
We'll wait to see what that 4th pick ends up being. It looks like PBM having a little bit of fun on what he wants to lock in, but what has been held here is the Ratatoskr for the moment. Not locked in, but instead will be a Geb, finally selected for the Jade Dragons, giving that one over to PBM. So you now have your dive style of God with the Sun Wukong, get to the back line, do a whole lot of damage. Do you kind of maybe slot Geb more towards like your backline style of support, where you want him to be back with your carries, or would you kind of consider him more, not quite as level of Sun Wukong levels of aggressive, but kind of more of that in the face of their backliner style of God?
It's almost completely dependent on relic meta. If you're in a meta where Geb feels comfortable picking up a blink, he can be a dedicated initiator, and he's actually very good at it. Stun into undrable CC, which is the knock-up, and then a slow immediately afterwards. It's pretty hard to escape that, and they're all AoE. So I actually really do like Geb as an initiator, but he also has the ability, as you're just talking about, with having large standardized CC, he can be that peel guy. The Stone Shield, of course, just really good in situations like that too. So it's the ability to front to back there for the Jade Dragon support. I was not expecting to see a Geb. I'll tell you that full stop. Just was not expecting to see him here, especially considering the pace of game that the Jade Dragons had established in Game 1. I thought it would be something a little bit more dedicated to aggression, but looking at the composition as it is, Nuwa, very good on counter initiation, but if she doesn't connect that first stun, if the first guy makes it through, she really doesn't have anything besides 3 seconds to buy while she's in the air. So having a Geb to help out makes a good deal of sense. And then also, it's something we had talked about yesterday about Khepri. It's the confidence that your support can give you to make these hyper-aggressive plays. Do I want to dive the tower at level 5? If it's anybody but Geb or Khepri, probably not. I got a Geb, I'm willing to take at least 1 tower shot. I can play a little bit more haphazardly, so I think that will play into the Jade Dragons as well. I like their draft a whole lot, and I think they've also cleaned up one of the issues primarily in Game 1 that I was talking about, which was the ability to secure your kills. They've diversified their damage outputs, and then, Shards of Fire is just pretty good.
And it's pretty nice when you can hit just about everybody who's alive, at least, on the map with an ultimate for basically free. Opposite end, though, Highland Ravens will go Raw. So Venenu pivoting away from the Nuwa since it did get drafted by the Dragons, and going towards Raw, which you've seen a little bit of. Saw kind of at the tail end of Masters. BaRRaCCuDDa kind of brought this god back onto the scene. Now we're seeing a few other players maybe try and replicate that same level of play.
The Raw.
So Raw on her kind of as the bottom 2. We got to look at what Thor Camazotz was capable of in the previous game. likely see those two gods slant the same way. Scream on the Camazotz, Haddix on the Thor. How do you kind of feel about Ra to round out this Ravens composition?
You've got really good CC, of course. So even just the slow, I trust the slow from Anhur to be enough to set up for Searing Pain. That's how good the pro players are. But barring that, you've got Dash from Ganesh. Any one of Thor's abilities, just about ultimate or wall, all just enough to set him up. My concern with the Ra is the dive, and that's always my concern with Ra, is whether or not he can survive that backline. You've got decent peel. Ganesh can be a peel god, so stopping a Sun Wukong 72 transformations, pretty easy. And even barring that, can't stop it. Maybe you missed. You're giving protections to everybody nearby as well, so maybe it's not dealing nearly as much damage, or maybe you're missing out on lethal ever so slightly. So I think Ra just fine. Also really does help out exactly with what I was talking about with the Ravens. They love taking these longer fights around objectives. Backing up and healing, always a good option, especially if your enemies don't have any.
So kind of the MO that I'm kind of picking up here is Ravens want to make these team fights last as long as possible, or potentially end them in one burst if they can get a good shot with that Ra. But if that damage doesn't connect, maybe sit back a little bit longer, kind of bide your time as much as possible, where Jade Dragons feels like a bit of a dive composition here once more, but also has a little bit of that extra safety. You mentioned the Nuwa, jump up in the sky, fire shards, not only good damage, but a good way to bail yourself out for a little bit. Same with the Martichoras for his ultimate. So I think probably the biggest notation that you brought up that I'll be keeping eyes on is this Geb, and seeing kind of what the Relic meta does kind of dictate for this Geb. Do we see blink initiations from PVM, whether it be the level 1 blink or the level 12? Or do we see more of kind of that reserved sit back and kind of play that peel style? For the Highland Ravens, at least for this kind of a matchup here, what is kind of that time frame for them? Is this one that they're going to be doing a little bit better as the game goes on, or they have a good enough early game to help them get to that point?
I think they have very strong early game. Having a Camazotz on your team, having a Thor, I mean, those are two picks that can essentially dictate the early game on their own. It's an aggressive duo lane. That's what Anhur affords you, and you've got standardized follow-up from Ra. I wouldn't say that they're like hyper contingent on the early game, though. It's not like the previous Jade Dragons draft where it's, hey, if I'm not 5k up at 20, I'm not doing anything. But I think there's certainly potential to play through the early, and the nature of the damage from the Highland Ravens draft actually serves well into the survivability of the Jade Dragons. Somersault Cloud gets channeled, he's probably out. If Martichoras gets the air, he's out. Good luck doing that with Searing Pain on you.
We'll have to see if the Jade Dragons continue this fire and push themselves up to match point, or the Highland Ravens going to kick things back and tie it off. Let's jump ourselves into game number 2 with Hindu and Inbound.
Thanks so much, J-Mac. Yes, game number 2 about to begin. And Bobby, we're looking to pick some bands there, and you saw Geb locked in, and you had a very questionable face, is the word I will use there. Why was it questionable?
I was feeling questionable about the pick. Now, I think Geb has some counter pick potential. I think he has actually some matchups where he should be picked more often than he is not. And I think there's also some gods that make what Geb want to do nearly impossible. And I think Ganesh is one of those gods that Geb he can't do his job. Ganesh has a 1.8 second channeled silence.
True.
And Geb needs to get up close for a lot of these fights. Geb's not one of those super far backliner, like Khepri-esque gods.
Yeah.
He wants to be kind of in the middle of a fight.
He's a middle ground guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Ganesh can just walk up to that area and just silence what Geb wants to do.
But if Ganesh is there, then Geb's winning, right? Because he's focusing on him and not peeling.
A lot of what Geb wants to do, though, or what Ganesh wants to do, is he just wants to drop ult onto the enemy backline and then turn and peel, and just whatever Geb is doing, he can kind of just change what he wants to do. And I think it's a lot easier to play Ganesh when the support for the enemy team is super obvious with what it wants to do. If you looked at the previous god that they were hovering, Charon, I think Charon is such a good pick into Ganesh, and I think that is one we want to look at a lot more.
Okay.
Because he just outranges Ganesh.
Outrange for the silence.
Exactly.
And silence. Yeah.
Ganesh is not a long-ranged support. He's very short-range, but so is Geb. And that is where I think Geb struggles with a little bit.
Okay.
And Mike did opt for the sprint instead of the blink, so he's playing more of that backline-y peely, and I think there's just other gods that would have done it better than Geb at this point.
Okay, well, I mean, for me, I would have seen the shell personally over the sprint at this point, and then maybe the blink later on. Start the game, though, look at the pressure we see in the duo lane. Leap in straight away from BaRRa as he hits 2 onto Vote, and this is the issue that Vote's going to struggle with, but Mike did hit level 2 and get a shield out immediately to prevent some of that damage, and BaRRa lost the trade overall there. They will have potions at least to keep the sustain going, but support poked out versus carry poked out, I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like kind of just poke to
usual
poke.
battles, right?
Everyone's going to be using their pots.
You'd have been dead by now, by the way.
Yeah, you love these, huh? You love just having...
I've had years of watching you play do that on cooldown, and Bobby's dead.
And then
Bobby's
there's some
dead.
times where
and then you win the game.
And then there's some times where you're like, wow, how did he do that?
Wow,
That was
Bobby's
incredible.
the best. Yeah, we did do that at times.
Yeah.
We did do that at times.
Rarely,
but
it was there.
It did happen. Our recipes picked up as well. I will say I was a bit surprised by not necessarily the Noir pick, because I do want to talk about why we see more Noir, but more importantly, with how this team of Dragons play, I thought they might have run the Noir in dual lane and put Marty mid, but instead it's BaRRaCCuDDa forced to beads away as LASBRA rotate around the back. What a great impale out of BaRRaCCuDDa though. Give himself some peel, but he was relatively safe under the circumstances there anyway. Good early gank from LASBRA.
I mean, Laz is losing Blink there, but he gets med down, he gets the beads down on BaRRa. It gives them an opportunity to play through this lane. This is not a lane that the Dragons are planning on winning.
Sure.
But now that they have that opportunity, because BaRRa's now short on beads.
And when you talk about like them not winning this lane, it's because it's Marty and Geb. They don't have a ton of pressure in lane, right? And they might need some help now. Beats down on Vote, has to cleanse the slow more than anything else. He's still surrounded by Scream, who leaps in and finds the kill. LASBRA's there to return damage, but look at the good work out of Scream and Hurriwind protecting BaRRaCCuDDa in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter if he doesn't have beads, if Scream's coming over there.
Yeah.
The body blocks were so good. Honestly, I thought Voted ended up playing that very well with his beads timing, but it was just barely off where they just ended up getting in front of him anyway. The impale didn't hit, but didn't really matter too much. Great play there, really good comeback. Now this lane that was maybe potentially on the even footing is now back to
where it
Anhur
should be.
has a lead.
Yeah, where it should be. Anhur and Ganesh kind of pushing the way forward for the time being. And that's why I kind of was mentioned, I was a bit surprised we didn't see the Marty necessarily go mid. We've seen a lot of Martys mid, and maybe the Noir in the dual lane. Did you think this is better for the matchups in your opinion?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
I think it's kind of just like 50-50. Neither Nuwa or, I mean, realistically, you think about them both. They both are just letting the wave kind of come to them and then clearing.
Correct.
They're not clearing aggressively.
Yeah.
They're both kind of doing the same thing. The only reason that I would think Nuwa in mid lane makes more sense is she's just not as safe as Marty. The movement speed from Marty's 3 obviously just gives him that ability to just sprint from that middle part of the lane all the way down.
I love those, you know, the actual ambush technique, the grass that he brings to the mid lane is so useful for gank pressure and controlling that middle of the map, you know?
Exactly, and for mid camps.
Yeah.
If you see an enemy Marty's bush at the
You
mid
want
camps,
a
you're
ward
like,
in there?
ooh,
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, have I got a ward just to throw in it and check? Because I don't want to step up too far.
Waste your ward.
Exactly. Left-hand side, though, prop buff being contested between the two. The usual dance, and what I've seen from experience on that side personally, is whoever pulls it loses it. That seems to be the way with that buff overall.
It is such a bad feeling to pull it, get half health by it, or like lose a third of your health, and then the enemy support or enemy ADC just walks in and just hits it and steals it.
And I just, you know, you sigh because your carry just can't hit an ability. It's not rocket science.
ADCs are just so bad at confirming stuff.
I guess in a way,
kills.
it's practice for Gold Furies. You know what I mean? That's what we should use that as, is practice with the carries to get the Gold Fury, the last hitting it, securing those buffs.
Could you imagine if an ADC had to be the one to secure a Gold Fury instead of the mid laner? ADCs are so bad at securing like everything. I cannot imagine.
Under a bit of pressure here. He dropped the Dharmic Pillars down as Mike hit his ultimate in response to. Silence was there, but a great follow-up rotation from LASBRA, who was on the scene a bit quicker. You know why? Because he's on the Ratatoskr. Scream did show up, and Blinking getting aggressive towards Vote, forcing an ult back. And pressure has been relieved for a moment. That was a gank on a gank on a gank going on there with the fight in dual lane. Now Scream's back once more. Vote doesn't have his ultimate escape this time round. Mike will get a good shield off to prevent some of the damage. The chase is still on, and that's the end of that endeavor in the left-hand side for now.
Great peel by Mike there. All of his abilities held for a good timing, and I'm pretty sure if he doesn't hit that slow, Scream goes for that dive and probably has the damage to kill. So overall, really good peel by Mike there, and really good setup for that fight by both Mike and by Vote to set up the kill, for Laz to then get a lot of damage off, and for Vote to get the kill.
Right, and Harpy's then going to be going down by LASBRA, who did rotate to the left-hand side. Tell a lie, did get stripped away by Venenu there. Did a good job of returning the damage. But I love the fact LASBRA goes left-hand side, gets a gank off, goes straight back to farming on the right-hand side, and Scream still dancing on the left-hand side, can't find what he was really looking for there.
I mean, a lot of it comes down to, I think both of these junglers recognize duo is important right now. The meta, just this entire season, it's been very duo-centric. Solo's not mattered too much. It's another game. Was that a steal? I don't remember if green like that means...
Well, you got to learn this.
Yeah.
Do you reckon it was stole?
I think it's a no, because I think...
I personally don't care either way, and I'm not going to put my money down on which one it is, by the way.
think-
But I know chat's going to be like, man, you're a terrible caster if you don't know this.
Well, I'm new to it, so I can be wrong.
You've been playing the game forever, you should know, right? You watch these games, you spectate all these games for scrims, right? When you were watching Scrim Review, did you do Scrim Review, Bobby?
I just secured everything, so I knew every buff that I was hitting was mine.
That is a lie. I have replays in the back that show otherwise.
I'm pretty sure that means Order Side got it. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, here's the good news, right? No one's picked it up, so it don't matter.
Oh, good call, good call.
That's what I would say. Also, what you can do is check the numbers at the top. You see that gold number that goes up? One side gets more gold than the other when they get camps, right?
How much gold is green buff worth?
It's probably like 40, give or take. Do you know?
It's like 70.
Like 70? See, you didn't even know when you asked me the question you don't know the answer to. Scream in mid lane, out of mana, out of health, and trying to run for his life as Nika rotated and trying to get the kill. He was setting up, though, for LASBRA, which has a dunk on in, using his clone, but now Nika may get punished for doing so. Silence is good as Haddix rotates in, drops the wall, and Venenu credited with a kill. A dive on mid lane to kill Scream, ends up 1 for 1, and now LASBRA's looking to the left-hand side. Action early in this game.
Both of these teams are just really looking to push this early game. It's a lot different than we've seen from the rest of this weekend. A lot of those teams are looking to just farm, kind of wait for their almost second relic.
Get the 12 marker, right?
And these guys are just fight. If we have a small advantage, fight. If we can look for something here, fight. And I like that. I think this is just a lot better for these teams because those little leads you get when you're putting on the pressure, they mount and they get really big really fast.
Well, left-hand Harpies are now being taken by the Ravens so far. Level 9, same for Venenu and Dardez at this stage of the game. Slight lead for Hurriwind on this Ganesha. He will get a bit of an advantage there just because of the extra passive range of getting the XP farm range for Ganesh as well. Relic and item builds here. Anything crazy to speak of, Bobby? Anything stands out to you as a surprise at all?
No, we've been seeing a lot of med, though, recently, this entire weekend. A lot of supports have been picking up med, and it's not because of base med. Base med is pretty weak right now. However, Tier 3 cooldown med is phenomenal. It is so good. It changes fights. There's not a ton of anti-heal by the time you level it after your first item.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Hurry doesn't back, and his next back, he is upgrading it and getting like a Tier 1 item. And I think that's kind of what they're playing for more so than anything else.
Vet in the jungle, a bit out of position here, getting aggressed on by LASBRA because Nika's on the raid too. Snipe off the mark from Venenu and a Jingu bang from Nika will secure the kill. 3-man army comes into play thanks to the new ultimate too. And LASBRA is still deep in the jungle here. He's trying to buy time for his ultimate, or yep, there you go. His ult just came up and got used immediately to get away from Haddix. Left-hand side, BaRRaCCuDDa getting aggressive against Vote, but Mike's going to be on the rotation earlier than that of Scream. Rollout will come through, knock him into the wall. Knock up is good. No beads exhumed. Vote still stepping up looking for the kill. But meanwhile, Scream on this rotation is going to punish him for it. And Mike can't do too much under the circumstances. Maybe an ult might have bought him a second. But still, Vote ends up falling down. And that was more down to BaRRaCCuDDa's aggression than anything else.
I mean, I think it was just a super good bait. It made it look like BaRRa was on the back foot, he was trying to get away, and then Scream was just letting them be baited forward. Vote had already ulted, BaRRa forced it ult.
Worst timing for Vote too. Loses a wave, loses his purple and the shield buff.
So good for Scream, so bad for, Now Scream is getting everything on the map. BaRRa's now in a really good spot, and this is where you want your Anhur. You want your Anhur head. Same with their Nua. Last Nua, the Venenu Nua, was 0-3 at this point, or 0-2 at this point. We have an 0-0-3 Nua now. She's getting farmed. She's actually ahead of the Raw, which is what you want when you have someone like a Nua.
Well, we'll see how this continues to play as we approach the 10-minute mark. Still all even. Slight gold lead, though, in favor of the Ravens so far. However, discrepancies in XP is definitely showing. Solo lane, a slight lead for Nika, and he's actually been rotating a little bit earlier, I want to say. We saw the gank in mid. He was there first. He's leaving lane a bit quicker, but I guess his wave clears a little bit quicker than
Probably.
that.
Thor also had the recent nerf to his 1, so maybe that early game changes how it happens a bit more, and Wukong just clear a little bit easier.
BaRRa and Vote going at it once again. Still beads available for BaRRa, but he won't use them on the knock-up. Then he'll use it on the ultimate from Cataclysm. Mike did a ton of work there, and he's just trying to buy time for the inevitable death from BaRRaCCuDDa here. He might be able to escape here. The pillar comes into play. The damage is fine, but it's not enough. Vote doesn't have his ultimate. Mike's going to go in for the rollout to find a new war. And finally, the damage comes through from the shockwave for the kill. Mike played that really well.
Mike played that phenomenal. BaRRa played that phenomenal.
He did.
I think Vote played it a little too slow, and I think the timing.
What's he supposed to do? He hit his stuff.
Well, he walked around, and instead of just walking right in, he kind of delayed it a little bit, but he was just waiting for ult. He was probably nervous that if, Anhur jumps on me.
Scream gank again?
Or Scream is coming out of the jungle.
I was looking at that because the way BaRRa was like, I'm like, where's Scream? Well, where's LASBRA is the real answer. Haddix makes a rotation towards the middle area and those right-hand Harpies, and a great job from him combining with Venenu at that moment in time to give them a nice little pick. And LASBRA's struggling a little bit more on this right at this stage than we've seen previous.
And I like seeing that combo come out already, the Raw Thor combo. It's Tails all this time. Thor either looks for...
Why'd you stop talking?
The Gold Fury.
Oh, yeah, there's a Gold Fury. It's down, and Ravens are going to take it. I like the call from them. They just recognized the window there.
I mean, they got the pick on Laz. You know Nua's not going to be walking up too much when she doesn't have ult, so she's not in a spot where she does want to walk into the jungle. And then you've got a Ra, one of the best early game Gold Fury gods.
Completely true. Just catching LASBRA's death there, created that window with the pressure in the dual lane, really came into play.
But like I was saying, the Ra Thor combo, seeing that come out already 10 minutes into the game, we should be seeing that a lot more. Tale old as time, one of the best combos in the game. So many CCs by the Thor and just a ton of damage by Ra.
Left-hand side, aggression on the purple buff. Right-hand side, aggression on the blue buff, and it's Haddix against 2 here. The wall and double tap will secure the buff for him, and he'll be able to go and pick that up. And you can see the taunts coming through from Haddix just to let him know, how dare you try and invade my buff. Meanwhile, left-hand side, purple buff was secured by Vote there as well. As you can see, Bobby, just so you know, he's like, there's a little icon that appears that shows a purple thing when they picked up the buff, which lets you know you've got.
That's what that means.
Yeah, yeah. I know you didn't get too many of those. I mean, you get green buff now.
I do.
You do?
That buff is so good.
Speaking of green, we don't talk about, as support players, we don't talk about the usefulness of green, okay? Because you know they'll steal it.
It's such less golden XP though, but it's
yes.
so good.
Yes.
So don't pick it up.
Speaking of the buffs, however, masks this season. What do you like about the masks? Is there a specific one that you're like, this is the one, I'm going to use it every single time?
The totems. I didn't even know they were masks.
I mean, they are totems and masks as LASBRA ends up getting a kill with onto Haddix there. Apologies for that. Beacon fight still going on in the mid lane though as PBM gets aggressive with Dardez, but the reinforcements of Ravens are there with 4 members strong, and the gank on the right hand side open that window up, and the left hand Harpies do go down. But yeah, going back to the totems, the masks in the camps, is there a specific one you get every time? Is it just cooldown for everyone? Is that where everyone's going now?
I think it kind of depends on what you're playing, what you're doing. I do think speed buff is a little weak. The 5% pen, usually not too impactful. Same with the lifesteal, not too impactful. I do think there are scenarios where they're okay though. I think a lot of the times you want to be looking towards either purple, blue, or green, and it's just dependent on what you kind of need. Blue buff, always good as long as you're not 40% cooldown. Green buff, literally always good. There's never a time where having extra health and extra mana is bad. And then attack speed is almost always at least okay.
Executioner picked up by BaRRaCCuDDa. Meanwhile, Vote has gone for the Soul Eater. So once again, a little bit more ability focused. And I do want to touch on that. We've seen a ton of ability focused hunters, or even the mages in the, with the Freya and the Oleron too in this duo lane. Anhur does kind of lean a little bit more to the auto attack style with how his passive works for the most part. But we're seeing so many ability hunters. What is the reason for that?
I just think both builds just work right now. I think we haven't had an ADC meta where both builds have been good in a long time.
And I think both builds, you mean ability builds?
Yeah, ability and auto attack build. And I think right now we're kind of in that niche where both, depending on what your comp is and what your comp wants to accomplish, both can be very valuable.
We'll see how it works out as this one fleshes out. Because I guess ability-based ones, they don't swing as hard at Phoenixes as quick, I guess is the issue.
Yeah.
So sieging becomes trickier.
Their objectives are also a lot worse.
Hurriwind getting aggressive. He's got backup, though, does the Jade Dragons, I should say. Mike and Vote had LASBRA and Dardez rotate through mid, but they've opened up a window in mid lane there for some free tower pressure. The beacon, sorry, the Bastion will fall down. But they won't pressure onto the tier 1. Red buff isn't available for them to take. Pyromancer is spawning on this right-hand side soon. You can see Raven starting to focus their attention around that area.
Yeah, I think there was a small window for the Dragons to help get that purple buff and then head back to mid to defend this Pyro.
Pyro just got ulted though on the left-hand side and has to leap away. Good damage out with the follow-up from Vote. He's just created enough separation there for the shield buff to be looked at. Hurriwind is here to steal, however. And even if he does get it, it will at least deny some farm off the map. Bit of a waiting game as mid lane. There's a bit of pressure on towards Dardez there for a second from Scream from a full minion wave, but LASBRA's in the area too.
Another really good beats hold by BaRRa. I think his relics have been really good this game. He's still very strong on the map right now. And Pyro's going to be a very difficult spot for the Ravens to play around because Nika's just so huge. How are you going to deal with the Wukong that's got both healing, physical defense, magical defense right now? Unless you're just one-shotting him before he can get into the air, you're not dealing with this Wukong.
Yeah, I think a lot of the squishier backliners have really experienced how damaging that Jingu Bang, the first ability, is on the Wukong these days. It swings a lot harder than you expect most of the time.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. And his build, I think, really helps lend itself to him doing so much damage.
Speaking of Nika here, he's coming to check on the Pyromancer and gets leapt on immediately by Scream. Will Ox form away, but he's at half health here. Ravens might feel confident as the teleport comes out from Haddix towards the tier 1 tower in mid, and BaRRaCCuDDa group towards mid as well. There is a small advantage here.
And I think Nika does have to be really worried when he blinks in. He doesn't have beads, so if he blinks into the Ganesha silence, maybe.
Speaking of beads, LASBRA doesn't have any anymore, also has the ult away. Meanwhile, the Pyro is still under threat from Hurriwind and Venenu, and they will bring it down. Small victory for the Ravens. However, left-hand side of the map, Vote has got a bit of free form with the BaRRaCCuDDa rotation. to take down this tier 1 tower and at least find some global gold on the map.
I really like how the Ravens are playing this current mid-game portion. They're forcing fights when they're strong, and they're not just doing it all 50-50. They're really making it so it's nearly automatic. This next Gold Fury is another opportunity for them to actually look for this, and look for it before the solo laners rotate. Yeah. Thor's strong right now, but is he anywhere near as strong as this level 16 Wukong who hasn't reset, so he's going to have another item and a half? No, he's not. So I hope the Ravens try to force this Gold Fury or force a play down somewhere on the left side where the solos don't rotate.
Well, the big dance will really begin on the Gold Fury side then, I guess, now as the Gold Fury has respawned and nothing up and available on the right-hand side as the final blue buff that was up goes over towards Nika there. 17 for Dardez in mid lane, up against Venenu, also at level 17 at the moment. Cooldown build a little bit more focused on from Dardez here. Not as much as we saw out of Venenu last game, because Venenu went for Chronos Pennon first item. This time round, Dardez really wanted to make sure he had some good damage coming out from his abilities by going for that Book of Thoth.
I think Chronos Pennon just helps you farm a little bit easier, always having more abilities up just to kind of spam them to clear. I do want to touch on Venenu's build. The last gasp, actually, that he has, it's one of the newer items that was added. It gives you flat pen.
Oh, here we go.
It gives you flat pen.
No, don't put it up, dog.
I knew it.
Okay.
Flat pen power. It gives you the... Okay, I just want to make sure that Scream got into the air. Gives you flat pen power, gives you power when you heal your allies depending on their health. I think it is actually a really good item for a lot of mid laners, like the Ra, like the Chang'e, because you get that extra 80 power or something like that.
Well, we'll see if it comes into play as this. As Haddix is in the sky now and Nika goes aggressive for a second. Silence out from Hurriwind to make sure Nika can't get to the sky yet, but not enough damage to bring him down. Nika's fine for now. Stygian Beacon fight continues and the dance is a 1-for-1 so far. Just keep an eye on Vote hidden in the sky. They know LASBRA's up in the sky here too, so you can see Ravens playing more defensively. And all you're going to do is have the same numbers of people on this Stygian Beacon to stop it from regenerating. Nika goes in, gets aggressive, gets silenced out. Doesn't lose a ton of health though. Scream gets chip-tapped for a little bit, but the battle is slowly going the Dragon's way. Haddix just staying on this point as long as he can. Scream gets the left-hand Harpies, and slowly but surely, the extra mana to staying on this point is going to favour the Dragons here, or is it? 3 members on, 2 members on, 3v2, 2v3, and it's going to go the way of the Dragons. Wow! What a great fight.
I mean, it just comes down to how strong the Wukong is at that point. He blinked in 2 times. I thought he was going to be forced into ulting.
Me too.
And then he took no damage. He didn't ult. He healed up a little bit. I mean, you even win that into a comp that has a Ra as a healer, and you're just in a really good spot.
Well, look at this. The Gold Fury pulls straight away from Highland Ravens here, and Dragons kind of just back to the worst opportunity moment. Haddix going to be able to zone away. Nika going to come in and find out that it's already got done, and there's nothing they can do about it, so the Ravens extend their gold lead a little bit more.
I mean, it was a free Gold Fury when they had this vision like they had. They knew exactly where Vote was. They knew exactly where Wukong was. Laz showed up in solo lane. Good little macro play by Laz. They're not defending this Gold Fury at this point. Good way to make this slightly even of a trade, getting the tier 1 for the Gold Fury.
Mike in mid lane, now level 13. Did pick up Blink as his secondary relic. Has continued to invest in the sprint. I want to talk about the sprint real quick. Do you think you should go for... How you felt about like the Fatalis effect sprint? I think it's a little underrated, but I expect this game is probably going for the route to try and slow down the mobility.
I think they're both fine. I think it really kind of depends on how you want to play your comp. I don't think... Exactly. I don't think Hastened really lends much to a new Marty. So I hope he goes for the route sprint. It's strong into the Ravens comp when you look at it too. You're going to be either forcing a dash out, or if it's on the Raw, beads maybe, or Ganesh, something peeling.
Oh, a little bit of overextension from Vote there, a little bit worried. You saw Scream leap towards him because there's no tier 1 tower there, but LASBRA was right back behind them, and I think he got spotted out too. Now the collapse is on towards LASBRA. Still has his ultimate available and a blink, so can get out of danger here, or even try and take him on a merry goose chase through the jungle for a while longer. They don't spot him out though in the end. Purple buff is spawning on this left-hand side. BaRRaCCuDDa stepping up to contest, and now LASBRA is round the back again. The ward, I don't think spotted. BaRRa will sense it now though, but already look at the burst out from Vote already. BaRRa leaps away, but only to his dash doom of LASBRA being there for follow-up. The good news is, Ravens are immediately on the Pyro. Great ult from Mike to slow them down though, and a knock-up. Nika in, jumps on towards Venenu, but Venenu's still very tanky at that point. Didn't take a ton of damage. He hits the snipe and forces Nika's ult, and Nika can't get his ultimate off in time as Scream gets credit for the kill. Pyromander's still here. LASBRA trying to get in there, but Mike has no ultimate. Now getting collapse on himself. He's only level 13 against the level 18 jungler and solo laner, but instead Ravens group and clump together looking to push down this tier 1 tower.
I think this game talks about just how powerful beads are on solo laners. If you don't go those beads and you're playing against something like Ganesh, any opportunity that you go in, you could die before even getting your ults off.
Completely true. 4,500 gold lead and 1,300 experience, I should have said 1,000 at this point of the game. It does feel a little bit better from the Ravens. The first 20 minutes of this game a lot better than what we saw the Ravens in game 1.
I think it's a lot of these objectives are going their way. Their XP is not in a great spot comparatively.
True. Yeah.
I mean, votes ahead, even in mid, even in jungle, even in solo. They have a lead in support, and support matters at 15, to be fair, because he's getting his starter and Mike still doesn't have his. But this game is a slightly Ravens favored, but the Jade Dragons are not in a bad spot.
No, not at all. I do think both teams could still run away with this one. If one Fire Giant goes their way, could change the dynamic. But we're starting to get to the point where team fights are going to be the most instrumental moments of this game, and the Fire Giant dance will slowly begin. As people hit level 20, there's not much else to farm for other than a couple of items, maybe some potions.
Yeah, this is a lull that usually happens when you see so many 19s. Both teams are saying, let's get our starters,
20.
let's get 20.
Yeah.
Especially the greedy mid laners and ADCs.
200 gold short, guys. Fire Giant,
Hold
though,
that.
pulled by the Ravens. Almost down to half health there as Haddix to the sky early. Looking at LASBRA in the back. They spot him out and finds the connection onto LASBRA, who beads and dashes away. He ults himself. Fire Giant has been reset technically and fully now by the Ravens as the dash out from Screammmmm. All the while, that was only 2 members of the Dragons in the area.
Instead of committing for the Fire Giant, Venenu actually, instead of holding B or one ult for the Fire Giant, they actually look to ult the Rat off the Thor ult. Still pulling it.
Fire Giant goes down. Highland Ravens do secure it. Mike and Nika were on the scene, but couldn't stop the damage coming through. Ganesha pillars used. The Scream is hovering in the air, and now Vote under a lot of pressure too. He'll continue to jiggle up there for a few seconds more. Don't worry, he's down now though. And now Haddix will zone away. 5 members strong with the Ravens and the Fire Giant around their waist. Start to siege up some towers, and Jade Dragons a little bit discombobulated. You see LASBRA pushing mid, try to split push a little bit, realizing it's gonna be a tough task to defend without some of these ultimates being available.
And Raw was actually used off the Thor combo instead of holding it for that Fire Giant. And that Fire Giant ended up becoming a little risky. You still just have some of the best secure in the game with Raw 1 alone. Nua's not going to be able to walk up too easily, so it's still pretty easily securable. But it's risky using Raw ult to not hold for secure and just using it there instead.
Haddix in the sky, LASBRA sprint pushing left, so this is a 4v5. Looking towards Vote, who gets some good protection from PBM there, but the snipe from Venenu's good enough to bring down Dardez. Great damage out from Vote, though, when this Martichoras taken to the sky and dealing back damage, but the sustain comes into play from the Ravens. With the Fire Giant in tow and the extra sustain from the heals, the tier 2 will crumble. All the while, LASBRA did get some damage off on that tier 2, but Haddix already back, teleported in after making an impact in the fight, has denied the opportunity.
After such a great setup, I mean, it's so hard to defend when you're down one person and you're trying to stop them because Thor can just TP over. So Thor just gets a free back. If they do want to opt for that Phoenix, which hurries under half health, they did not have a wave there. It's risky. If they do want to opt for it, though, they just have Haddix TP back in. Instead, they played a little bit more defensive, had a Haddix TP to just stop the split push. Get ready for the beacon, get ready for the Gold Fury, clean up all the objectives on the map.
And Beacon is down, and Gold Fury is next on the cards. Tier 2 tower on the left could be the next eye on the prize to an extent. Or do they go and spend? It looks like that's going to be the case here. Go back to base, buy some more items, buy some more wards, and start to siege up again. What do you want to see on this engagement from Ravens and on this split? Do we abuse the Thor once more like we were talking about in game 1? Are we looking to split the map up a little bit? Or are we trying to group as 5 and go for the Phoenix?
I think I like the 5-man split a little bit more this game. They have the raw sustain, and they have a support that just really easily starts fights and allows you to back up. Ganesh drops the Dharmic pillars, and then they back up, they heal with the raw. It's a lot easier to group 5v5 in this one. I would not mind if Thor tried to split the Wukong away, because the Wukong is still very, very problematic. He does have his starter finished. Keeping away the Thor, keeping away the Wukong is maybe fine, but again, a lot of the CC for the Highland Ravens does come from that Thor.
Gets a bit trickier now for the Dragons too, because the Titans have emerged from the base and start to march down the mid lane, and Ravens are in position to whittle down this Order Titan very quickly, which means there'll be an extra man to an extent on the battlefield when the Titan finally gets here. You can see Haddix on the right-hand side, though, just trying to clear up some buffs real quick before he rotates for this fight. Pushes out that wave to make sure there's no split push available. And you can see the Dragons don't want to step up just yet.
I really like what Laz has been doing this entire game. He's been making it so it's just really hard for the Ravens to be able to group and just push, because there's always that worry of, if we push for too long, Laz is going to be taking these tier 1s, these tier 2 towers. So he's making it so they have to make these quick decisions, and a lot of the times the Ravens are opting for just slightly safer calls.
LASBRA versus Haddix in the solo lane. LASBRA losing the trade so far. Titan marches on mid with the Ganesha pillars down to give some separation. Hurriwind and Mike on the front lines. Hurriwind taking a ton of damage from towers as Nika takes a ton himself and is forced to ult to the sky. Cataclysm did come into play from Mike to get some extra peel up, but there's not enough damage to kill the Ravens. It does force them off the tier 2 tower in mid. That will still fall to the Titan as the solo lane duel continues, and Haddix will not find the kill. It was very close though when he dunked back down.
That was a duel. I thought he was going to get one shot. I think Haddix is doing a lot more damage than I expected there too. Maybe LASBRA wasn't like ready for all that damage. But that re-engage by the Dragons to commit a little bit farther than probably felt comfortable, just so the Raw wasn't able to heal up the team as much as he would have been able to. It was a really great play by the Dragons.
I mean, when you think about that, was a Fire Giant team from the Ravens who had the Titan on a tier 2 tower. They had lost an FG. Against an FG team, you lose a tier 2 tower. I'm okay with that. That's a great result.
And they still have their tier 2 and duo up, so the only open Phoenixes are the Phoenixes that you'd prefer to lose. Obviously, you don't want to lose Phoenixes, but if you had to give up one, either the solo or mid ones is fine.
Fire Giant dance will begin again soon, and this FG, depending on how long the fight takes, could take over to the Enhanced Fire Giant when we hit the 30-minute mark this time round. It will become a battle of Ward Wars for sure. Jade Dragons are not out of game 2. Whatsoever. They are down 10,000 gold at this stage, and if you're a betting man, you're probably leaning the Ravens' way. But with how SMITE gets played, Bobby, there's always one fight that can just turn it on a knife edge.
Yeah, if we look at the builds, Haddix full build, Venenu full build, those are the only two. Only two in the entire game, and they're both on the Raven side. I think you have to give them a pretty strong advantage here. A 6-item Raw, probably sitting around 700 power with that build. He's going to be very scary in this next fight.
And Venenu, quite happy to throw those ults out all the time. You were mentioning, going aggressive early rather than securing. The cooldown's relatively low as well for the most part to just spam them in fights. And he's hitting prime targets. Dardez died last time round on a tier 2 right off that Raw snipe.
Yeah, I mean, he's been piloting this Raw really well, and they've actually pulled this Fire Giant.
Mike stepping up to try and see what's going on, get some vision for his team to see where they can go. LASBRA on the right-hand side, keep an eye on him. Ravens sense the danger, though, and back away, resetting the Fire Giant once more. There's no minions across the map pushing anywhere. They're all kind of neutralized in the middle area here. So it will be a forced fight at this moment unless someone decides to try and split things up.
And the Ravens are going to be happy doing this. You have a Raw who's going to be full healing your team. Any type of trade where you're not losing somebody or getting them down to 100 health is going to be a win for the Ravens.
Haddix a little bit out of position here as he steps up away from Nika. Does avoid the damage out from the 72 transformations there. Ravens go back towards starting the Fire Giant again. Mike and Nika. Mike blinks in, gets a Cataclysm on 3. LASBRA's also in there as well. BaRRaCCuDDa leaps away, having consumed his beads, eats a ton of damage from the new ult, and LASBRA's there for follow-up. Venenu's still alive, though. Good relic usage to buy as much time as possible. So 1-for-1 so far. Votes in very deep as he gets swooped on by Screammmmm. Hurriwind's health bar is low. BaRRaCCuDDa's free casting on the backside towards Mike of all people. Can't get towards one of the focused damage dealers if he could. Nika gets credit for the kill onto Screammmmm as Dardez gets one on BaRRaCCuDDa, and only Hurriwind and Haddix left alive. What went wrong there for the Ravens, Bobby?
Honestly, just a great engage by Mike. The blink ult, locking 4 people down in that Fire Giant pit. Beads were burned. Aegis were burned, were maybe not optimal, or they burned them too late where they weren't able to Aegis as much. Absolutely great start to that fight by Mike.
Well, you can actually see the double tap from Haddix there really shuts down some of Dardez's health bar, and I think that just prevents him even looking at the FG, which was a potential option for them. But now he gets the full health of Hurriwind and that 3/4 health for Haddix. A trickier task, so it's a bit of a neutral game for a moment or two here. Maybe a gold fury, I guess. We're waiting for respawns for everybody.
Yeah, now we're just looking for those full builds being finished up. Like I said before, Haddix, Venenu had full build.
Yep.
We'll see if anybody on the Dragons can get to full build for the next fight. Nika, first one there. He's just finished his Stone of Binding. I mean, that Wukong kind of went huge in that last fight too, so I expect another great performance by him in this next one.
Definitely a Geb dream, though, to be able to blink in and catch 3 members with an ultimate. Like, the Ravens have to split a little bit further apart than what they were doing. I know they want to stay in range of each other for sustain and support, but too close can also be a detriment.
Yeah, exactly. Or you need somebody to keep that Geb in combat.
Yep.
Thor was in the air super early in that fight. If you have Thor not in the air and just walling off the Geb or poking him so he has the bluestone on him, it makes it a lot harder for Mike to get in. When you look at Mike's build also,
yeah,
he's really only looking to play this one way. He wants to start this fight off with his blink, and then he wants to sprint his team into this fight and take it.
Back away, be on pure duty the whole time, yeah. You can also see they went for the heroism this game, not the compassion. One reason for that for sure, you can't blink if you're getting hit constantly because you're eating damage. But secondly, the extra shield really comes into play. Haddix took a ton more than expected there. Knocked to half health, has to ult away. That ult being on cooldown is a bit of a problem now for the Ravens on some of their zone work and engagement options. Pyromancer being looked at heavily by the Dragons here. Because these carries are hitting full build now, Bobby, they're starting to swing back against the tanks as you expect in the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, this Dragons team has kind of evened up this game. I mean, the gold is still 9, 10k.
Snipe
really
reset
good
by
drop.
Venenu, and Dragons get the Pyromancer there. Great job, like you said, of just like resetting consistently, trying to bait out some of those secure objective abilities.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play by Vote there, dropping that at a good time. Taking a look at that last play by the Thor. The Thor dies there if Nuaz just got that Reaver. That Reaver is going to be the difference between being able to kill frontliners and not. Once she gets to full build, once Vote also gets his final item, he's missing his Heartseeker, I assume. That's going to be a lot more damage that Haddix is taking, and he's going to have to be a lot more careful for the next fights when those are finished.
Scream leaps away from the shockwave, but Dardez needs to leap away from everyone. The blinking from Mike to get separation. Nuaz in the sky with diamonds, but on landing, Scream's there with a swoop to secure the kill. Mike's health bar is so low that Scream could keep chasing with Haddix in support too. Meanwhile on the back, Nika forced to use his ultimate as LASBRA creates separation on the back to keep the Ravens from dogpiling in to the squishy members of the Dragons who are whittled down. The Ravens' health bars are very, very good right here, Bobby, and now they're the ones looking at the FG in a comfortable position.
I mean, Dardez is just getting caught out. Vote's nowhere near there, so it's just on Dardez. Fire Giant being pulled, you have the Raw. This is going to be a great setup fight for the Ravens.
LASBRA is around the back, and Scream senses there could be someone around here. Nika causing a distraction, though, to give LASBRA a window to get in. But Scream sees it, as did the Ganesh, and the pillars drop down. Blink used by LASBRA immediately in that engagement, and all the while, the Dragons are just buying time for people to get back to the fray. Mike here, Vote here as well. Good work from the front line of the Dragons so far, but the FG is still getting lower. A gauge again on towards Nika, who's silenced and can't do much about it. Gets his Ox form off to get a reset again. FG reset, Haddix to the sky, dunking in towards Vote off the mark, misses the wall too, and Nika gets double tapped almost towards the tail end, will survive. FG reset still as LASBRA dances on the backside.
The amount of time wasted by Nika and Laz there was so good. LASBRA might be in a little bit of a spot here, but he does have ult, so he's not too worried. He is forced into the ult, but still, great play. Dardez gets picked. 5v4, you have a healer. You're pulling that Fire Giant.
So what's the play if you're Ravens there? That's the real question on that, right? Like, you're on the FG, you know you got the man advantage, you're trying to pick LASBRA is kind of the play here. They're worried about the Rat ulting back in. Nika's causing more distraction too. Do you think Ravens just should commit to FG there, or did they play it right?
I mean, again, both plays are fine. There's no like 100% correct play. There's risks in both of them. That one, it's you miss your abilities or they blink out of the abilities correctly at good timing. They end up living. But, I mean, if Thor hits the wall, Haddix hits the wall onto Nika when he dashes, Nika's dead. If Ganesh ult hits Laz before Laz can get his blink off, another one dead. So I'm fine with the play. A little unfortunate. Half a second earlier from some of the abilities, and this is a completely different game.
Well, if you're a Dragons fan there, you'll be happy because now we're still at an even keel with the Fire Giant still available for either one to capture. Siege Beacon is up. Haddix in mid lane with some good pressure on Minion Wave there. Could look for that. He's going to try a bit of split push as he'll meet LASBRA in lane down mid as the junglers square off. Very similar junglers in style, both with semi-global ultimates that can really come into play. And I think both of these two, the Thor and the Ratatoskr specifically, are really standing out to me to be in the playmakers of these teams.
I mean, both of them are a lot of the good CCs from their team.
True.
Rat, if you think about it, his 3 might seem like it's really short range, but that goes really long. It goes up to like 70 units or something like that. So a lot of their setups come from that.
You just saw a Shining Metal come out from Dardez there, and it actually hit onto Hurriwind, who lost a third of his health off one of those procs with that penetration and that Soul Reaver, as you were mentioning, coming into fray. The tanks become squishier the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, just touched on it right there. Dardez Vote have now finished their starter or their builds. Haddix and Hurry have to be so careful with how they position now. One Mike blink ult followed up by a Shining Metal and some of Vote's abilities. that's going to be just one-shot frontliners.
So Haddix seems to be wanting to keep the pressure on the mid lane. Dragons have adjusted their composition and strategy here by putting Nika on the Sun Wukong towards mid to nullify that split push. And it's giving LASBRA a bit of a window down the right-hand side. Look at where Mike is too. Pushing up, creating an avenue for LASBRA to get into in security. But Mike needs to watch his position himself. He's a bit far forward here, silenced out. They might try and look at Mike, but LASBRA has sneaked around the back. Blinking from Nika. Looks towards BaRRaCCuDDa. BaRRaCCuDDa going to use his ultimate and the beads to buy as much time as possible. Venenu's health bar below half as a Geb Cataclysm does connect, allowing LASBRA to dunk him for the kill. Nika credited with it. The wall comes through from Haddix looking for the pickup of LASBRA, but in doing so he takes a ton of damage from Dardez and from Vote. Ravens end up losing their healer in the fight, and the sustained game goes away.
Wonderful setup for that fight for Laz and Mike. They walked around the backside. Mike had a lot of eyes on him, but there was no eyes on the Rat. The Raw was actually out of position by himself, or in position because he was in his own jungle,
Sure.
but he was by himself, and the Rat nearly one-shot him, leading him to use both relics, and he ended up dying. Now this next fight, they have 100 seconds until the ability or the relics come back up.
I think the issue you're having here is the Ravens are playing more defense now on these aggressive plays from the Dragons. They're the ones initiating these fights a little bit more. And Ravens are like, these guys are out of position, we should go on them, but then they're getting collapsed on straight away. It's the Dragons to pull the EFG. Nika on Zone G around the back looking for BaRRaCCuDDa. BaRRaCCuDDa has no relics, remember, or his ultimate. He just lost those in the last engagement and already knocked down to a third health. But you can see that BaRRaCCuDDa can throw out a couple of autos and do good damage to Nika at this stage of the game. Still, Dragons on the FG, drop to half health. Haddix pressuring on towards Nika as LASBRA to the sky. Ganesha Pele's dropped down early, but doesn't find a home for damage, but it is putting damage on the FG for a steal, but the steal is not going to be there. The Dragons will secure the EFG. Screams at one hit, and Noir ultimate is available soon, question mark. Will he drop it? Yes, he will. Dardez with a kill for one.
They should be pushing here. You have
Immediately?
EFG. Yeah, you have EFG.
Push,
You're going
push.
to be full health. Scream is dead for 60 seconds. You're just wasting a lot of time kind of getting this reset off. What are you getting off backs? Your 500 potions of power. Scream is going to be spawning by the time you're getting out of base. If they stop for this Gold Fury, I might be a little upset because this is just a lot of time
You want to
wasted.
see a W key
I
here?
want to see them pushing. EFG is a good opportunity to win 5v5s, but imagine what you can do in a 5v4 with EFG.
Very, very true indeed. I mean, it's going to be another 30 seconds for Scream. However, we'll see what the Dragons choose to do. Ravens are grouping up towards this left-hand side too. Is that Scream they're going to contest this gold, or mainly just strip their own jungle, I guess, expecting the Dragons to be on the side of the map?
Yeah, I think they just want to try to get their camps quick before they went to this Gold Fury. I guess the Dragons are a little worried because Vote was out of relics for a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine the carries going, I've got no relics, I want to base real quick
yeah.
and reset. There's a window though, Bobby, to be like, by basing there, you at least get to communicate with your team, okay, what was used in that fight? Is ultimates up? Are relics on cooldown? How do we all feel right now? Is there any power spikes? I guess it gives that window. But as you said, there was a window to get more from that situation.
And it's not like it's the end of the world. You have EFG on
Yeah.
5. You're not losing the game because you didn't push super quickly. It makes it so there's not as much like worry through the entire fight. Vote also gets his beads back up. There is a chance that the Ravens just one-shot Vote, and that's a 4v4 now. So,
Well, two tier 2 towers drop seconds later. Two members in mid with LASBRA and Nika there. Meanwhile, left-hand side, Dardez and Vote combine nicely. Bit of a split going on here. LASBRA can jump over to this left-hand side too. We've seen a lot of these sieges so far with these semi-global ultimates coming into play.
it's going to be a bit of a hard siege, though, in this straight-up 3v3. Raw sustains a lot. They can't really walk in too easily because of exactly that. The Anhur pillar makes it so if you're in that Phoenix pit, you're going to be slowed for a long time.
Starting to group to the left-hand side, though. LASBRA did get hit with just a single tap of that Haddix hammer, but already the front line is under pressure. Dardez credited with a kill onto Venenu already. LASBRA in the sky looking at BaRRaCCuDDa, who's up next. And BaRRaCCuDDa does a good job of his Aegis to avoid the new War ultimate and the damage that followed up, but the Phoenix will end up falling down. LASBRA's overextension does cost him the iron price, however, but a 1-for-1 trade in the left-hand Phoenix. Jade Dragons will feel pretty good about that so far.
And that's the tempo that I like from Mike. You don't want to sit there and just try to poke the Phoenix down. You want to get in there immediately and start this fight. Venenu's relics had just came up, but then they were immediately used right after, and he died by those. I don't even know what abilities hit him. He just died by kind of everything.
It was very quick indeed of how quickly he went down, and maybe we'll catch that on a replay at some point in the post-show if this game doesn't end soon. Haddix knocked up for a second there. He's a third. Nika around the back. Hurriwind stepping up because he's got Scream on the front lines too towards Dardez. Focus on Dardez, but look at Hurriwind's health bar dropping very low. Dardez does go for the ultimate on towards... Sorry, Scream goes with the ultimate onto Dardez, and Dardez' Aegis buys a lot of time. The leaping is good for him to get the kill on Dardez, and Haddix crash down too. Scream's escaping the noose around the left-hand side, away from the damage of Vote. He'll still be alive. Haddix, meanwhile, could be a bit of a different story. The middle Phoenix stands. What a good defense from Ravens there. Jade Dragons were the ones in a 4v4 scenario that felt good about the engagement, and Ravens hold their own and hold the line.
Vote, unfortunately, instead of trying to kill the front line, actually went to try to kill BaRRa, and BaRRa got out about 100 health. Unfortunate, if he gets that kill, that's a lot easier of a fight to take.
It is, yeah. Completely agree. 40 minutes, 2 40-minute bangers back-to-back so far for me and you, Bobby, yeah? The other casters on all weekend, 25, 30 minutes.
We got blessed.
Is it just you? Is that what it is?
I just give us good smite. I did it when I played. I still do it while I cast.
Whoa. We don't lie as casters, okay? We don't lie. We give reasons and excuses, but we don't lie, Bobby. You did not play good games all the time, okay? How dare you? That's offensive to everyone in the audience right now.
I played at Worlds one time.
Yeah, me too.
Semifinals.
Show match?
No, semifinals.
No, I played at a show match.
Oh,
I played at
yeah,
Worlds too, you know? Just saying.
Probably not very well, but...
Well, I mean, neither did you, so we're kind of
We
leaving
were
on
both
that
in the
front,
same
right?
spot
Hell
there.
yeah! Supports together. Bit of a standoff for a second or two as we wait for the respawns to come through between both teams with the Fire Giant wearing down. Means that we're going to have a situation where Fire Minions will pour down the left-hand side, and so we're going to see Haddix split up that left-hand side as much as he can, has teleport to get back into the fray. But the next EFG could be the be-all and end-all for this game, potentially. I mean, if Ravens get it, though, they could still run away with this game, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the game is just kind of on a knife's edge.
Yeah.
Whoever kind of gets this next EFG will be in a spot where as long as a few of them live, they will be able to win it. Also, Oni Fury spawning, it's not super important, but there's always some potential. If you do get that Oni Fury, there's a lot of pressure being put on those lanes.
Yeah. It would help them out if Ravens managed to get that Oni Fury just to nullify the Fire Minions on the left-hand side, maybe. Could be a window. Same could be said for Dragons, though. If they get that Oni Fury, it's extra enhanced Fire Minions down the left-hand side to force someone back to base. So we'll see if either team feel comfortable. I mean, you're going to have to send 2 members to it, though, Bobby, right?
It's also
if you do that, you're giving up a lot of room at FG.
Exactly. It's so much time it takes, too, and you take 15 seconds. That EFG's down in half that time, so...
Dardez then limping back 3, 3, and 7. I feel like we saw Dardez die more than he actually has so far this game. Died less than Venenu so far, but it has been a couple of inopportune moments. Mike, pilled in place. That's brutal. He will be secured for the kill. Did at least get his sprint off at the end, but great pillar from BaRRaCCuDDa really set a lot of that up to prevent him from escaping the noose.
I mean, Mike hadn't died yet. I think he was just a little overconfident with that positioning. He was walking up by himself.
That's a late game, like, I think I'm tanky, I'm not tanky anymore, I'm out of position now. Talking about out of position, Haddix lost half his health bar there too, but Dardez is low. Maybe Haddix goes in, nope, changes his mind. LASBRA to the sky though. LASBRA wants to get aggressive here. Nika on the front side, trying to keep 4 of them in, 5 of them in combat. Health bars are relatively low. Vote's there with his ultimate for follow-up damage, and as Venenu gets knocked in the sky, Vote poison deals the damage. Dardez picks up Hurriwind, and now Scream 1v1 against LASBRA, trying to get away, and LASBRA finds a kill there too. It was a man advantage for the Ravens. They overextend, and the Dragons 4v5 make them pay.
That is a disgusting combo by the Dragons with the Nuwa and the Rat.
BaRRa going in on Dardez, the beads are down, but the backup is there for the Dragons, and there's no way BaRRa can find it. I guess he felt like the 1v1 was the play, or the 1v3, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he thought he was just going to one-shot Dardez. Maybe he just thought Aegis was down. Somebody in comms maybe called Relics or said,
give it a go.
We got everything, and he went for it.
College try, right?
Yeah, the good old college try.
Left-hand Phoenix does end up falling down. Unfortunately, Haddix did base trying to stop those minions, and that left-hand Phoenix will end up falling down. The Phoenix in mid lane now falls down, and it looks like that could just be the end of the game at this point, Bobby. 16-12, the Jade Dragons are going to be taking us to a game 3 out of a best of 5 with this situation being in tow. I am surprised by how this has all gone so far. Are you?
I'm not too surprised. I think that was a little surprising of an end call, but it kind of happened really quickly. EFG was getting pulled, 5v4, and they ended up losing the fight right after.
Last 2 games have been great, but I just feel the ends are like, backdoor. But I mean, backdoors can be fun. And then game 2 was like, well, there was a weird fight, and then BaRRa went for a 1v3, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, they got a pick on the Geb, had a 5v4, and then lost the fight right after.
Disaster. So what do you want to do if you're Ravens then? What's the game plan? You're 2-0 down. I don't think the Ravens have played particularly badly at all here.
Well, personally, if I'm the Ravens, I would like to win game 3. So
good start.
They're going to try that for the next game. I've got a good feeling about it.
I will say, before we go to a break real quick, why are you wearing a white t-shirt?
It's
Did
pink.
you not have anything else?
It's pink.
You need a jersey?
Is
it pink?
It's pink, yeah.
It doesn't look like it. Maybe my eyes are bad. I needed something for you because I think it just needs a little something. There you go. I think that makes it a little better. You've not had a jersey, you know, so what do you think?
Is this my new jersey?
Yep.
Caster number 4?
Yep.
But like number 1 in your hearts and everyone's hearts, right?
Whose?
Everyone's.
Ask Chat. I don't care. We'll find out. Chat, what do you think? Is he number 4? He's definitely not number 5. We all know who that is. Anyway, go to a break. After the break, we'll be back with Game 3 of this best of 5.
Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait, search up, nigga. The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate, I'm sick of it. They had brain scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked. The master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother told my truth. I shake that fake shit. They praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claim belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that's not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, gotta pay the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby, she agrees. She really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a f about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic. I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Hey. They been on it, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it colossal until I'm a fossil. They want me to fail, look we prevail. I'm on your tail, know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale, yeah. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the punt off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Tooly tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me the tail. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we could tell. Really outside.
Jade Dragons extend their lead in this set to now 2-0 over the Highland Ravens. But the Ravens are not making this one easy for them, Mifflin. These games have now gone 40 minutes plus in both of their matchups so far. And the Jade Dragons, I mean, they're really harping on this Geb more than anything, it felt like, in this game. Letting Mike get in there, get that initiation to set up, to allow this damage to start rolling through for their team. Sustain was great from the Highland Ravens, but we started hitting that point, Miff, where it really felt like, yeah, you got a lot of healing when you're out of combat, but that in-combat healing wasn't really panning out for Venenu for the rest of the Ravens.
No, I mean, good luck getting in-combat healing from a Ra, like, just about ever. But I really liked Nika in particular this game. I felt like it was that Fire Giant defense, that last Fire Giant defense where the Highland Ravens were really starting to push in towards it. I believe they drop it down to about 20% at two separate occasions on the same attempt on Fire Giant, and he just keeps surviving. I think it was 3 separate attempts on Nika's life. Ganesh full channeled silence, knock-up, doesn't matter. He's just incredibly tanky. Oxform was well placed. And he buys infinite time for his team to regroup, reset, and get ready to defend that Fire Giant again. I mean, it was just nearly perfect from him there. So that extends the game, keeps the Jade Dragons in it. The Jade Dragons, and this is something that I'd picked up on during Phase 1, have become like the kings of attrition warfare. Like, they love it when the games go long. Talk to the players, talk to any individual one of these players, say, hey man, if you had the option of ending the game before 40 minutes, they'd say yes, but look at their gameplay on field and it says no, because the majority of their matches are some of the longest that we see in the league. But there's something about it when the stakes are high, when the game goes a little bit later, when it comes down to these individual plays, every single one of them has that X factor where they can step up and make the difference. Nika in particular, I think, deserves every bit of credit, but that's not to say that LASBRA doesn't have a really good game. PBM, of course, as you said, really impressive on that Geb. A lot of those initiations were the difference makers. I'm thinking about Blinks where he's connecting all the Scorching Blink, getting the Cataclysm, getting the knock-up, and just keeping them in that true damage. It is really good stuff from the Jade Dragons. But the Highland Ravens did keep it close.
I think another thing that we kind of talked about during the picks and bans that really kind of got highlighted during this match was just all of this out-of-combat potential for the Jade Dragons to remove themselves from the field of play. Some Wukong jump on the cloud. You have LASBRA on the Ratatoskr jump up onto the tree. Well, now you have 2 people who you can't target at all. You can't do anything to those. Oh, and then, by the way, there's also a Marty who can jump out of combat and still deal a lot of damage back to you. Oh, and then, by the way, there's a Nuwa who can also jump the sky. It just felt like if you didn't get that initial kill, it felt like it was so difficult for the Ravens to really close in and try and gap close up onto the enemy to really be able to get anything there. So really felt like the Jade Dragon just had a lot of that extra safety just built into their kits during a lot of these fights.
Yeah, the ability to escape in the air, the Stone Shield, as you said, the kill secures were certainly there, and that was one of the main differences between their first composition and the second, was the ability to actually secure those kills, and we saw it very often. A lot of those kills just new ultimate. Sure, yeah. I mean, you're not going to miss it every single time. It's going to connect, and so I like what the Jade Dragons were cooking up. That is to say, the Highland Ravens, I feel like, had a lot of opportunities to close out that game. They were in the driver's seat for a good long while, so that is a frustrating match to lose, and it's a frustrating match to put you on set point. Now you've got to think about the entire reverse sweep. You've got, at minimum, if we're going to have let's just assume they're the same length as the previous games, at minimum another 120 minutes of in-game time if the Highland Ravens want to win out on it. I mean, that is mentally exhausting. So I'll be keeping my eyes on them. I want to see them still proactive on map, making aggressive calls, making plays. But having been on the other side of this as a competitor, I absolutely understand how draining it can be.
Well, let's see if anything switches up for these two teams. Picks and bans for game number 3 now between the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. And I think for me, Myth, one question I kind of want to open up before all these bans and picks start rolling through. Do we see the Camazotz a third game? Because I feel like Scream hasn't really had the impact on this Camazotz that we expect from other picks that Scream has had in his wheelhouse. When we think of even his old times of Bastet's, the Najas that he pops out, really feels like he can kind of dictate a pacing of a game. But it's just felt like Scream has kind of existed on the Camazotz for the most part.
I mean, I haven't hated the Camazotz performances, and his KDs have been just fine as well. 5-3 in the first game, 6-4 in the second. The thing about Lucas Spraklin is that when he says, lock me a pick, some days it's going to be the Arachne on the world stage. The other times it's going to be the Bastet when she's out of the meta, right? It's whatever he wants on day of. It's really difficult to tell someone no when they speak with confidence. So if he's saying, I want the Camazotz, that's what I need, you kind of just have to let him rock with it. And that's just the truth of being a good teammate and supportive and making sure that you're not getting in their head beforehand, right? Imagine you're confident in your pick and your entire team says, hey, man, don't do that. That would shut you down almost entirely. So I think if he calls for the Camazotz once more, it hasn't been an egregious performance by any stretch of the imagination. I think there are certainly other picks he could go towards, but I have not hated his individual performances.
So now the first wave of bans has rolled right through. Yamoja, Pele, and Raijin for the Jade Dragons. Highland Ravens will take away Athena, the Morgan, and Chernobog. Once more, Nika can go back onto the Sun Wukong. A top pick in game number 2. Worked out well for Nika. We'll go right back to it here again in game number 3. Now for the Highland Ravens, their top 3 has been a combination of Thor, Camazotz, and insert support for Hurriwind. We'll see if the Highland Ravens go towards that same strategy or if we do see a shift up. Will we see a third game with a Thor, Camazotz combo? Will we see a shift up between those two? Time will tell. Time is ticking down, though, for the Highland Ravens. They start to dip into a little bit of their bank time. And maybe just kind of in general, what's it kind of felt like has been missing from the Ravens from their previous 2 comps to really help them kind of seal out these victories?
Man, I'm not even sure that it's something in composition. It's just maybe the Jade Dragons are really stepping up and having those star performances when need be, like I talked about with that Nika Fire Giant defense, but it's maybe just the decisiveness from the Highland Ravens. Like, there were a lot of opportunities to look at neutral objectives, a lot of opportunities where you could even be willing to coin toss, weighted coin toss on the Fire Giant, right? Do you need to peel off of FG 4 times in a row to shut down a Sun Wukong? Or do you just kind of risk the Fire Giant coin toss knowing that best case scenario he's putting up like a 150 with Jinku Bang? I think maybe those split-second decisions have cost the Ravens, and we don't see that indecisiveness whatsoever from the Jade Dragons. I mean, you can go all the way back to Game 1, which feels like forever ago now, and talk about how they even closed it out. Sure, it was by the skin of their teeth with that backdoor on the Titan, but that's still a call that is difficult to make that they just execute on immediately. No waffling about, no talking back and forth about it, just make it happen. So I maybe would like to see a little bit more of that from the Ravens, just the willingness to full send it, if you would.
Well, Ganesha and Camazotz, top 2 here for the Ravens. So at least repeating same gods. But without the Thor and that immediate first pick that we have been seeing from the first 2 games, maybe leads some potential for extra flexibility now with the Camazotz. Jade Dragons, following the old motto, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Martichoras, and currently hovering the Nuwa to try and run it back again from game 2 here into the third game.
It's just a really strong composition, man. I really liked what the Jade Dragons had previously, and they got it again. So run back the death segment from 45 minutes ago. It's great PvP potential. Marty holds his own in lane. He's incredibly survivable. As a jungler player, I could say that Martichoras is in the conversation of one of the most annoying gods to gank. He's like right up there with Freya in that he's just going to go up into the air and he's going to deal damage to me when I can't hurt him, and it does a lot of damage, and it's frustrating, and it's really hard, and it makes you not want to rotate through, especially considering here in the Season of Celebration how easy it is to come by CDR. So, I mean, long ago the conversation was, yeah, I burned his ultimate, I'll be back. Now it's, I burned his ultimate, but we're 6 minutes in and he's like 30 to 40% already on his CDR, which makes it very, very difficult. Nuwa is also up there. Just anyone with a self-banish is really annoying to deal with. Very difficult for Screammmmm, I think, to find opportunities on map. And now that I'm looking at it, legitimately, it's all three of them. Sun Wukong, Marty, and Nuwa have all got that self-banish potential. I mean, good luck having fun to any junglers out there is what I would say.
That's why I'm glad I'm not in that kind of position right now where I look at this and go, yeah, I'm ready to gank any of these three. No, I don't want to go to any of these three lanes, which kind of leads you maybe to that decision then as a jungler. What do? Do you just sit around, farm up, kind of wait for the next 10, 15 minutes of the game? Like, what's kind of that decision that you make when you see these kinds of gods drafted up by a team?
When I would play into stuff like this, I would almost always lean in towards executes. I really liked the Achilles or maybe the Thanatos. Okay, you could poke him out in lane, and I'll just like sneak up on him and just execute him, and that's what it's going to be. And it kind of helps you circumvent some of those issues. It's not to say that it isn't avoidable. You could still get up into the air while hovering death is on the way down or something along those lines, but there are small opportunities. And executes in particular are very good at dealing with frontliners. And Sun Wukong, a frontliner with a self-banish, but whatever support the Jade Dragons would like to go towards will not have a self-banish. I can almost guarantee you that. And executes are very good into those tankier targets, especially throughout the early game.
Well, Anhur was the final selection for the Highland Ravens in their top three. Their bans are Terra and Ares, opposite side. The Jade Dragons will ban Hercules and Merlin. It's now back to the Ravens to see what their next two will be. History's an indication, at least, of the first couple of matchups that Camazotz slotted towards the jungle, so wondering what we might see for solo lane out of Haddix. It's been Thor 2 games in a row, but now currently hovering Cthulhu to go up against the Sun Wukong. God that shouldn't have too much threat of death, but also not really much kill potential over on the right-hand side.
No, it's a whole lot of team fight presence, a little bit of that in-combat healing you were calling for. It's a little bit easier to find it from Cthulhu as opposed to something like the Ra. A ton of CC, a lot of lockdown potential, sticks around in the team fight for a good long time. So, as essentially a massive beacon in the middle of an engagement, that'll create space and opportunities for Camazotz to act as a solo agent, for Ganesh to reposition and make sure that those Dharmic pillars are lined up well. Maybe you're helping out the Anhur a bit. But looking at the Ravens comp as it stands, I am concerned with their ability to secure kills. I need to see one bit of burst that can just make use of all this CC that they've already got lined up. They've got really good poke potential. They've got pretty decent dive, but the disengage of the Jade Dragons proved itself to be incredibly good last game, and we're looking at about the same comp here.
Exact same comp.
Exact same comp.
For the Jade Dragons, and so far 3 out of 4 from the Highland Ravens. A near full salty run back, but gonna at least be stopped on one front with that Cthulhu. Now going over to Haddix. So the question is, what is up here for Venenu? Talk about big bursts. He played Raw last game. That's some burst potential. Thoth has been kind of a hot topic for mid laners. We haven't seen a whole lot of him this set, so maybe some potential there. But instead, it will be Agni as the final pick for the Highland Ravens. Is that a little bit of that burst, that kill secure that you were looking for this team?
I think so, but maybe most importantly is Agni's passive. Having something that can take Nuwa out of the sky or continue to deal damage to Marty while he's in the sky. Beforehand, it really was just Vampiric Bats, I hope he bleeds out. Now you've got that burning tick damage as well from Agni passive. It's still really good burst from range. It's a little bit more CC as well. I think Agni is a good answer to a lot of these picks. It's one of those answers to the self-banishes. Anything that can apply some form of bleed finds a good deal of value. But the Dragons comp is just legitimately very good. It is just very good. 45 minutes of data on it in the previous match. We know exactly how it's going to play out. We know exactly what they're aiming for. And so do the Highland Ravens. So that they clearly think that these are the adaptations needed to close it out in their favor. But if I were a betting man, and I'm not anymore, I've learned my lesson after a good deal of time here at Hi-Rez Studios, I would go Jade Dragons here just about every time.
And it really feels like Geb kind of almost doubles down on the mentality you were talking about earlier. I don't want to gank some Wukong, that's hard to do. I don't want to gank Marty or Nuwa. Then you have a Geb, it's like, okay, well, even if I do gank them, and I do get their ult, well, now there's a stone shield waiting for him on the ground. Just kind of really makes it that annoyance factor going up against it. But Highland Ravens now, they've got to not only win game number 3, but they've got to go through game 4, game 5, potentially, if they can find a win here. If they want to win out this set and continue forward, it's got to be a full reverse sweep. So for the Highland Ravens, what's that factor for them here to kind of lock down game number 3 if they want to find that hope to move on in the set?
I mean, the Highland Ravens ideally can jump onto one of either Geb or Rat. The other 3, I think, pretty easy to avoid a lot of those early spills. We already talked about how survivable the ability to self-banish is, and Nuwa, Marty, and Sun Wukong have all got that, and have all also got some form of self-peel outside of the ultimate. So if you can abuse Rat in the jungle, make sure he isn't farming up well, I think that's a pretty good way to do it. And Geb can't really peel him out until about like 6-7 minutes into the game when support starts to rotate. So I would either look there, or I would look at abusing Geb himself.
We'll have to see if the Highland Ravens are able to stop the Jade Dragons in their tracks, slow things down, try and find themselves a win in game 3, because they need one here. Otherwise, they're going to be sent out. It'll be our 4-3-0 of the weekend so far if the Jade Dragons do close this one out. Highland Ravens.
Oh, I'm with the Dragons.
I know, you're with the Dragons. You were going for a root.
I was just thinking about it. I was like, I don't want it. I don't want another 3-0. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's that one, like, you want to see them win, but you don't want to see them win 3-0. Like, maybe
I don't even want to see them win. I don't care who wins. Let me get that out of the way right now. I don't care who wins. I like watching good competitive Smite, and I want to watch more of it.
We've been getting a lot of good competitive Smite in these first 2 games. We'll see if we get that here in game number 3. Jade Dragons, Highland Ravens. Let's take it over to the casters one more time.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin on the desk. Yes, game 3 underway in a best of 5. Bobby, Mifflin isn't a gambling man. Are you a gambling man? Who's your money on?
You know, Miff said that
Don't
really...
be scared.
No, listen.
Right.
Miff really said he was a Dragons fan and he wants the Dragons to win. You heard it. I heard it. Said that they have the exact same comp.
Yep.
I mean, they had perfection last game.
Perfection.
I don't think this Ravens comp necessarily got any better. And this Dragons comp, it was good early. Well, it was manageable early, good mid-game, and good late game. I think if the Ravens don't get out to this massive lead early, it's going to be a little rough.
Well, let's talk about that first, because you just said there you don't think this Ravens draft is as good as last game. I will say, chat, for their, amazing knowledge and experience that chat has of watching all the Pro League games. They really didn't want the Thor pick, so they're kind of happy that it's Haddix not on Thor here. What is it about this composition that you think is worse off?
I think their instant damage is a lot worse. They have the Agni stun, and then that's about it now.
Yeah.
They have just about no other CC. Thor might not feel great all the time. There are some fights where he doesn't feel like he's doing as much as maybe an other solo would, like Wukong did in a lot of those.
Sure.
But he's still a god that gives you instant CC. He's good at diving, and he's good at peeling.
Okay, well, we'll see how this plays out then, as the duo lane is going to be the same this time round. And we saw quite a bit of carnage in the early stages of the game between the duo lanes, so we'll see if that develops some more. Cthulhu back in the meta again, not seen too much of him so far. Cthulhu's going to bring a bit of space, I guess, and dive potential more than anything else, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, he's just that perfect mid-spot god. You know, we were talking about the Geb and the Ganesha last game. That's exactly where Cthulhu wants to play. He can also play almost a little bit of peel, but he is preferring to dive and do damage.
Well, left-hand side of the map will start things off again, and we should see BaRRaCCuDDa and Hurriwind hit level 2 just a little bit quicker than that of the Dragons. Mid lane is where the action is. Venenu's Aegis already on cooldown, and he's already dead, but Scream might be trying to trade out, won't find the opportunity, as Dardez got a good passive route off there just to prevent any further follow-up, and already Venenu sent to the coffins.
And that's that risk you take when you dash in as Agni.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really big thing that Agni players do, where they go Aegis and they dash in on that wave to try to almost bait the enemy to overcommit. The Dragons played it perfectly. They put no abilities into that Aegis. They waited as soon as it was done, they got a kill. Scream also taking a lot of CC.
Good work from LASBRA, though, just to wait with his abilities to follow up, but Venenu only at level 2 couldn't get the stun off to get any further follow-up himself. And so more damage towards the Ravens' mid-jungle composition. They should be able to resustain, though. Scream may not need to base with a health potion ticking away and some sustain in the jungle. They're going to look for the left-hand Harpies here as the right-hand Harpies go the way of the Dragons this time round. No one going to contest over there, but you can see Scream kind of worse for wear at this moment in time.
I also think this Ravens 2v2 in mid got a lot worse. Ra is super strong in these 2v2s because you're going to be almost always full health. I mean, if Scream had a Ra with him right now, he'd be full health walking over to this. This is uncontestable, but Laz can actually look to put a little bit of pressure over here too. Scream is actually forced to back because he can't walk through the jungle with Laz there.
So why is it you rather they went for the Agni this game then instead of the Ra?
The late game, when Laz and Dardez were both double ulting the Ra has no way to get away from it. Agni gives you that dash that is immune to the knockup, so he can dash away from the Rat, not get one shot by the Rat, and then Aegis the Nuwa. Raw just can't really do that.
Okay, well, we'll see how this plays out for them as the game continues. Nika versus Haddix in the solo lane. For the most part, early games kind of even between the two for the most part there. As the game develops further, we'll see quite quick wave clear coming out. BaRRaCCuDDa just leapt into that camp, and Mike smells that. He will be able to rotate in to try and steal some creeps a little bit too late. Those Ganesha's there already. Purple buff down for a few more seconds. And on the right-hand side, you can see Screammmmm and LASBRA now grouping up. And Haddix is out of mana here and perfectly pincered by minions. His own minions, I believe, as well, which makes it even worse there. And another kill now going the way of the Dragons early on. Unfortunate situation for Haddix.
And Nika hit him with the spam laugh, too, the spam taunt. You know, the solo laners got to do it. Once they get that lead, once they get that kill, that was basically a solo. Let's acknowledge it what it was.
It was.
I don't think if LASBRA
You think it was a solo?
Yeah, I think it was going to be a solo anyway. Nika wanted to give Laz the assist gold. I respect it. And the kill, I guess.
A bit brutal. Your own minions box you in, though.
That's tough. It is
that's
tough.
Rough times. Rough times indeed. So already 3 minutes in and Jade Dragons off to a good start. Now, we saw that in Game 1, to be honest, and Dragons went off to a tear Game 1. Game 2, bit of a 50-50. If anything, Ravens were the ones in the lead at the moment. But can Dragons now kind of catapult this to a better stage of the game? Because they do have late game carries again. The Marty, the New War, they're going to be looking to just survive to the late stages of the game, using more than anything this Ratatoskr for facilitation to that late game.
Yeah, I mean, Rat's already 2-0 now at this point. He's finished his Acorn. This Rat is going to be a problem. You also look at Screammmmm again.
Oh, Mike in trouble here. Pele into
Big
a wall. Traps in the corner, still only level 4. Blinking from LASBRA, though. He was on the scene, and BaRRaCCuDDa forced to leap away. Gets the Desert Fury off. Damage out from Screammmmm to prevent LASBRA still continuing to chase in. And now the swoops will come into play, but LASBRA still had his ultimate. BaRRa under his tier 1 tower. I think LASBRA will think better about diving in, so they'll fall back towards the buff. But Screammmmm is still here, and the damage out will secure the buff for LASBRA. And Screammmmm has to walk away. Crazy fight in the duel lane.
Laz played that so well, and then he got antsy, and he dashed too early, getting knocked up by the Anhur before the Anhur landed. It was such a clean play at the beginning. Unfortunately, timing is slightly off, and Laz actually can't end up picking up the kill.
Book of Tough now in line for Dardez as well. Stacks have begun there. Meanwhile, Venenu in mid lane looks like he's going to go for that Chronos pendant once again. So cooldown reduction, a bit more lane pressure, as you mentioned. We're going for that Chronos a little bit earlier in the build here. Meanwhile, in the duo lane, you can see now that level 5 for everybody is going to kind of peter out a little bit for the time being until the next buff respawns. I just want to see what Ravens end up doing towards this mid-game, because we've seen Screammmmm on this Camazotz 3 games in a row now, too. You surprised by that?
I mean, it was talked about on the desk. If Screammmmm finds a god that he thinks is really good, he's playing that god until it's banned. And I think right now, Kama's that god for him. I don't think Kama is particularly in a great spot. I think he's a pretty average god. There's something about the character that is speaking to Screammmmm right now. Maybe the ult, just being able to go into the air, do damage while you're diving, because there's maybe too much damage in the game that he feels like.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the reason. But I don't think Kama's particularly too strong. I think Laz on this Rat has actually been doing a lot more than Screammmmm on the Kama.
I mean, I guess the way with the camera as well, though, you get poked out in lane at the beginning of the game like he did, and he's still able to continue to jungle with the sustain. As you said, the ultimate really allows him to be aggressive or defensive where needed as well. As the bombs rain down from Venenu there, trying to secure the camps. I believe it was a 2-for-1 on that side. Hurriwind going to return to the lane to make sure that BaRRaCCuDDa gets hold of that shield buff there. So I'm checking through itemization to see any changes. Transcendence versus the Devs Gauntlet doesn't surprise me too much. But look at this. People are not cooking, Bobby. Why are people not cooking?
Why can't they cook? Just, you know, get on the stove.
It's
get
free.
a pan out. Start. Yeah, it's free.
This is worse than that
you
free
get paid
ward.
to do it, actually.
So remember? You do.
You get paid to do it as long as you can follow some simple instructions.
So what would you expect some Wukong and the New Waters should be taken in these recipe slots? What would you have them to have there?
Probably Bao. Bao is just so
cooldown
strong.
reduction.
Yeah, cooldown, exactly.
So every single time one of these characters gets away or dies, we can go, it's their fault for not getting extra cooldown. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Don't want to cook today. And you can see this stacking situation between the two, where recipe advantage so far in favor of the Ravens. Gold Fury being hovered around by multiple members of both teams at the moment. Just keep vision of that as the green buff's already down this left-hand side and nothing up in the jungle. It means the junglers are kind of like, well, what do we do now? I guess we try and get some poke out, find a kill, and Dardez eats some for that reason.
I'm also going to be...
You're going to be what?
Well, unfortunately, I was going to be curious about solo lane, and some action happens in duo lane. BaRRa picked up. Laz gets his 3rd kill of the game. He's off to an even bigger lead than he was last game.
Okay. So next time we see a fight, young man, you're going to cast it. Okay?
All right.
If that happens again, I don't want you shutting up anymore. I want you going, hey, LASBRA's ganking.
Talk about it.
Talk about it. I don't know what you're freezing for.
It's so weird transition. I'm sorry. It's.
Listen, you've got to actually do work in this job. It's not just sit there and push some keys, you know.
I don't even
die
push
a couple
the keys.
times and get paid.
I just walk around.
By a couple, I mean 7. But you know.
Yeah, I just walk around. That's
You
all
do
I
walk around. I've seen it. And towards a buff where it's not even up. Mike walking around at the moment. Or rather not, thanks to the bombs coming through from Venenu here. Well down to half health, but he'll be fine for the time being. Vote on the left-hand side will at least get the shield buff. Whenever you see Vote over here, all the time, LASBRA seems to be here for this shield buff every rotation. And Hurriwind's getting aggressive on Vote here, but doesn't realize that LASBRA's still hanging around. LASBRA seems to have had the game given away because BaRRaCCuDDa did not move out of position there whatsoever. He had a feeling the jungler was waiting.
Yeah, I just think it's BaRRa just knowing that this dual lane is important. If they're looking to fight here, I guarantee you somebody's looking to rotate over to take this fight. It's not been a 2v2 the entire game, so it's time for us to not fight over here anymore.
Bobby, this is mind games, right? Both Nika and Dardez just backed for their recipes just now. Do you reckon it was a mind game thing of like, we don't even need these in the early game. We can hold off and we'll be fine.
Yeah, it's a gold thing because now they're gonna in 5 minutes they're gonna get a big gold of 175 each, and it's gonna be 1,000 gold lead.
Well, yeah, already you can see it's developed by 400-500 at the moment. The left-hand Harpies contested again. I do like the fact the Harpies are contested a little bit more often these days. LASBRA will meet Hurriwind here, but Hurriwind well ahead of the danger that he was in. Gets a good silence off just to prevent any further CC chains that could come through from Ratatoskr, but already 3 kills to the good for the Jade Dragons so far.
We've seen a lot of action in duo lane, but that doesn't mean the Ravens are necessarily falling behind. They're down 3 kills, but this is a 400 gold game.
Yep.
Just across the board, the Ravens are staying pretty even. Even BaRRa, 0-1, even. Mid lane's actually got the lead. Ven has a lead right now, even though he's 0-1, but you kind of expect that from an Agni. He just farms a lot better than a Nuad does.
Definitely, and also it has to rotate a little bit more as well with an Agni too, because Nuad can kind of just sit mid and throw an ult out and be impactful in some of these team fights. Right inside, the Skull Beacon does go down that time round. Skull Beacons, we don't talk about them too much, the totems on the right hand side. Really impactful for the other lanes though. No one really talks about it, but having that extra MP5 allows you to stay so much more often.
I had never heard of it called as a skull beacon.
It's a skull thing, beacon, totem thing. What do you call it? What do you call it?
Totem.
Totem?
Totem.
But isn't there totems in the jungle?
Yeah, I don't think it's a totem anymore.
So there's totems on totems on totems?
Yeah, there's multiple totems. A lot of totems. Keep in mind, don't forget about the totems.
Which ones?
The ones that give you benefits.
Like?
The MP5.
And?
Movement speed.
And?
Cooldown.
Cool, we're just penetration.
Everything.
Movement speed. Yep.
Health, max health.
We're on it. Both Thebes online for the supports at the moment. I'm looking for something to talk about because we've seen these 2 comps 2 games in a row now, Bobby, for the most part. Obviously, the Agni and the Cthulhu are the only real changes for the Ravens this time round. But we've not seen any Gold Fury attempts, any real neutral contested of these major objectives so far in this game. I think this is a case of Jade Dragons are quite happy at this pace because of their composition, and it's Ravens that kind of have to take it to the Dragons with how the series is. I mean, Dragons are up 2-0. They can afford to technically lose a game. You never want that to happen, but it could, and you're still in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragons are just perfectly happy with where the game is right now. They don't need to win the early game. Their comp scales well. We saw it last game. Late game is when they started popping off. They even won a 5v4 fight when Mike died. So they're happy going late. Laz already being up 3-0. That's what they're going to play around. They're going to play around Laz. They're going to play around Nika. I mean, Haddix, a level 11 Cthulhu with just Pythags. He's probably backing for a tier 2 of something right now. He's not going to be as strong.
I was going to say, credit where it's due to the Camazotz though, but an ult from Hurriwind here, trying to get aggressive towards Vote and PolarBearMike. Bit of an awkward one because the square's right around them and nothing really happens. And now the dance of that buff continues as they contest the shield here between the two. Here's going to get the last hit. Desert Fury for the win. Will secure it for BaRRaCCuDDa and the Highland Ravens. Small weight skirmish that cost the Ravens 2 ultimates for the shield buff.
Seems like these teams are happy fighting on these camps. Not all inning, but burning ultimates to try to just secure them. We've seen the Ravens do it a lot.
Yeah.
Ven was doing it last game. I think they're starting to recognize that these mid camps, these shield camps, these cooldown camps are more important than maybe we think. We can burn an ultimate into them. It's not like we're going to be going to this next Gold Fury in the next 60 seconds.
I think that's the key, though, is like recognizing the window when you can use the ultimates and not, have an opportunity of a Gold Fury taken away. Or are you about to get ganked as soon as we use this ultimate and it not be available for that fight?
Exactly. It's the value out of it. And it's the cooldowns of some ults, too. Yeah. Ganesh, 75-second cooldown. Maybe he's got the blue buff augment, so it goes even lower. I mean, Agni's got 18-second cooldown. So it really depends on, like you said, the value of that ultimate compared to the cooldown.
Now, we mentioned the farming situation here. LASBRA is are leveled down to Scream, even though LASBRA's got 3 kills. It just shows how well Scream is doing at finding this farm across the map to find a lead over the jungler. The big contest over the Stygian Beacon in mid lane continues now. Keep an eye on the amount of people on the spot for it to tick that way. Scream uses his beads there, dashes in towards LASBRA to force his ultimate back out. Hurriwind and Venenu on the point, and the solo lane is now rotating in. BaRRa first on the scene. Vote is also around too, but positional-wise, this is much better from the Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens just had that positioning set up perfectly. Scream is actually getting gone and gets commit to. Beads goes into the air, looks to disengage. Vote slowly escaping out to Lasta waiting around the corner. BaRRa is by himself. He misses the impale.
Oh, he's got to go
a
down
lot of
each other.
damage
There's a
off
fury.
Force
Will force the Vote ultimate
BaRRa beads
there.
also used.
Yeah, keep going.
I don't know if you wanted it because you started. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you kept going, so I'm going to let you keep going. That was good, though.
Yeah.
You didn't stop talking that time.
No,
That's
no,
the main
well,
thing.
I would never stop talking.
I would never.
Never would I do
I would
that.
never throw my life away into a buff camp either. Yeah, seen that before too. But good contest across the map. Who really comes out on top? I mean, overall, Ravens are the ones that get the beacon and force back a couple of relics, but no one dies.
Yeah, I mean, Dragons don't really use any relics. Scream's forced into beads. You had to have Haddix TP over too. So, I mean, overall, it's not really anything. I guess BaRRa lost beads too. But you get the beacon for the Ravens. Do you get punished in this next 2 minutes if you're BaRRa? If not, very good value, you get the beacon. If you do, obviously that's going to be something we can look back at.
Yeah, keep an eye then on LASBRA looking for the gank in duo lane once more. He's got no ultimate at the moment himself, but he does have that blink to try and get in range if he needs to try and look for a pick on BaRRaCCuDDa. And BaRRa has been playing that lane quite aggressive as the Anhur, which you expect against the Marty to be pushed up. This stage, if you look over here, though, a bit of a different story. His Vote has a 1-level lead here. But across the map, the experience is relatively even here. This doesn't surprise me with how the first 2 games have gone, because I think either team could be 2-0 up at the moment. It's just the case it's Dragons at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even though Dragons are up 2-0 in this series, this has probably been the best series we've had all weekend. Really good competitive games.
Yeah.
Highs, lows for both teams. I mean, one difference in the last game, and the Ravens are taking home that win, and we're talking about a 1-1 series in this game 3. But the Dragons really put it away when they could, and they have this 2-0 lead, and they're looking to put away the series now.
Green buff for Hurriwind now as he starts to move over to the left-hand side as the protection buff is available. And that's the contest point between Vote and BaRRaCCuDDa, but reinforcements for both teams on the way. Buff goes the way of BaRRaCCuDDa again. Hurriwind was round here. Won't go too aggressive. Most of the time we've seen him drop the Dharmic Pillars. That time just finds the dash on towards PBM. Solo laners just checking in with builds a little bit. Pythax Piece already picked up and done by Haddix alongside the Glad Shield. Similar sort of build from Nika as well. The Genji's Guard, I believe he got a couple of buffs recently. That's why we're seeing that back in action.
I think the Genji's is just nice for farming in the early game. You can look to just trade a lot more often. It's statted okay. I think it's a lot less health than it used to be. I think it's down to 100.
Fight in the jungle. Apologies for that because the Pyro was under threat. Venenu beads and dashes away, uses Aegis too. But that did cost LASBRA's ultimate to do that. All the while, Dragons created enough of a zone area there to secure the Pyromancer that was started by Ravens. Now on exit strategy, it's PBM getting focused out, but he is a tanky Geb at this point. When he sees BaRRaCCuDDa, he might change his mind, although BaRRa misses the impale for the follow-up damage there. And so with 4 members strong, Ravens try to answer back to the Pyro by going for this tier 1 tower.
And they look for the tower. It looks like it's going to go down. Manua goes into the air. A lot of damage. Ven dashes out. It looks like a complete disengage. 5 strong. Middle tower stays up. Gold Fury is also up, but this Ravens team is very low. They have no TP on Haddix also. And Scream right now is on the wrong side of the map. Looks like just a give for the Ravens and free Gold Fury for the Dragons.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Gold Fury. You're right. They're just going to rotate over there. I felt like the Ravens there, they pulled the Pyro, did a really good job on damage, and it was very low when we cut to the action there, Bobby. Hang on a second, though, because Hurriwind is here looking to try and steal this away. Close. You peeled back excited there, Bobby.
I thought he had that timing, but that's a support thing. It's like...
It is. You
if he steals that, that's so good.
Do you remember Hand of the Gods? That was such a good ability.
Oh, so we could actually steal stuff.
We could actually be an impact and fully in the game when the team were idiots. Yes, that was good times. But yeah, going back to that fight, Pyromancer on the right-hand side. Ravens are the ones pulling it. Ravens are the ones being aggressive over there. And then all of a sudden, I think when they lose that objective, they get frustrated and try and make something happen in response. The tier 1 in mid, and it costs them a Gold Fury 2 now.
I think if Mike actually itemizes differently, they could have killed him there. That Spirit's Robe mitigated so much damage because a lot of it was in that 3 seconds where he gets that 15% mitigation. So Mike, really good pickup with that Spirit's Robe. And then like you said, they did look like they were a little frustrated they lost that because they ended up pulling it. And they took a lot of damage. Surprisingly, no one died.
Yeah.
Ven had no relics and still got out alive, even while dashing. So, I mean, I guess it could have been worse if you're the Ravens, but it also could have gone better if maybe the fight goes a little bit differently.
And I think when you look at the composition Dragons have, we saw it in game 2, and now we're seeing it again in game 3. when LASBRA goes in and Nika goes in, that's all their frontlining damage to get to the backline, really. You're going to have to expect an overextension from a Noir, or Vote also overextended with Martichoras to really follow up to secure that kill.
Yeah, neither of them wanting to be playing far forward. They both like playing super defensive.
Yep.
Let you come to me, and then I'll punish you.
Well, he's
And
not playing
Vote's
defensive
actually-
right now. He's Vote. He's going to take it to Scream's face there as PBM was rotating and Scream recognizes a bit of danger. PBM's going to make sure he can keep Scream in check on this left-hand side. The action is all around the tier 1 tower and this shield buff coming up once again as Mike rolls in towards Scream, but now without his escape and barrier here, Mike's going to time this well. Uses a cataclysm to self-peel himself more than anything else. Not really for damage, but now that's not available, there's no real further follow-up there. And the left-hand side will go the way. Stygian Beacon, though, in mid lane being contested. Ravens have control with Hurriwind being there. And with Geb just using his ultimate, there's not a whole ton the Dragons can do about this.
Yeah, the Ravens still do have to be very worried about dual lane. Vote actually gets blinked on by Scream. Vote uses his Aegis. His ult is still available. He's waiting it out. Mike actually allows him to take a lot of this damage, gets the shield off. Vote still has ult. Scream in the air, disengages, does jump the wall. Laz still has ultimate. 3 group together. Does Laz look to go in? He does. Beads by Scream. Gets out, Hurry drops his ult.
Keep
Laz
going.
is barely getting out. Slowed the wall.
Yep.
Shield by Mike.
Yep.
Laz still very low. Gets out 100, 200 health. Mike gets a sprint off. Gets away from the Anhur. Haddix is TP'd in, looking to rotate in. Also, Ven on the backside, getting beat down by Nika. Mike
easy.
very low on the tower line, but
There's
it looks
no
like
more
he's
fight,
gotten out.
Dude, you knew there was no. Why'd you keep casting that? The fight was over. You know no one was going to die.
Well, I don't know. I was just talking. I was just saying what was happening.
Yeah, I know. I get in that habit too. But you want to kind of read for like, oh, there's no more kills there.
No, that's
good
all.
Good job, though. Good job. First day on the job, not bad.
Not too bad.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby. For the most part in that fight, though, was what really stood out to you. I mean, Scream did a great job with the great escape there, but he got reinforcements, which was the most important thing. And his boys turned up to make sure LASBRA couldn't find the kill in response.
I mean, exactly. A lot of the abilities.
See how that Chair 2 thing is really easy, by the way? I just did that one, right?
Yeah. Chair 1 was pretty easy, too.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You just got to get your breath better. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Pyromancer started up now by the Ravens. Mid lane, Hurriwind going to wrap round the back. Look for some pressure on Dardez and Mike. Mike out of position and rooted in place for a second or two. Cthulhu ult from Haddix is going to cause some problems and sets up BaRRaCCuDDa for the kill on Mike. Nika does create a bit of a discombobulation situation. All the while, Pyromancer is still active and alive, but the carries are here. 1 bit of damage from Jade Dragons. Could have secured it, but Dardez couldn't find enough from the Shining Metal, and Highland Ravens get the Pyromancer.
Dardez is almost at that point where he's really starting to threaten these backliners with his damage. He doesn't have that Reaver. He won't have that Reaver for a while, but his damage is getting very, very high for these backliners. It's like 400 damage every time he ults. That Rat Wukong dive is almost at the point where they're killing, and with that Nuwa coming online soon, this backliners for the Ravens have to be very, very careful with their positioning.
Yeah, Dragons not really under threat so far with how this game's gone. Still in a slight lead in terms of goal by 500. And no further kills for quite a while, in my opinion. It's kind of been kind of slow on the actual deaths, and that's not discredit, because I think we've seen a lot of action, Bobby, but like everyone's doing a good job of just staying alive.
Yeah, it's pretty good ability, relic usage too, and it's no overcommits. Nobody's going for 1-for-1s. It's, I'm playing my life is more important than yours, so I'd rather live than risk trading a 1-for-1, which in a lot of these games can be really risky around this point. A 20-minute fight where you lose, that's a fire giant that could go down.
3-on-3 in mid lane for a second or two here as Ravens have a minion wave coming under the tower to try and whittle it down a little bit more, but with Nika being around, heal front line, prevent them from stepping up to go for that. And with the both solo laners here, Bobby, that always screams to me, we're looking for a Gold Fury soon, surely.
Yeah, Haddix is definitely rotating over. I think they want to look for this middle tower first, if they can, and then rotate to the Gold Fury, but they might just be forced to go for the Gold Fury first. Scream
Leaps away to safety as LASBRA was wrapping around the back again. LASBRA's so good in the jungle of finding like these areas behind the targets he's after to try and cut off avenues or force him into an area they don't want to be. I think he does such a good job, and he's doing it again as he trades out with Scream, and Scream loses this trade. His beads are on cooldown. Mike's still thinking about chasing him, but the damage is good. The beads being down is a sign that the Dragons can now look for the Primal, because it looks like Scream has to base.
Yeah, and this is set up with 3 strong. Their warding isn't great, and BaRRa can kind of walk in for free, but do they have the damage to burst this before BaRRa can get in?
Let's find out. BaRRa's going to look for the steal. Won't happen, though, and you're correct. The damage from Dragons was too quick for BaRRaCCuDDa to get in there. Gold Fury, the way of the green team so far in this one. Oh, the Jazzberry Jam team, I guess.
They're both somewhat green. It's like a blue-green, right?
That's a good point. I was going to say green, but Jazzberry Jam is what I should say.
Yeah,
Michael appreciates that, you know. Nika in mid against 3 will get some damage off onto Venenu. and Venenu forced to dash away. Still has his relics available, however. Nika's health bar at half. Isn't too worried because he's got back up there, and Haddix forced to ult defensively away now. Scream on this left-hand side will meet LASBRA in the jungle again. Remember, Scream, no beads this time round to take this contest, but LASBRA won't find the acorns, and everybody resets to their own half of the map.
That Genji's proc was kind of insane. He hit the stun, got the Genji's proc, and his stun came right back up, and he just got a double stun in like 5 seconds. So maybe there's some viability with just getting Wukong dash up a lot faster with the Genjis.
It's also to do with him cooking too, right?
Oh yeah, the bow, he's cooking.
Yeah. Now that you brought that back online. See, he knew what he was doing. He was making him feel like he's not going to be up that quick. He's a smart lad.
Now his cooldowns are up all the time.
Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side does fall down, though, as you can see LASBRA on that left-hand side pushing the minions further up there. That's the first tower of the game to fall so far, and the pace is feeling good for the Dragons, but the Ravens' composition is hitting 22. They're slightly ahead in XP in some of their roles, actually, at the moment. And I want to see how an actual full-on 5-on-5 teamfight goes, because we've not had one just yet.
We have 8 gods similar to last game, but you look at Cthulhu compared to Thor. There's a lot more teamfight prowess, a lot more damage, just big AoE stuff. So the comp, how the comps want to fight might change up a little bit. Agni also a lot safer when he is getting dove than the Raw was, especially against Rat. So these teamfights maybe will favor the Ravens if they can play them correctly.
Well, everyone's starting to group up a bit more at the 23-minute mark. The Stygian Beacon under threat and in favor of Ravens so far. Vogue got some good poke damage off onto a Hurriwind as the focus was on PBM there. All Ravens clumped as 5 towards this middle area. Scream's going to swing to the right-hand side. Seems to be the case that Ravens don't want to contest this anymore. Scream's not going to be in the fray. Or rather, is he just hanging around? Well, it's going to be too little too late. The Stygian Beacon goes the way of the Dragons, and the Pyromancer spawns. LASBRA heads over to the left-hand side, and you can see the massive amount of pings on the minimap. It seems to be the idea of a split push here, and maybe just do a dance at the Pyro while he looks for a tier 2 if there's an opportunity. But first of all, LASBRA's going to find some free neutral farm.
Again, this is that 20-minute or that level 20 spike where everybody wants their starters. Nua wants to get her Pendulum online. Obviously, Vote wants to get his Bluestone online, one of the biggest spikes for starter items, period. And then Laz wants to get also his starter online. So I expect them to kind of wait that out. Laz does have his Bumbus Hammer finished now. Now we're just waiting for the Nua. We're waiting for Vote's Marty. Once they get their starters, I would really expect the Dragons starting to force stuff.
And you can see Doug there in the mini-map showing us the golden hand on the left-hand side, and you can see the Vote's closing in on the 1250 he's going to need. Is it 1250? 1500?
1500.
You know why it's a support play for you, that's why, because it's 1250. But yeah, 1500 gold he's going to need, so about another 500 really needed there to secure that. And both teams going to try and pull, see if somebody backs at the worst possible time, find an opportunity. But the good thing is, once again, the Dragons, having this Marty in the middle area, are able to set up all this stealth grass once again that's going to cause some problems. And as we can just see, Dardez did manage to pick up that starter relic for the time being as Venenu forced to dash away and uses his beads again.
I mean, now Venenu's not in a safe spot at all. No beads. He does have his Aegis still, but he's going to get ran down. Nua, damage obviously tracks anywhere. Titans meeting up in middle also, so they're going to be playing around that. Maybe they look to force out middle down here.
LASBRA set a trap though for Scream in the jungle again, but as soon as he gets Acorns, I don't think that was the target he was after. I think he was looking for the Agni there to walk around that corner. Meanwhile, the Titan in mid lane for the Chaos side falls down. Ravens now have to defend against the Order Titan as the Jade Dragons use this opportunity to start the Pyromancer, but in the jungle, Nika trading off against Scream and Hurriwind. Pyromancer still pretty healthy, no one really putting much damage into it at the moment. Crit coming through from Vote for a second or two now as the contest goes on, and the Dragons get the Pyro, but Haddix is in the fray. Ultimate's up, and PolarBearMike could be under a lot of pressure here as the gank is on. But all the while on the backside, it's LASBRA and Nika combining to try and bring down Venenu. But look at the support Hurriwind's bringing here with Scream to keep Venenu alive as long as possible. It will be a 1-for-1, or maybe Nika gets killed too, and does. Now they're chasing on for Dardez, and this is what the Ravens wanted. But LASBRA comes back into the fray, tries to pick up Scream. Scream will slip the noose. Hurriwind's still alive until the Barb comes out from Vote for the kill. BaRRaCCuDDa now on his own, uses his beads, can't get the damage out of LASBRA. Haddix into the fray, will secure LASBRA. Across the map, it's a 3-for-3, and the Pyro went the way of the Dragons.
We've got every relic down on the Raven side other than BaRRa's Aegis and Haddix's TP. The Dragons came out a little bit stronger. A lot of relics are still up. Dardez still has both of his relics. He's not in any worry. He's also his level 20 now. He's getting his power potion. Now the Dragons want to fight. Now they're spiking a little bit harder. Vote is still going to be safe. He doesn't have Aegis, but he has his ult in 15 seconds, and he'll be safe with that. I want to see the Dragons looking to force a fight right around now. As soon as Laz is alive, as soon as Nika's alive, start to look for another kill onto Venenu, because he's almost a free kill, essentially.
Yeah, I think when you look at how that engagement tailed off in the end, you have Vote and Dardez still alive. The carries of the Dragons are alive, whereas the Ravens, they've got a jungler and attack. You know, you want your carries to stay alive as long as possible, put the damage out, and they can keep farming, keep the pressure on the map too, potentially. Small thing of the Pyromancer going down there, though, I'll touch on though, Bobby, is that PolarBearMike now has double bomb in his inventory. Is that a good thing as a support? I like it, but I don't like it at the same time.
It's like a 50-50, because for this and stuff like this, if you have wards around and you're pulling this Fire Giant, if you have double bomb, you can place them both right away, and it's on your timing.
Yeah.
And your mid can just secure off of seeing the bombs. So it's something where if you can force the fight and not worry about the vision, LASBRA's actually in the air looking for it. Venenu's not pushing too far forward, so there's not a big threat. Fire is still pulled, though.
But that's a good win for the Ravens there. With LASBRA's ult being on cooldown, Ravens sense that danger, back away, and now they step into the pit too. Beads up soon for Venenu. He'll have those back, but that age is still on cooldown. Same for BaRRaCCuDDa. Another minute on his beads, but proud of the Ravens stepping up with the situation of their relics being on cooldown there. Without LASBRA's ultimate, it makes it a bit tricky for him to dive to the back line. Keep an eye on if LASBRA can wrap around the back like he has been doing. Get behind this back line as the Ravens push on forward. A dash in from Hurriwind and Haddix at the same time. A bit discombobulated there. Hurriwind took more damage than bargained for as Haddix now looks to whittle down Vote's health bar. Pele comes out and BaRRA leaps in on Vote on the same side. No beads available as Vote uses the beads and BaRRA gets the kill on Vote. Left alone with the carries for a second or two, all created by the space of Haddix. Nika in the sky with low health and everybody's waiting for him to land down. Ravens are going to all in, collapse on towards him, but he's got the peel himself to get away with Mike in tow. Two members of the Dragons dead, and this time it's both the carries.
Exactly what you're saying. Rat had no ult. He cannot get into these fights easy at all. He had no beads up. His ult was down. That is essentially a 5v4. Rat is not a strong character. Fire Giant's actually getting pulled down to about a quarter health.
They're going for a steal here, potentially at the tail end to hit Jade Dragons, and it's going to go the way of the Highland Ravens. LASBRA tried to get to the sky, but won't find an exit. Meanwhile, leaping in his BaRRaCCuDDa to reposition behind Nika and find another kill. And at 9-6, and all members of the Dragons dead, the Ravens with the Fire Giant around their waist should at least get a Phoenix.
This could be an end call right here. No beads, Aegis.
Double carries will be up though.
No beads, Aegis on Nuwa. You have Agni bead or 2 stun. Only Aegis on Vote. The little worry, I guess, is that they both still have ult, and that's a lot of damage onto the back line. But you have a full health Haddix here. Haddix ult is not going to be up. It might be a little bit of a risky call. I wouldn't be too sad if they play it safe. They opt to play it safe. You get that middle Phoenix, you head back to this Gold Fury, Pyro spawning soon too, and you set up to get the rest of those Phoenixes.
I think in my mind, my other thought is there is 3 towers still up as well, so that Titan's a little bit tankier. If it was an EFG, I think that's an end game.
Yeah.
You know, 30-minute mark, that's definitely potentially end. But meanwhile, Scream hung around to take on Vote, and Scream versus Vote, well, it goes 1-for-1 in terms of ultimates there on that situation. I like the idea of Scream trying to find the pick on Vote, but won't find it this time, because I think that would have been a 4v5 for a while longer, where the Ravens could try and abuse this FG.
Yeah, I don't mind looking for that play. He's very little getting threatened there, and potentially he gets something else from Vote there.
Want to touch on BaRRaCCuDDa in that fight, by the way, because like last game at the tail end, you saw him try and take a 1v1 to try and turn the game around when it was already over. That time, you saw him pillar behind the Marty and leap in, and like a carry leaping in. You're like, what are you doing? What have you been smoking today? Share it, because that's crazy talk. He leaps in and gets left unchecked and finds the kill. Are you surprised we've seen that sort of aggression? Because I don't feel we'd see BaRRa do that too often as of late.
I think BaRRa's just really thinking there. Who can kill him there if he jumps onto the backline? Laz is not a threat. Nika didn't have the damage at that point to actually take him down. So as long as he doesn't get bursted by Vote, he's fine. And he ended up being fine. He got a lot of damage onto Vote. He actually made Vote reposition where he was aiming his abilities towards the rest of his team. He actually turned around just to only hit BaRRa.
Yeah.
And you know, Marty's a character that wants to spread all of his damage across a fight.
Of course he does. Well, middle Phoenix now being down, Ravens have control of the map. And with that Phoenix being down, the focus should be towards this left-hand side. And you can see Anhur and Agni grouping up together already to start pushing down the minions. Jade Dragons are on defense for the time being with the middle Phoenix being down. We do have a Geb for a Blink initiation here, or LASBRA ultimate, so it could be a slow going. But that crazy endeavor of Ravens stepping up there has really paid dividends for them as we look in, as Ravens will be, I should say, to try and take us to a game 4 and in this best of 5.
Also, something I just thought of. Get passive is anti-crit, and we have not seen a ton of Kins recently also.
True.
So maybe Mike is really thinking about it where I'm not going to die as long as I'm going to hit.
Blink it from Mike, gets a good knock-up, follows a Cataclysm after the fact too, but it was mainly on the front line. Haddix's ultimate did tank a lot of the Phoenix damage, but look at the health bar of BaRRaCCuDDa. It's too low. Nika's thinking about dunking down after the Aegis and the new war ultimate was used. LASBRA, Acorns will get the kill. Nika now juggled in the air though, and won't be able to escape the damage from Venenu's flames. Scream meanwhile is doing a good job to the backline to keep Vote and PolarBearMike honest. LASBRA forced to dash away and consume his beads. Phoenix still up on this left-hand side. Remember, BaRRaCCuDDa being dead means it takes a little while longer, but the damage is done. The Ravens got what they came for, which was the left-hand Phoenix, but it did cost them their ADC.
And the timing on Nika's ult was just slightly off. BaRRa was on the end of his Aegis. The ult damage from Nika did not land, so they had to put a little bit more onto him. LASBRA was forced to dash in and to hit his 3. At that point, you don't have any more damage to kill the other backliner. You're forced to just get that kill, try to get out. Thankfully, only Nika died. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Half of the Dragons got out with 1 health. If another one of them gets taken down, maybe they lose their right Phoenix also.
I like the confidence both teams came into Game 3 with though, Bobby, because Dragons went, you know what? What happened Game 2? We felt comfortable with. We didn't feel too stressed around the whole thing. Let's run the same comp if they're going to go for the similar picks. And Ravens went, hey, we're going to make small adjustments. It didn't work out great in the early stages for the Agni at least, but as the game went on, things were different. Left-hand side, LASBRA dueling with Scream here, and Scream tried to swoop around. LASBRA tried to avoid damage. No blink available for either person, so the dash will be good for LASBRA. It will be enough space for him to get away with his ultimate back to the safety of his team.
Scream needs to hit that one. If he gets that kill, this game is in such a bad spot for the Ravens, or for the Dragons, and the Ravens will be really set up to win it. Unfortunately, just barely off with one of his ult swipes, and that's going to change it. I mean, Fire Giant's now back, spawning up. Left is pushed up a good amount because LASBRA spent time pushing that up. Now Nika can push one more wave, TP over, be ready for this EFG, and this is the next big fight on the map.
I think that's the one thing about high-level play of the SPL versus your casual games is like, you'll see more abilities missed often than not, but at pro-level play, you expect it to hit everything you do, because if you don't, that can be the difference between winning and losing. However, at this moment, it's not over for the Ravens. They're not in a troublesome spot. The EFG is about to spawn for the very first time here, and with 2 Phoenixes down, to tell a lie, it's only 1, as the middle Phoenix has respawned. Jade Dragons have to contest. We've seen them do it before, Game 2. They came up against an FG and did a good job of defending. Can they do it here? Haddix going to ult early on, create some distance from PolarBearMike getting into the pit, and Mike forced to ult defensively to keep himself alive. Haddix's health bar still above half at the moment as new war ult comes through. PolarBearMike finally whittled down by BaRRaCCuDDa. Nika does some good damage, and LASBRA's going to go to the backline looking at BaRRaCCuDDa and Venenu. Dardez gets in the kill on Haddix, which is huge, and LASBRA's trying to buy time for his team and to dash away and not die to Venenu as the team chases round, but the flames are too good. Or should I say the gas. Meanwhile, middle Phoenix starting to get looked at by some minions as Nika is keeping them busy. 3 members of Dragon still alive, but the good news is the Ravens can't do FG right now, and Dragon's feeling confident. Pull the pyro for a second. Hurriwind dashes on Nika, but Nika's still a tanky target. Reset for everyone coming through, or is it?
That looks to just be about everything. Pyro maybe look to get pulled. I just want to see a reset out of the Dragons, get to full health, and get back to this EFG. This is still a possibility. The Ravens can still pull this EFG. BaRRa is still alive. And Venenu actually ends up dashing in. Hurry and Venenu caught up by themselves.
So much damage off onto Venenu and will find the kill, and Vote went unchecked there. Hurriwind too low to really get involved. Scream going to leap in towards Vote, knowing the Vote's ultimate is on cooldown. BaRRaCCuDDa leaps on in too, and Scream gets credit for the kill. Right hand side, Dardez did fall back to base as Nika might be able to find the kill on Hurriwind here. Has to be careful about going for the kill versus dying himself in trade, but he'll buy time with his ultimate and now get aggressive on towards Scream. Scream down to half health, low on mana. Teleport coming through from Haddix as he respawns. Dardez gets the kill on Hurriwind at the tail end of the fight thanks to the ultimate, and that was the idea Nika was looking for. Keep him in combat, keep him from base.
And that timing of that kill is so good. Vote is up now in 38 seconds.
Yeah.
Hurry's still dead for 50. We've got about a 15-second discrepancy. And I don't want to see them pull this Fire Giant. They don't have great Fire Giant damage. You don't have a crit hunter other than fail not, so you don't have the consistent attack speed. Just get your Phoenixes up and get to a spot where you can 5v5 on this EFG without too much pressure on your Phoenixes.
What's crazy for the Dragons, though, is during that whole fight, they got both their Phoenixes back up. Left-hand Phoenix is about to respawn. Minions now equal in mid lane and pushed in favor. Almost back to a semi-neutral game, I want to say, because there's definitely a couple more towers left up for the Ravens at this point in time.
And Scream's actually looking for the solo, I think, one more time. He expected somebody to be over here to push out the last fire wave.
He's going to fight it, I think.
Yeah, he is wrapping around.
Does have the fire minion wave, as you said, but that minion wave's already dead, and he's got minions up against him. Scream instead will let LASBRA dash away and clear the minions out himself. Stygian Beacon battle begins once more between the support, well, PolarBearMike, I should say, and the solo laner in Haddix, but with Nika in there as well, it's going to be surrendered, and Jade Dragons should be able to pick this one up. Ravens will be licking some wounds here because they did a very good job of pushing down 2 Phoenixes, and all of a sudden Dragons have kept them honest and battled back in after this EFG respawn.
I mean, exactly. We're back at an even game completely. Once these relics come back up in 10 seconds for Venenu and 60 seconds for Dardez, this is going to be completely even. I guess there's that little opportunity, these 50 seconds until Dardez's relics comes back up. Until then, the Dragons should just play safe. There's not too much of a threat on EFG right now, and you have Nuwa, who can just play super far back and just send her ult.
Didn't see where those where the pyro runic bombs disappeared to from PolarBearMike's inventory, but they were used in those engagements as well. Just wanted to note as the pyro goes away, Ravens there, given over to Screammmmm. I prefer seeing it on a jungler. I prefer seeing it on someone that can split push just to take down a free tower and still be able to rotate to a team fight. And also, they're the ones that never frickin' ward anyway.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, you might as well put something useful in that inventory. Yeah. They're not buying wards. They have a health chalice there, and he doesn't even have a health chalice. He has a mana chalice. Have we ever seen a mana chalice before?
I mean, we have now.
Well, he just did it.
We are seeing, I guess that's the thing with a Camazotz, though, is the fact that you are always going to have infinite health if you've got mana to just spam abilities.
True, he has renewal, too. He's going to be full health even more than he is full health.
Healing. What about anti-heal, though, in response? Well, we do have a Divine Ruin in mid lane for Dardez still this game, and a Brawler's Beatstick on LASBRA, too, so it will be answered back a little bit more. Oni Fury is available on the left-hand side of the map. Obviously, the secondary threat, so to speak, of neutral objectives to contest, but an impactful one with the state of the game. The Oni Fury could really relieve some pressure on either side.
With all the shields on the Jade Dragon spot, I also like seeing Hurry pick up that erosion.
Yeah.
Very good value this game he gets from it. Other item that he'd be building is really just binding. Also, really good Gold Fury pull. Yeah. They're sneaking this, basically.
This is a sneak Fury, and that's an important one, too. We were just saying how important that could be to map presence, and with 2 weakened Phoenixes, even though they've respawned, those Oni waves could take it down if they're left unchecked.
Especially with Scream having this bomb, like you alluded to. That is pretty easy split push potential. There is risks towards it. There's always risk when you're splitting the map. You're leaving your team in a 5v4. But that left Phoenix, that middle Phoenix can go down very easily if Scream wants to go for them. I
guess the question is, though, do you send LASBRA over there to stop the split push? Because if you do, I think LASBRA is the threat to the back line. He's looking for the Agni. He's looking for the Anhur. And I think that's why when they do go to the back line, Anhur leaps in. He's doing the opposite of staying away from the fray of where the carries are trying to get to him. But PolarBearMike, though, Stealth Grasp is being utilized from Martichoras here to stay in vision of this FG. LASBRA going to keep split pushing up left, already dealing with this Oni wave already, which is a great call from him. And the pings in mid lane towards the Oni wave there too. I think that's where LASBRA's going to turn his attention to next. So Oni Fury goes down, but the jungler from Dragons does make that even. Fire Giant has been pulled.
Laz coming behind the backside. He's looking to get in here. Fire Giant's down to about 40%. Scream Beads jumps in. He's looking to dive the backline. Nua's up in the air. He's 3v diving the backline.
Fire Giant still going on, though, and getting very low at the tail end, and Fire Giant does go down to the Highland Ravens, but BaRRaCCuDDa finds the kill on LASBRA. Nika could be next to the list, knocked into the sky. The damage from Haddix is there, and BaRRaCCuDDa gets a double kill. Mike tries to roll away, Scream jumps in to stop that opportunity. Mike will fall down to BaRRaCCuDDa for a triple kill. Hurriwind dashing in, trying to get his carrier Quadra. Venenu finds the stun and says, no Quadras today, BaRRaCCuDDa, but we will take us to a game 4 here, unless Vote can do the unimaginable and bring down all the members of the Ravens. It's not going to be enough thanks to the EFG and the whole swarm of the Ravens. They'll group up in mid lane, they'll take the Phoenix, and they will send us to a game 4 for the first time this event.
We needed a game 4. We needed a game 4 really bad. Great performance by the Ravens that game. Highlighting BaRRa. His game 3 to game 4, night and day. He was 0-4 last game. This game 9-3. He ended with that. I don't know if he got the last kill, but he at least got a triple kill. Really good Fire Giant fight by him too. And Scream also zoned 3 people by himself. Great play by him.
I will say the Cthulhu situation there as well. I think it brought a little bit more than the 4 for the fact Haddix was frontlining a lot longer than you can on the Thor, and he just created a bit more space and a bit more time for them to chunk him down, get him out of the fight, and allowed his carries to facilitate the backline.
Yeah, I agree. I think I underestimated that Cthulhu a little bit. He did a lot.
He
really
did.
Great job by Haddix.
What do you think you want to see for game 4 then? Do we see Dragons running back a third time? Because, you know, they're 1-1 so far in that comp. Or do you want to see him spice it up again now?
I want to see him spice it up. I think that comp has kind of ran its course. I think the Ravens know what they want to do into it, so I think it's time to switch it up, change it up.
Okay, well, let's find out what happens. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be back ready for game number 4.
That's right. If you go over to advanced.gg right now, you can still pick up the eShell Ice Shaker brought to us by our friends over at Advanced.gg. And it's one of the last products that we still have up on the store. These things have been flying off the shelf. So if you want to pick up the eShell Shaker, make sure that you go over to advanced.gg and pick that up before you might not get the opportunity to do so. And then also pick up any of the other cool stuff that they have there between all the different flavor supplements, the other shakers they have. Make sure to use code SMITE to get 10% off of your order. Thank you so much to Advanced.gg for joining us here in Year 10 of SMITE and Season 10 of the SMITE Pro League. I'm Jim. I got Mifflin joining me here on the desk. And Mifflin, another back-and-forth game, but this one really felt like it was dictated by more so the pacing of the junglers. Scream getting very active on the Camazotz, LASBRA on the Ratatoskr. But it felt like it was not just these two, but also actions over in the duo lane. We had a lot of early rotations to duo to try and set this pace of the game.
Yeah, I think you're right to highlight the junglers in particular. I thought LASBRA was actually having a legacy game throughout this one. I mean, it's 5-4-2 for LASBRA. Maybe not the most impressive slash line, but he was making a whole lot of stuff happen. A more impressive slash line is Scream on the other side. 3-0-11 on the Camazotz. He said, I'll do it a third time. And this time it's going to be the best time. Third time's the charm, I suppose. Was really having a great time diving into the back, was connecting with those priority targets consistently. And if he wasn't actually diving the back, he was playing spoiler to LASBRA's game, trying to hunt him down in these periphery fights, catch him before he can get up into the air, catch him before he could flank the back line, put a little bit of poke into him, make LASBRA think twice on whether or not he actually wanted to get involved back there. BaRRaCCuDDa, though, I think deserves every bit of praise. You're going to get the praise when you get a multi-kill like he did to close out this one. Massive turnaround performance from the Anhur there. Just really able to separate the fight. But a lot of the changes in the draft, I think, do rear their head here for the Highland Ravens. Of course, play on field is going to be the most important thing on the day of. In any given game, the most important thing is how well you're piloting what you've taken. But they chose to make it easier for themselves with the adjustments they had made in Game 3. A lot of the times we had seen maybe someone trying to get up into the air. The Marty tries to get up in the air. He just falls immediately back down to a burnout or to a bleed of some sort. And I think that was a very intelligent adaptation from the Highland Ravens. I still would prefer to see the Highland Ravens go ahead and limit some of what the Jade Dragons were drafting. That draft still is ridiculous, even with some of those counter selections. But, I mean, if you found it, if it's going to work once, maybe it can work again. But it also worked once for the Jade Dragons, so who knows?
Yeah, now it's 1-1. Now they got to run it back again and see who, if it can actually work 3 times for the Dragons, or if the Highland Ravens finally got the Dragons' number. At least here in game number 3, they did so. 9-3-7 for BaRRaCCuDDa. Double kill about 28 or so minute mark, and then a triple kill, nearly a quad to close out the game. Could have potentially been a penta, but one kill got taken away by Venenu right at the slight end. So still ends up being a DSI for the Ravens and a win here in game number 3, and now moving themselves into our first game 4 of the weekend. It took us all 4 of our quarterfinals to get there, but now we will be jumping into that 4th game here between the Ravens and the Dragons. It took the Camazotz a while to get online. It had strong performances out of Scream in games 1 and 2, but felt like once we kind of got to late game, didn't quite have the same level of impact. This time Scream says, okay, well, we'll get us through this early game. I'll make sure that this early and mid game is great for us, and allowed for him to then set up for Venenu and BaRRaCCuDDa on the tail end.
Yeah, 34,000 damage from Scream. Very impressive, topping the charts for his team. Next closest, still about 6,000 behind, and that's Haddix. And Cthulhu generally gets all of those procs in the majority of these team fights and was certainly doing a whole lot for his squad. It is worth noting that Jade Dragons still do lead in the damage overall. 2 members of their team putting up 40,000. But Nuwa, I'm going to put an asterisk on that one. Marty, I feel like I should put an asterisk, but it's not the same level as Nuwa. At least he has to aim his. But at the end of the day, it's about securing those kills, and felt like the Jade Dragons were struggling to do so.
Yeah, couldn't really get that gap closed. A couple of those team fights as well, where it just felt like LASBRA was trying to, one-man army, kind of make the hero plays between him and Nika, jump into the backline around those fire giant pits. A couple of times it worked out, but once he started getting to the late game, that lifesteal and that big damage online for BaRRaCCuDDa, he's able to stand his ground alongside his team and able to turn things around there for the Highland Ravens. Now push us into game number 4, and we can jump right in to the picks and bans for game number 4 in just a moment. We'll be able to jump right into those ones, kind of see what changes get made. Do we see the Dragons run it back a 3rd time? I think that's the ultimate question that we're wondering here is, do the Jade Dragons run it a 3rd, or do they get the chance to run it again? Because do we maybe see the Ravens make an adaptation and take something away?
The Jade Dragons, I think, given the opportunity, they're gonna do it again, right? Like, they just have to. The draft worked so well previously. Even in this one, I felt like they had opportunities to fight back in, so I wouldn't be surprised. I think the more apt question is your second one. Will they get the opportunity? I think the Highland Ravens might also be the type of team to just say, hey, we also beat it. And the win they got was pretty close, so we could look at a salty run back. I'd prefer to keep in line with what everyone else is doing, which is changing things up between games. I really am a massive fan of a little bit of the spice of life, the things that keep us guessing. And it seems like the Jade Dragons have finally decided to keep us guessing a bit. Camazotz, at least, going to be a bit of a difference here. Banned out by the Jade Dragons, and so Screammmmm, 3 games in a row, won't get it for a 4th.
And one full consistent thing we've seen in all 3 of the games has been that Camazotz. So now some changes to be made for the Highland Ravens jungler at the very least. We'll see if the Dragons ban anything else away from this Ravens composition. Like what we saw at Hurriwind on the Ganesha for the last couple of games as well. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see that one either taken away from him via ban, maybe a pick if it doesn't get grabbed in that top 2. But alongside with the Camazotz, it's still Yamoja, Highland Ravens. Gonna keep with the dedicated Dardez ban, making sure you don't get the Morrigan. And then Chernobog, right alongside that one, talked about being one of the top hunters as of now with the changes that have come his way. So, question now comes down to, what does Screammmmm go to? Because we've only been seeing the Camazotz out of him so far today. So I wonder what's next in the pocket for Lucas Spracklin.
Oh, man. And I'm looking at his competitive history right now. And I'm not a massive fan of the other 3 picks in his last 6 games. It's Cucullin, Anubis, and Sun Wukong, by the way.
I think that takes our role stars into account there.
Yeah, you got to take those into account for sure, but otherwise, could you imagine a world where Sprack locks in the signature Bastet? Could you imagine a world where maybe he goes towards the Arachne, which was seeing a little bit of a resurgence recently thanks to some of the buffs that she's received? Plenty of options out there. And that's not even taking into account like just the standard meta ones, right? You could play like Susano or Thor or even Set if you're feeling a little bit different. Athena to round out the bans for the Highland Ravens. The Jade Dragons in first pick take the Pele for themselves. So much flexibility out of this god. Could be mid, could be jungle. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if we see him in the side lanes, solo lane or even ADC. More likely the first 2 listed, though. High mobility, high damage output, decent AoE DPS as well. But you've left so much value on the board. I'm feeling like the Highland Ravens, they got the better end of this trade.
They got a very potent top 2, Sun Wukong, who's not really taking a whole lot of first bans, but certainly quite a few first picks. Now 3 games in a row, he's been drafted up in those top spots. Along with him, Raijin.
Nesher, too.
For the Highland Ravens. But the Jade Dragons will now do a full swap of their gameplay. No longer we're going to run the same team comp, a 3rd game in a row. Back to the Pele from game 1, but adding Ganesh and Hera to the mix. And Hera, one of those gods that really there's only like 2 people in the league running him. And one of those is on this team right now. Dardez is going to be piloting that pick.
I don't want to put you on the spot, J-Mac, but who's the other guy?
I'd say like BMT.
BMT play it. BMT, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. BMT does play it. Ares on the 3rd overall. This is a high prio draft from both of these teams. I mean, these are all top pick contention selections. All 6 of them locked in already. I wonder, though. I really thought that Ares would have been an Arachne. I'm a massive fan of new Arachne into Ganesh in particular because he can throw up the silence with so much of your kit. You could just pre-pop and then walk into range beforehand. But instead, it will be the Ares. Good AoE damage, good AoE CC, phenomenal second ability that bolster defense changes really have just pushed Ares onwards to that next level. Very difficult to kill anyone when he's nearby now. So keep your eyes on that. A volatile duo lane to be sure. Haven't got quite a good look at the Hunters just yet. The Arachne will get a mention. We'll get to see her, but not in the game. Sorry, fans. It's going to be an Arachne ban from the Jade Dragons. Seems like Sprack's been cooking something up. Wasn't just an inkling. We've all been watching the streams.
He's always cooking up something in those streams. It feels like every time I tune in, he's either in a ranked game or he's in jungle practice. One of those 2.
That's right.
And when he's in jungle practice, you never know what to expect coming from him. Will be an Amaterasu ban by the Highland Ravens, followed by a Jormungandr, so taking out some safety in the solo lane. Just out of my curiosity, though, I did look up the Hera stats for players. Dardez on top.
Of course.
47 games that he's played. Next closest is a 4th of the games played. And it's not actually BMT. It's Hurriwind, whenever he was a mid laner. Then Venenu and then BMT right after. But they are...
Well, how many is BMT at?
He's at 9.
How many's Ven got?
12.
Goodness.
Oh, no, Ven has 10. Hurry has 12.
All right, well,
So
Dardez needs to play it
Yeah,
less, clearly. That's too much.
Yeah, he has established that he's the Hera guy.
Out of the top 5, combine the bottom 4 of the top 5, and it's still less games played.
It's still not enough. That is wild to think. I also looked
You got the win rate right there?
Oh, I just panned away from it. Hold on, let me pull it back up for you here. Hold on, I got to scroll a little far down. Hera win rate 64% for Dardez.
Never mind, keep it up, Dardez. I can see why you're going to play it so many times. That is good.
He's doing real good with that pick. And one thing that was working out real well for LASBRA was the Ratatoskr. So instead, the Highland Ravens going to take that one away from him.
Yeah, I was almost expecting the Rat to be a Highland Ravens ban, but instead, all jungle bans from the Jade Dragons and leaves Rat available. The Highland Ravens will take that one away for themselves and certainly within the wheelhouse of Screammmmm. Where does that leave LASBRA now? Could still take the Pele into the jungle, of course, but we know for a fact that it's certainly capable of going towards mid. Maybe not with the Hera locked in, though. We have also seen a bit of Hera flex, but that was at a for fun tournament, and it's breaking my brain. Jingwei and Robin to round out this one. That is a very strong dive with a very safe laner now. Standard allocations to each of these picks. You're looking at a Ganesh Jingwei lane. I would put Pele in the jungle, have Hera out of mid, and then Robin's your soul laner. I wonder, this new incredibly hyper tanky build, mitigation build, not quite back, but almost there. Maybe a Robin solo could get away with something like that. And if that's the case, we've seen just how tanky these gods can get. It would be pretty difficult for the Highland Ravens to even peel him off. Not many gods capable of preventing Robin from just walking forward into that back line. Pick up a Wing Blade, and you've really got no peel out of the Ares as well. And then Artemis to finish things out. I actually really like this Artemis lock-in. The speed with which the CC immunity is channeled from Caledonian Boar is very strong into the delayed CC of things like Pele, who need to like channel up that I don't even know, I'm totally blanking on the ability name, the second ability, I should say, or even just the slow from Robin or the long range route as well. So maybe just go ahead, go for like a crit build. I don't think you necessarily want to go the ability damage build into Jingwei. She's so safe anyway. You can poke her consistently, but you're not exactly going to get that kill in lane, so instead take eyes towards objectives. Play it for the late game. I'm kind of liking what the Highland Ravens have cooked up.
Well, that was going to be my next question, too, which was which of the build paths that we've seen from the Artemis would you prefer this time? But
I'm on top of it.
But you already got that one covered. So instead, let's pivot over maybe to the Jade Dragons a little bit here, picking up the Ganesh and the Jingwei of a dual lane. Not the most aggressive style of lane, a very kind of pacifist style lane almost, it feels like. Ganesh can get aggressive. But when you're pairing it with the Jingwei, aggression really isn't the name of the game whenever you have that. It's kind of just a lot of safety in that regard. So if you are the Highland Ravens in this case, and you're Screammmmm on this Ratatoskr, do you just ignore the dual lane and try and farm up elsewhere?
Man, I feel like you could still get involved towards Jingwei, but it does change the PEMDAS of your initiation. So often Rat wants to just go ahead, start it with the ultimate, and then play through it. I think against gods like Jingwei and lane, Rat's actually very good at shutting her down. Just don't initiate with the ultimate, save it for the chase, right? And then all of a sudden, it restricts where she's allowed to retreat to. Essentially, you can't go into the jungle anymore. You have to go towards your own tower, at least in the early game, which would make it very easy for Rat to chase you down. So you could head over there, especially with an Ares too. I mean, prevents that dash off knockup. So I think there's certainly some options to deal with Jingwei. I'm not going to soul lane, I'll tell you that. I might try and steal a blue buff, but I'm certainly not dedicating time to killing Sun Wukong on the Ravens or Robin on the Dragons. Those guys likely to be left alone on an island. Good options elsewhere, though. Jingwei, Hera, both great targets for the Rat.
So looking about this Ares, I mean, a lot of buffs came his way with this most recent patch. I mean, he got a little bit of nerf damage on as far as his chains are concerned with the shackle, but just about everything else.
A very little bit.
Yeah, like I think like 5 damage per tick kind of knocked there, but
they just
everything else
just
makes him feel really strong. Increased auto attack damage on him, and then the AoE also giving basic attack increased range out there. Kind of feels almost like if you get the right items added with him, feels almost like a miniature Fafnir in a sense, just walking around with that constant aura. What kind of a threat does Ares put to a composition that the Dragons have drafted here?
I mean, of course, just having the cripple going to be very good into Jingwei in particular, even prevent some of the initiation from Ganesh. But I think having the ultimate against these non-CC immune gods, that's where the value is.
Well, to see if the Highland Ravens can keep this fight back up and take us to game number 5, where the Jade Dragons going to shut them down here. We're going to jump right into game number 4.
And here we go with game number 4. Dragons up 2-1 so far, and joined once again by Inbound. Inbound, first of all, it seems a lot of people in chat are very upset with me roasting you so much, so I just want to formally apologize to you, okay? I am sorry that you have to be a caster now because you couldn't play competitive anymore.
Well, and now I join the likes of Aggro and Mifflin as washed-up players that now have to cast.
It's just my fault, you know? I just want to apologize for that. Game 4, about to begin. What do you feel about the compositions we've got this time around?
I mean, we have a Ryzen, and we've seen Ryzen a couple times this week.
We have.
And he has looked really, really strong. He's been dictating a lot of these games, and the Highland Ravens pick it up. I think that is kind of the avenue that the Ravens want to play around.
Yeah.
When you have a Ryzen, you have to play around it. It's not a mid laner you want to leave by itself and just kind of let him live like a Janus or anything like that, or Nua even. It's a god you want to play around. You want to play around him, his CC, his damage. The Highland Ravens drafted a pretty good comp around it. Ares adds extra damage, Artemis adds extra damage and extra CC. That is a backline that is very, very hard to dive. So much damage at all points of the game.
Well, I do want to say as well, we've got an Ares as well for Hurriwind this game. Now, Ares had a bit of love, you know, a couple of buffs coming through, a lot of people going, wow, he's going to be great now. This is a different style that we've seen out of Hurriwind compared to the last 3 games, I want to say too. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive in these engagements. I'm excited to see how this Ares ends up working out. Obviously, towards the duo lane, you expect to see the Ares and the Artemis should control this duo lane early against the Ganesh Jingwei. But meanwhile, on the right-hand side, look at the rotational difference from LASBRA here, looking to try and get an early gank on this Sun Wukong.
I mean, Haddix holding his dash for just last point wherever he needs to use it. Laz blinks in, he dashes out. Pretty good at disengage. Scream's actually looking for the gank. You know, Nika had no 2 there. I think if that stun hits, maybe there's some potential there. But I think Haddix is playing a little bit too far back, not expecting a true gank to happen.
Least forces a health potion, and already both the junglers joining this solo lane action so far on that right-hand side.
It's weird. We haven't seen like any solo lane visitors this entire weekend, and now this game we have both of them visiting pre-minute and a half.
Is that because, though, it's Sun Wukong versus Raven, and the only time you're going to gank him is pre-5 for both?
I mean, that's definitely part of the reason.
Yeah.
You can kill both Robin and Wukong pre-5.
Yeah.
It's that level 5 that they become unkillable. I mean, Wukong, even at level 2, as we saw, he does have that dash. But Robin is susceptible pre-5.
Now, you mentioned as well, Ravens will be looking to play for the Raijin this game. My big beacon of focus is on Dardez this game, on this Hera, against the Ares, against the Raijin, against the Ratatoskr. His position is going to be on point. He's going to use his relics at the right time to try and survive as long as possible.
Yeah, this Hera is going to be tough to live into that dive. Ares is going to be able to force beads almost whenever he wants, as soon as he hits 5. Rat has a lot of damage and a lot of CC on dive. And, I mean, we've seen this Wukong a bunch of different times. It's doing so much damage, it's very hard to deal with. But we've seen Dardez in even worse positions with this Hera, where...
Blink from Scream, actually, looking for a kill on Nika. You just saw LASBRA kind of standing around here, trying to make sure he secured the buff camp, and did so, and Nika's buff camp helped, kept him alive, but now LASBRA's the one baited into a bad situation. He came in to help Nika, Nika got out, and then LASBRA dies instead, and Nika goes in, because Haddix was taunting him, and Nika didn't like what he saw, and ended up dying too. 2 kills, the way of the Ravens in the solo lane.
I've never seen a taunt get you another kill. There's no way if he's not taunting there, Nika doesn't just walk up for no reason.
Look at Venenu in mid lane though, already Thunder crashing quite happy there on that middle lane, keeping the pressure rolling on Hera. But that's a really good sign already for the Highland Ravens. Your solo lane is ahead on Sun Wukong and the Ratatoskr in the jungle.
And it's really good timing. Nika's back is terrible. He's not able to upgrade his TP, he's not able to get a 300 pot, and he just has tier 2 Glad Shield, so he's going to have to back again to get an actual value back off.
And look at this now, Hurriwind trying to abuse the state of the map and the situation that developed to try and steal away that green buff. Won't be the case though, rough times for a support, and the farm will go across to Dardez as now Nika and LASBRA combining for the blue buff on the right-hand side. This is going to slow down Jade Dragons, but I don't think it means the game's over. Obviously, with catch-up mechanics and stuff, there's a lot of viability there, and mainly I'm kind of looking at the fact they've got a Jingwei, they've got a Hera. They want to farm to the late game.
Yeah, they're not looking to fight really anyway other than solo lane.
Yeah.
You die once in solo lane, you stop fighting over there. Hurry's been playing this early duo a lot differently this game than last game, and I think it does have to do with the solo lane pressure they put out. He came to green buff, he got mid camps with Venenu, and he allowed BaRRa to solo his own purple buff, which does help to just get you more farm across the entire board.
It's a good point. I guess when you think about the Artemis in lane against a Jingwei and a Ganesh, you should be relatively safe there in positioning to, you know, just sit in lane, farm, play relatively safe, and allow Ares to maybe abuse that Harry mid lane. LASBRA versus Scream going on in the jungle once again. Both given as good as they got, mainly because they were focused on this protection buff on the left-hand side once more. Mike did a good job of trying to defend there.
Rat actually opts for the Prot Shred Acorn instead of the Stun Acorn. It is a different style we see sometimes. A lot more times we see it in solo lane, but it is something we've seen players like Scream that like that tankier style. I know Sino's done it a couple times too. They like to do this Prot Shred style. It just means the Rat's not going to do as much damage, but it'll be a lot better utility-wise, and it'll be a lot harder to kill.
Yeah, I guess when you've got the Artemis and you've got a Raijin banging drums in the background, the Protection Shred is really going to assist with their damage coming out here. Keep an eye on PolarBearMike, by the way. Did go beads this game because he's aware of what Hurriwind's trying to do, which is really telegraphed, running at them to get an ultimate off. No beads used by PolarBearMike there, though. An ultimate used instead by Vote. Defensively, good chains on the follow-up. Pressure is relieved.
Really good play by Mike there. Doesn't use his beads. Yeah. Vote actually ults in a little bit just to kind of, you know, throw him off from just trying to kill Mike. And then as soon as Scream walks in a little bit, Mike throws up the silence and he just walks away. If he blows beads there, that's a time where he's punishable now for the next 3 minutes, but he still has them.
Yeah, and I think it was wise for Vote to use the ult there because like the beads will help him out of the cripple from the chains a little bit more if there's follow-up chains there, whereas the ultimate, not as useful. You don't want to burn that when you're at like 90% health necessarily on defense. Nika, though, hits level 7 a little bit quicker than Haddix here. Now, that was down to the protection buff going his way earlier, and also a bit of a split farm from Scream going on there. But now he's got to watch his position as he gets dashed on once again. Good overhead kick from Nika, though, will keep him alive, but a good Tiger Stun timing from Haddix. Only one Jingu Bang would have got the kill onto Nika there, but not enough mana or survivability to do so. But it does create an opportunity for Scream to invade the buff.
Just a really good timing gank. He gets the kill.
Oh.
And he's actually looking for it anyway. Immunity down now. Nika's in a tough spot here.
He really is, especially when you see Hurriwind rotating in as well, just to prevent it even more. Nika going to try to exit through the jungle, find out the Ares is there, trying to stagger to avoid the chain that's coming out, but good work from Hurriwind to secure a kill, and Ravens are off to the races in Game 4.
That's such a bad spot to be put in as a solo laner. He's now getting shut down twice at just not great spots. His TP will be back up, so at least he's able to get his TP off, and he does have his phalanx, so he's not in as bad of a spot. But now Laz is caught up by himself.
He really is, and he's just trying to make sure the farm comes online more than if it's like at least gets taken. Teleport back in from Nika. LASBRA forced to use the ult to avoid the no escape. Haddix's clone doing a good job of tanking the frontline tower, and Ravens will reset, or will they? Because in the jungle you saw Scream take to the sky, thinking about it on the tail exit. Pressure has relieved, but overall, the blue buff taken, Nika has died, and it forced rotations to the solo lane.
It might not look like a ton of stuff happened over there other than Nika dying, but that is now Nika having no blue buff. That's now Laz ult being down, and he's not going to be too effective until his ult is back up. Scream got another kill. Scream is now 2 kills on this Rat. This is when Rat wants to start to spike. Now, once he finishes that Soul Leader, he'll have that Prot Shred, and he'll be able to dive and probably live through a lot of damage.
We did see the first 3 games of this series, the Camazotz picked up by Ravens, and the Ravens themselves saw it banned away in Game 4 by Dragons. Dragons recognized they're sick of seeing it. They wanted to see what else is available for Scream in the jungle, and he's gone for the Rat, and it's paying dividends so far.
Yeah, I think this Rat pick is going to be pretty important for the rest of the series. Obviously, we're in Game 4, and if the Ravens in this, we'll go to Game 5. Goldberry pull with the Ganesh ult.
Yeah, I like the idea from the Dragons here. They recognize they're more on the back foot with how this game's going, and the solo lane seems to be the focus, so trying to get some pressure off, especially if Ares is going to be rotating towards mid on the right-hand side a little bit more. They can abuse that factor. Great call from the Dragons to stem some of the bleeding we were seeing this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're losing solo lane really hard, you have to opt for dual lane. Haddix a little low on mana. Doesn't seem to be too much kill potential, but still, Nika seems to be holding his own at least a little bit, even though he's been kind of camped a little bit. Maybe that's the strength of just Robin in general.
Yeah, I mean, he's got sustain in his kit as well, right? So it does allow a bit of it. Obviously, build-wise, he's going to be pretty susceptible. I think the main thing for Nika now is just not to get baited into a bad fight. Even though he hasn't, in theory, he's just been ganked consistently. But this blue buff respawn on the right-hand side, look at Scream. He's already here on the scene, ready to get aggressive. Meanwhile, the Dragons are not going to be in position to do anything about that. So they've kind of abandoned Nika on an island, and that's kind of what you have to do sometimes for solo laners.
Yeah, exactly. If your solo laner falls a little bit too far behind, Lies, instead of rotating to that blue buff, splits the mid wave.
And now
Scream
he's
actually
gonna get
dashes him.
stunned, and LASBRA forced to consider using his ultimate there for a second. Instead, the knock-up is going to be good enough to separation, but the damage was pretty solid. Meanwhile, chains coming out from Hurriwind and the flames towards Mike as the grouping for the left-hand Harpies begins.
And we actually have a breastplate coming out of the Raijin.
Yeah, I was going to mention on that. Do you like it because of the amount of aggression that he's going to see towards him?
I actually don't like it too much this
Okay.
game. It's mostly just I feel like he thinks that if he lives, they'll win.
Yeah.
But I think there's just a lot more pressure on him having to do damage, especially at that midpoint of the game when the Rat is opting for this more defensive style. I mean, I guess you have Wukong for a good amount of damage, but this comp is not one that wants to scale too much. They kind of want to fight at that mid to late game part.
Okay.
So I think his damage might fall off a little bit. I also think just Raijin just feels so good with that second item pen option.
Well, I think some of the things people have said about Raijin in the past from memory was like when you're in your ultimate, you're kind of susceptible to free damage. And Pele's going to run at you in W key in that moment, so maybe it keeps you alive a little bit longer, but it costs you damage, like you said.
It's risky too, because Ganesha also shreds prots, so those
point.
few protections you're getting from Breastplate, he's going to shred a lot of them. A lot of times, Hera is actually a god that can get damage onto the enemy mid laner.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, I get why he's doing it. It
Sure.
makes sense. It could obviously pay off, and it could be a genius play, and he's going to be looked at as a genius. And then there's the other coin where maybe they just don't have enough damage, and that's part of the problem.
You get called a caster at that point when you're wrong, you know, when he wins and everyone's like, oh, you've got to go breastplate.
So it sounds like I'm not a caster.
No, you are. When you were
'Cause
wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay. No escape used in mid lane by Hurriwind, pulling Mike in, who didn't beads again. He ate a ton of damage from that, and I don't think that was the best idea. His dash away is going to be good as he beads to get to safety, but in the jungle, you saw the engagement there as Dardez and LASBRA combined to pick up Scream, who was trying to flank on in. PolarBearMike was more a distraction than anything else, and it paid off well.
Mike set that up really well. Scream's also thought that, Mike's are going to be our target here, and Scream was just sitting. He wasn't even on a ward. They just had an idea he was over there, or they saw him walk in a little bit, and he got blown up. He had no chance to use anything.
Yeah, real quick. And then the best thing is that kill goes towards LASBRA, who was a little bit behind, catches up a little bit towards Scream now and evens the field. LASBRA is still looking for a bit of a play around mid lane as the Hunters and Dueling collide. Vote going to dash on in, recognizing he's on his own. He's losing a minion wave for this, though, for the pressure on towards BaRRaCCuDDa. And at the end of the day, it's kind of a washed fight there on the left-hand side, although rotation's now coming through from everybody. Knock-up comes through, and then PolarBearMike drops his ultimate early. The pressure from LASBRA's knock-up is going to cause problems for Scream. He's going to try to take to the sky, but Vote will use the ultimate to secure the kill on Scream. Hurriwind still wants to give chase, but no real backup in sight. A strange endeavor that sees Scream die again within 30 seconds of his last one.
That's the Blink junglers and the, like I said, solo laners that don't build beads into Ganesh. There's always that risk if you get too close that you'll die before you can get a single ability off because of how just powerful Ohm is as a peel tool and even an engage tool almost.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you just sit there and silence someone. People know they can't do anything unless they beads to get aggressive. So 2-3, it stands 11.5 minutes in the game. Gold is relatively even, 500 gold lead in favor of the Ravens. That really is the difference in that first blood alone. The experience slightly in favor of Dragons, and when we've looked at those graphs a couple of times, Bobby, throughout the series, it has been Dragons who've done a better job in the early game of farming.
Yeah, I think the Dragons have been just a lot more consistent with the plays they are making. It's just always almost guaranteed where either they win the fight or they get a camp out of it. And I think that's like their early game prowess and why they've always been just an early game strong team. And I think it's a lot of it comes down to Mike and Laz. Jungle support dictate a lot.
So solo laners have rotated for the Stygian Beacon in the mid lane. Hurriwind and Venenu are in a good position on the point. You can see Scream wrapping around towards Gold Fury's side. And with the pressure that Dragons don't have at the moment, Ravens are just going to exert theirs and find themselves a nice, easy Stygian Beacon. Back to the solo lane go, Haddix and Nika, as Scream starts to rotate to this left-hand side. Looking for farm, looking for an overextension. Bit tricky to gank Vote here if there's a ward, which generally these hunters love to have the wards positioned around this buff. BaRRaCCuDDa going to use his ult, force Vote's ult out in response. The beads were already on cooldown from Vote at the moment too, so I think that was a reason to go, and Scream might still think about getting aggressive. He does have his blink available if he wanted to play up, but you can see LASBRA could be in the jungle.
Also, something I just noticed.
Yeah.
No soul leader on Wukong. So he's opting for more defensive protections and stuff like that instead of survivability through healing. I think this beats forced on Venenu right there, which is really big, especially with this Gold Fury spawning right now.
Bit of a skirmish going on the left-hand side too as LASBRA and Scream get aggressive, and it's LASBRA getting aggressive on BaRRaCCuDDa. His ultimate was already on cooldown and they abused that situation, but now LASBRA could be under pressure from Scream. Good stun, but is the damage going to be enough with the protection acorns? It will be. Hurriwind was on the scene too to assist if needed, and Scream will make it a 1-for-1 carry for jungler.
I mean, Vote's level 14 now. LASBRA saying, so worth. My Jing Wei is already level 14. My mid laner's also level 14. Super happy with how strong their backliners are. And the Artemis, a god that does not feel great from behind, is only level 12. No relics, getting ready for this fire or this Gold Fury, along with Raijin having no relics.
Is that an early fail not as well from BaRRaCCuDDa? Do you think it's a bit too early, or do you think it's okay there?
I think it's a little weird having I mean, I guess they're technically auto attack items, even though they don't give any attack speed. With no attack speed on a character that you kind of need attack speed on, or you're going the pen build. So he's kind of in this weird middle ground, and he's going into, I guess, it could be a Dom here, which is another item that doesn't have too much attack speed.
Yeah.
He might be really inconsistent with his damage at this point.
We'll see how it plays out for BaRRaCCuDDa with this build, because it's definitely intriguing of where it ends up going to later on. I mean, he does have a stim in his kit as well. He does have a bit of an attack speed buff if needed. Vote versus BaRRa again. LASBRA's there. And as soon as BaRRa tries to take that trade, LASBRA was on the scene immediately, and BaRRaCCuDDa should be another casualty. Ping's going down on Hurriwind, though, as he starts to rotate into this lane. Hurriwind doesn't have a blink available at the moment, as he's only level 11 to try and follow up, but I don't think he would have found the kill anyway. Meanwhile, back in solo, Nika doing a good job of sustaining and surviving this lane with how it started. Only a level down so far.
I also think Robin's a character who, as long as he's somewhat even, he'll always feel at least okay. He'll dive the backline. I think the damage and the kill potential kind of comes with levels. And so he's behind, so he might not do a ton of damage. But he's not at risk of getting blown up, especially with Phalanx and Onis.
Definitely interesting to see how BaRRaCCuDDa's been playing this game too, though, Bobby, because like I think the last game he got the wind in his sails. You saw him aggressively leaping in. He's kept that aggressive mindset, but I think that's causing him a bit of a distraction now. Obviously, the fail knot is going to allow him to be more aggressive to an extent with the crit, but in doing so, he sets himself up for ganks, is what LASBRA's found. Pyromancer pulled by the Dragons here so far, but with Scream hanging around and Venenu in mid lane, now Hurriwind on the scene, and of course Haddix behind them all in their own jungle. The pressure's relieved for a moment or two as both teams don't find a window to secure that objective.
Seems like the Dragons are still a little cautious, even in a 5v4, just because of that spot the Wukong's in. I think he's in a very, very strong spot. He's got 3 completed items. All of them help his damage, and they're also all make him really tanky. And I think that's the benefit of this build.
Hurriwind in trouble in the jungle, though. The Ares is always susceptible to the all-in ganks. A lot of pressure exerted. Both LASBRA and Dardez and PBM dropped, I should say, 3 ultimates. And Hurriwind has survived. That is a big tail of the tape for me. I mean, more than anything, I think he wrote for Shell at level 12, which surprises me because normally you see blinks coming through there. But in using 3 ultimates, Jade Dragons trying to make something out of it by going for the Oni Fury. Dunked down, and the Jade Dragons get the Fury. Scream will escape the danger. But Dragons at least make sure those 3 ultimates used end up paying off somewhere.
Yeah, just to touch on what you said about the Ares, he has Shell instead of Blink. I think that's because of those recent changes to Ares. He can play more of a backline style. He's not reliant on a Blink ult or Blink chain.
It's true.
His 2 is so much stronger as a defensive tool and a like kind of middle of the ground playing both front and back type of style. So I think this really is allowed from the Ares change.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, for my mind, I was just like expecting him to die there and go, oh, he's got Shell. Okay, he's going to be okay in that situation. With the Gold Fury being down, though, it looks like both teams are going to start to turn their attention towards the Pyromancer. Hurriwind with good ward vision on this right-hand side. You can see the junglers dancing on this side as well, as LASBRA has taken the green buff. And I tell a lie, looks like LASBRA might go for a bit of a cheeky invade or gank on the left-hand side once more towards BaRRaCCuDDa, who's positioned a lot safer under his tower this time round. But it is an Oni fire minion wave that was pushing in there to create some sort of pressure for a second or two. Buff camp does spawn, and LASBRA's there for it. The camping of the duo lane.
Yeah, I think BaRRa's starting to get ready, starting to become aware that his lane is the one that Laz wants to play around, and he's got to start, unfortunately, respecting Vote, playing up by himself. That's the thing that I think ADC's kind of getting their mind about. It's, I don't want to give up this 1v1 pressure, but if there is somebody there in a 2v1 and you trade with that 1v1, it could become very detrimental.
Stygian Beacon fight continues here as Mike and Hurriwind just stand on it. Nobody else really wants to be on it, but when you can get 2, that's when it's going to tick up. So it's just a positional battle. Scream in mid lane alongside Dardez. You can see the solo lane starting to rotate over as well. Meanwhile, in the jungle, look at LASBRA. He finds BaRRaCCuDDa. BaRRaCCuDDa going to get the good ultimate off onto LASBRA and force LASBRA to ult defensively. That's 2 ults now down. Vote kind of pathed a bit awkward there, I want to say, to get into that position, but he's back to safety. But look at Dardez's health bar below half as the Stygian Beacon is going to be taken by the Ravens here.
Yeah, a lot of these neutral wins are just going towards the Ravens. It's just if there's a 3v3 scuffle and a little bit of CC out, it seems like the Ravens are coming away with the win.
Does seem so. Pyromancer, though, pulled by the Ravens now after that Stygian Beacon. And with Dardez at half health going back to base there alongside Jingwei. Pressure relieved from the Dragons. Not to lie, not Jingwei. It was actually just the Hera. But Vote will at least try and take down a tier 1. Not got too many minions for it, but should still be good to do so. But Pyro with the Ravens as the blue buff invaded once more.
2 objectives down, including the Gold Fury, so they've had the last... Oh no, the Dragons got the Gold Fury, so at least there's some trade potential there from the Dragons. This game's even.
Yeah.
4 kills, completely even game. I think the next spikes we have to look for are the support spikes. Those starters are next. Hurry actually opted into buying his erosion, so he's going to be a little bit of gold short going for his level 15 starter item. He's going to have to actually wait it out a little bit. Mike, on the other hand, finishes his Compassion. I don't think that's a spike that they want to fight on right now, because I just don't think they're in that lead, that spot where they want to play super aggressive.
I do like the erosion in this game for Hurriwind, though, especially because we've got Raven, who's got a ton of shielding, and then you've also got Hera as well, which will have a lot of shielding on toe. So having those kind of stripped away a little bit, not be as helpful as you would once want, it could be a good impact. Mike getting very aggressive here, doesn't realize necessarily there was 3 that close, or just thought if he could find that dash and secure, they could get some follow-up, but instead the pressure relieved on that left-hand side.
And we actually saw Scream put a little bit of damage into Mike. It was very low damage.
Yeah.
Scream is not playing to hit Mike. He's not playing to hit Nika. His damage is trying to go into Dardez or Vote, and if it's not, it's very inefficient damage.
And he's just picked up a Stone of Binding there as well, Scream in the jungle, this Ratatoskr, so it's very much a resustain, poke, shred protection sort of composition build he's gone for, allowing his carries to do the real damage for this team.
Yeah, he's like a facilitator at this point. Yep. I think this will be really strong because I think this gives them the opportunity to have the Ares play super defensive. They have just that double dive, and they're going to be playing to kill the enemy's frontliners and just have Scream and Haddix just kind of zone.
So really playing this comp front to back for the best of their ability here. Aggression from LASBRA on towards Venenu, who had stepped up. He had to use his beads to get his Thunder Crash away, but damage was done to the beads. However, damage was done to the Dragons Tier 1 tower. Dragons show up in force, however, may start to look towards the Gold Fury. You can see Nika over here already. But with the Tier 1 being down, it makes it more of an awkward fight for Hera in mid and Dardez to continue farming up that area safely.
I think the next things we should also look for, along with this Gold Fury, is we have 2 level 19s. We have Venenu at 19, and we have Vote at 19. Venenu's starter item is definitely more important than Vote's. ADC starter items don't really matter all that much unless they're going for that Bluestone build. Just getting an extra little bit of crit, I mean, it's relevant, but it's not too much comparatively to Raijin's getting that gem, the movement speed power gem, which increases his damage and his survivability by a whole lot.
So you actually think the mage item there is worthwhile? Do you not think on Jing, like getting the crit online is useful? I mean, that gold is going to use them the whole time. Because the more gold you've got, right, the more crit you're going to have.
Yeah, I think you're never really going to be full gold at this 5 items, so you're almost always sitting at like 1,000. You're not getting the full benefit. Jingwei already has some crit chance in her 2. We have a Gold Fury pulled by the Ravens. Mike's the only one here.
We do.
Vote too.
Vote has shown up just to put some damage in. Nika wrapping around the side, but Screen's keeping an eye on what's going on there. Nika going to blink in early. Look for BaRRaCCuDDa, who up downs in place as Nika gets the ultimate out of BaRRaCCuDDa, and BaRRaCCuDDa still running for the hills. Gold Fury has been reset as LASBRA now dives in on BaRRaCCuDDa and finds the kill. Peel was being worked on by Hurriwind there with the no escape to try and keep him alive, but it won't be enough. Low health bars on the Jade Dragons, but they're clumped as a group protecting each other. Haddix gets into the mix though and finds the kill onto LASBRA, an important one at that. Dardez, meanwhile, was really looking for the kill and Screammmmm finds it with the help of Hera. Now Haddix still trying to deal with what he can on the front side. Can't really slow them down. Hurriwind too low to really contest. They're trying to bait him in if they can hear the Dragons stepping around the corner with Dardez waiting. But instead the Dragons turn their attention to the Gold Fury. Venenu, however, is on the way back to this fight. Maybe they can contest. Not so sure. It's all on Haddix so far.
Not too much burn also by the Dragons. Haddix sitting around. Looks like it might just be a steal opportunity. Little early. Dragon secure.
I had a feeling the Bluestone might just tick and steal that for a second there with the Jingu bag. But yeah, Golfury goes the way of Dragons. Good play from them overall. They were kind of losing out on a lot of these engagements here, Bobby, and then all of a sudden they've turned it around.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to go to Nika. He played that engage onto BaRRA perfectly. He took no damage. He got BaRRA to half, forced out relics also, and then Lazarus came by and just kind of cleaned him up.
Well, good response from Ravens, though. Immediately, the Golfury goes down. They swarm towards the Pyromancer and take that for themselves just to make it an even trade. And then they pull the Fire Giant. Well, as soon as they see Nika on the scene here, they might change their mind. It's Haddix, I believe, that aggroed it. Tell a lie. It's Hurriwind that's got aggro from the FG so far. Just keep an eye on these health bars. Relic situation a bit awkward for both teams at the moment. Into the sky goes Scream on this Ratatoskr. Dive into the back looking for a carry. He's looking for Dardez in the jungle here, but he has to reset as all the boys are around. Meanwhile, Nika tries to get towards Venenu, at least gets Venenu's ultimate out in trade. Vote, however, does find a kill on Hurriwind, and now Nika has been swarmed on the back. Gets peeled away with a good Dharmic Pillars coming through from PBM to support, but LASBRA was left on his own, and BaRRA found the kill with some crit. Venenu low on health, and Vote dashing in looking for it. BaRRA in the way, and Vote will down the health bar a little bit. So 1-for-1 support for jungler. Fire Giant relieved, Stygian Beacon is available, and that's where the Dragons turn their attention.
A 1-for-1 trade might not be the most ideal situation for the Dragons, but they get this middle tower. They're going to be getting Beacon right after too. Some good pressure around the map that they're generating now. I think it's the Ravens just didn't have the damage on that Fire Giant with BaRRA's build. Only one attack speed item. He's still not doing enough to that objective. It was a risky call. Vote was on left side, so it's just a let's go, let's see what happens. I think the split kind of happens where Nika comes from behind and they actually can't kill him because this Robin is just still pretty hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And I mean, at that point, it's the 1-for-1.
Yeah,
but
big picture, I mean, what, support died for a jungler? I'm going to favour the team that lost their support overall rather than a jungler, so the jungler can keep on farming. Although the jungler that died is already level 20 and has just upgraded his start item, so a bit more swing coming out from LASBRA in these fights.
Yeah, Laz is going to be very, very impactful in these fights. I think Laz might be the most important player on this Dragons team, because if he's not able to kill Venenu or BaRRA, I don't think that they're able to kill anyone on the backline, and then you're just kind of, like, look at the backlines comparatively. It's Raijin, Artemis, Ares versus Hera, Ganesh, and Jingwei. There's a lot of potential on the Dragon side, but it's just so easy to play Raijin and Artemis together.
Well, look at this trap on the right-hand side that the Dragons were trying to set up. Mike was rotating around the back of the Tier 1 tower just before the Titans marched down this right-hand side here to do battle. Tier 1 tower was already taken away by the Dragons, so they've got a bit of an advantage here now that they're going to get to this Titan first. But meanwhile, Vote's going to watch himself a little bit. There's a bit of a trap, I guess, with Mike just standing on the corner making sure Hurriwind can't get too aggressive with an ultimate or any chains towards Vote. Now the dance in the jungle begins. Keep an eye on the Ravens. Venenu, Scream, and Haddix on the left-hand side are trying to make sure that Nika and LASBRA don't get their way of things, and into the sky goes Scream. Jumps 3 times, and down he comes looking for Vote. No escape out from Hurriwind. No beads used by PBM. Instead, he gets himself pulled in, uses his Dharmic Pillars, and it's BaRRaCCuDDa the focused target again. Nika with the up-down towards BaRRaCCuDDa the whole time this fight's going on. And still, BaRRaCCuDDa is alive thanks to great peel, but now LASBRA comes in and finds a great ultimate to secure the kill. Next on the list should be Venenu if they can find it, but Haddix in the front line is whittled down and has to jump away. Still, though, Nika marching on, putting damage into Scream, who's low on mana and survivability. He does use the last of it to dash away, all the while the Dragons have the Titan marching down this lane too. This should be a Tier 2 tower.
They can't kill Nika. They cannot kill him. They don't have the consistent auto attack damage, and Venenu's not far enough in his build. It comes back to that. This breastplate item gives him survivability, but what is he going to do when BaRRA's the one getting dove? He doesn't have the damage to peel for BaRRA. Hurry walks up, gets one shot. A little too early walking up maybe. Haddix was not there yet. Fire Giant is now a 5v3 with BaRRA and Hurry both dead.
Yeah, on top of that, just keeping an eye on the player damage, you can see Raijin a little bit further down than you'd like him to be at this stage, but it is maybe that breastplate. Scream to the sky, trying to contest the Fire Giant though. Looks towards Dardez and dunks on down, but the shield from Dardez prevents a ton of it. The Fire Giant goes down as Jade Dragons get hold of it. Vote will pick up Scream, and Vote will get a double kill by adding Haddix to it as well. Now 5 members strong, the Jade Dragons against 2. This could be a Phoenix on the right-hand side here.
Exactly. That timing is tough. These 50-second respawn timers are becoming very impactful. this right Phoenix is just sitting open now, and the wave was already pushing up because the Dragons had dealt with it slightly prior. They now have the wave coming up here, 5v3 here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens just gave this one.
Well, it doesn't look like they're going to. Hurriwind's going to step up again and try and front line, but already the Phoenix below half health. No runic bombs to speak of to really assist them, but they wasn't really needed at that moment. Now with the right-hand Phoenix down, it's not the best Phoenix they want to go for, but it was the most opportune in that moment, Bobby. Is it time to base, get gold, and then head to the left-hand side?
I think they're fine going to the objectives first, and then backing, and then going left. But I think right Phoenix is a fine Phoenix to get when you know you're going to be able to siege again. Because now you have this pressure for right before going for the important Phoenix and left. And it sets up this hard-to-fight against setup where minions just solo push by themselves. And the Ravens, I mean, Scream can kind of manage it because he's got the semi-global, but there's no like Athena like we've seen before. There's no true full global Apollos or something like that. So it's going to be a little hard for the Ravens to deal with.
Well, the state of the game, I just want to take a little look at the graphs, Doug, and just see the difference in this. Look at the spike that we saw 21 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, we were like, this is an even game. And all of a sudden, a couple of fights later, Jade Dragons have just ran away from it. What is it that went so well for them here?
I mean, looking at the player damage alone, there is so much damage on this Jade Dragons comp. I mean, Wukong is leading damage, not too surprising for his team. But then there's 4 on the enemy team. The Jade Dragons have 4 players doing more than Haddix is. A lot of it comes down to just their damage.
Just damage overall being a little bit
Damage
higher.
overall.
Meanwhile, Mike really like bringing up the rear of that to an extent. 5K.
Support's so bad.
Support so bad. I mean, Hurriwind just behind him, or just ahead of him, I should say. 2K more as now a tier 2 on the left-hand side is starting to be sieged. LASBRA will meet Haddix in the jungle. Haddix's Oxform being down could have been a sign of aggression there, but instead, they're just buying time for the Ravens to actually get Scream back to base here as a tier 1 was pushed on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Jade Dragons will take the final tier 2 in mid lane with LASBRA and Nika as now the siege begins on the Phoenix line.
And this is going to be a tough siege. They don't have any true opportunity to get in and poke this down. I think they have to look for this all in and not necessarily win it, but be able to poke the Ravens enough that they're forced back to base. You're going to need to use Ganesha ult. I think Nika's going to have to use ult too. If you can, though, you want to hold LASBRA's ult because that's the one you need to kill.
Who's the target we're after, though, when we're diving this? Is it the BaRRaCCuDDa again? We've seen it a lot so far.
It's got to be BaRRaCCuDDa.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to put too much into Ven when he has this protection, but if Ven does step out of position, he is a high-value target.
Blinking from Nika onto BaRRaCCuDDa. BaRRaCCuDDa still holds onto his relics wisely there. Hurriwind took a ton of damage, though. Look at it. He's going to run for his life. Scream does duck the backline to try and prevent it, and Scream forced out too. But Vote's health bar is non-existent. Haddix gets hold of the kill and gets a huge shutdown. Nika, meanwhile, tries to find the carries on the back. He's trying to make it at least a 1-for-1. LASBRA, though, will take out Haddix in trade as Nika now falls. 3 members of the Jade Dragons still alive, but Vote falling down there and BaRRaCCuDDa surviving is a huge swing of play.
Haddix and Venenu just 2v5 that fight almost with how well and how good they positioned. Haddix went in. Haddix didn't even get his ult off, and he still put up almost 3k damage in that fight, and he got a kill. It was a really great fight by Haddix. Unfortunately, he did die, but then Ven also got a big Raijin ult through the entire enemy team. A lot of damage, and it seems like the Dragons maybe played it a little too aggressive. Mike didn't drop ult all right away. It was just Nika that blinked in, and he took a lot of poke without really getting anything done.
He did. I wonder if Mike was kind of holding his ult defensively for the aggression that was definitely going to come through with the Dharmic Pillars, but as you said, Venenu's ultimate really did hit the backline pretty effectively. Vote did use both sets of beads and Aegis there to survive. More importantly, just the peel BaRRaCCuDDa got from the Ravens there to keep him alive was so instrumental in having that fight go the way it did in favor of the Ravens.
And we're almost to that point where Venenu's about to be... just hit it. He just finished his rod. At this point, it does not matter that he has that breastplate. He is almost at that point where he is doing the exact same amount of damage while also having the survivability. This 500 pot should be coming online soon. And this is the spot that you want your Raijin to get to, because he is going to be doing a lot of damage.
Well, it's also the same point as the EFG is about to spawn as well. Enhanced Fire Giant now online. Phoenix on the right-hand side has respawned. There is one more Fire Minion wave heading down there that Scream is going to clear out. So once again, in terms of the map position, there's a slight advantage for the Dragons so far. Not just in terms of gold, but also map position of towers still being available and keeping them standing for the time being. And look at that inventory, Bobby. What has LASBRA got there?
LASBRA's now got his 3k pot. He's been killing both backliners, well, mostly just BaRRa because Venenu has not died yet, but he's been killing BaRRa without this 3k pot. He's now a fully 6-slotted rat or sorry, 6 slotted Pele.
Just calling him a rat for no reason. That's
Well,
a bit rude.
Scream's the rat this game.
That's
but
true.
6 slotted with the 3K pot. He just popped it. LASBRA is ready to fight, and the Dragons have to be ready to fight around him.
Well, let's see what LASBRA can do in this. Scream going to split push mid. He's been spotted by multiple people. Has to dash to the left-hand side more than likely here to escape. Don't know if he knows LASBRA's actually round this corner. And if LASBRA does want to take the 1v1, who wins this?
I mean, Scream's not dying. I don't think Scream's winning it, but he's not dying. Look at his build.
Well, he doesn't know about it until it's too late. We'll dash to the safety of the jungle away from LASBRA again. And Haddix now shows his face in mid. All the while, the Fire Giant has respawned and the ward coverage is relatively even, ever so slightly favouring the Ravens on their own side of the map for now. Always an awkward point of the game, Bobby. What is comms like in game when this is the situation? Is it more like we're looking for a pick, or what's the next team fight going to be? What normally goes on here?
I mean, a lot of it is just setup. It's mostly not a lot of details. They're pulling Fire Giant just right away because they have this advantage of just all this ward vision up, but it's mostly just talking about what they want to do.
Well, we'll see what both teams want to do here as Vote still continues to whittle down the health bar of the Fire Giant. Scream in mid lane has ultimate available, looking to flank around the back. Dardez out of the pit, and you can see Jade Dragons actually going to full retreat. Safely so. Fire Giant will slowly regen, not as quick as it used to, as Haddix was also flanking around the right-hand side.
Another thing, BaRRa's only 5 items deep yet, or still. BaRRa is nowhere near as strong as Vote. We have a Deathbringer 6-slot Jingwei, and we have a 3K on this Pele. You really want to get this pushing into a fight soon, because, I mean, we have a 6-slotted Raijin. If this Artemis does get to full build, and she might be backing for it right now, it'll be a little problematic.
Well, he's going to sell the recipe, and we'll see exactly what he picks up, which is the execution now fully stacked. And I guess that's one of the reasons the Ravens were playing a bit more passive there. Get that Phoenix up, allow BaRRaCCuDDa to catch up a little bit. You see the base coming through, though, from Vote, and he's picked up the Elixir of Power as well now. So 3K pots at 30 minutes is going to be the call. And now it's going to come down to what we kind of did in Game 3 as well, which is who plays the fight better.
I mean, one stun here, one stun there, bad relic here, and it changes the entire fight.
687 on a crit from Vote on towards the Fire Giant. Haddix dealing with Nika on the left-hand side. Scream in mid lane, looking for an opportunity if he finds it. Fire Giant below half health. Dardez steps up, looks for poke on Hurriwind. Does find a good bit of damage out, but not a whole ton. LASBRA alongside Nika here as Haddix goes in the pit with BaRRaCCuDDa stepping up. Fire Giant goes away with Jade Dragons, but can Dardez survive? And more importantly, can Vote survive? The dunking from Scream towards the backline. The health bars of the Dragons getting low. No escape, pulls in 3, and Dardez disappears. Mike disappears, and soon so will BaRRaCCuDDa. Nika, the whole while, did get a 1v1 against Venenu, but the good news is for the Ravens, they're the ones on the front here. They managed to force back the carries, and this is the situation we're in. 2 members dead of the Dragons, but they did get the FG.
And I think that alone just kind of says that this was maybe not the best trade possible, but they got the EFG and they got the EFG and the Jingwei, and they didn't lose enough that they're the ones getting pressured. It's just going to be waiting these 40 seconds for the respawn timers, and then the Jade Dragons are going to run it up left, and they're going to look for this next siege. And I really hope Vote plays a little bit farther back on this next siege. I think you want your solo and jungle to win with EFG, just because of the Raijin.
Sure.
The Raijin just spreads too much damage. I think you want Nika and you want Last splitting, especially having EFG on them. They'll do a lot of damage to them. Make them go mid or right and let them win you this game. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves and left.
Well, the good news for the Dragons here is Fire Giant on 3 members still, and on top of that, Vote still has both relics up. Where you look across the way to everybody else, lot of relics utilised in this engagement. Oni Fury has been pulled by Ravens, though, and it doesn't look like the Jade Dragons are really here in force just yet. It's taken BaRRaCCuDDa a bit of time to bring down that Oni Fury, though, and it's going to allow Nika to step up at least. BaRRaCCuDDa, no relics, remember. He's getting looked at by LASBRA and evaporated in seconds by the jungler from the Jade Dragons. Haddix trying to reposition to get aggressive towards LASBRA, but Nika's there to support, and now it could be Haddix under pressure. But with Venenu and Hurriwind in the wings, waiting patiently, the Dragons back away with a good result there.
No relics on the Artemis. Pele's got 6 items, got the 3K pot, and just nearly one-shot BaRRa. Not much he could do. I think it's a little weird to make BaRRa tank that. He got to about half health just from tanking it, and then Laz could just walk around the side and just kill him for free.
It is unfortunate. Now it's 30 seconds plus here with the Ravens being at 4v5, but the good news is they got the Oni Fury, and that's allowing Scream a bit of a split push opportunity here. I believe he just used a Runic Bomb too to bring that down relatively quick. He could look to threaten a Phoenix here, and it looks like he might. Phoenix on the left-hand side evaporates in seconds. Remember, this is an EFG, and Vote the carry still has hold of it, so no surprises there. Middle Phoenix down in seconds, and the worst thing is for the Highland Ravens fans out there, that right-hand side is a weakened Phoenix, so it'll go down even quicker. The middle Phoenix still stands, though, as you can see that Scream had to base more than anything else here. And now Dragons fall back quite happy with what they managed to steal away.
I mean, they still have this EFG for a little bit longer. Curious if they're going to look for anything with this EFG or if it's just setting up for the next one. The Ravens are pushing out, and it looks like they're trying to start a fight here. But Hurriwind getting one shot.
Disappeared already. He's going to walk into Nika, but in the sky is Scream. He's looking at Dardez or LASBRA, or just trying to buy time. Instead, he dunks on down, has to fall back. Vote forced back away as Hurriwind will have to return to base. Nika chasing on. They're looking for anybody. Venenu forced to Thunder Crash. BaRRaCCuDDa next in the way of Nika. Nika will find the route. On the left-hand side, Scream's just going to hang around at the Stygian Beacon as the rest of the Dragons go and take a Pyromancer.
I mean, it's just time wasting on the EFG. Would have been a lot worse if Hurry died, obviously. But Hurry doesn't die. They only go for the Pyro. They get this beacon also. Is there a way to tell how many beacons they've had so far? I think they've had like...
How many do you want to say?
I think they've had 3.
That's
so
correct.
That's number 4,
Whatever
I think.
you say is correct, remember?
All right, 4.
You can't be wrong.
Yeah, no, that's...
You said that earlier.
So now we have a Jingwei with a 3k pot.
Yep.
She had EFG. She still has it, I guess. And then she's also getting extra power. She's hitting those Phoenixes for 500 damage. That is insane.
We see a Spectral Armor picked up by Hurriwind here, so I wonder if that's going to help out a little bit more in survivability. But still, Vote will be swinging. The carries, the longer the game goes on, really do feel like true hunters at that stage of the game. Full slotted, full items. It feels like you are paper as a frontline tank.
Yeah, you're like a deer getting hunted through the jungle, and these carries are just killing everyone.
It definitely feels, though, like the stage of the game as a frontline tank where you're like, no one can kill me, and all of a sudden you're like, what happened to me? Where did my health disappear to in seconds? But it really just comes down to the itemization and the extra items online for these carries. Fire Giant due to spawn in a few moments' time. And honestly, if you're a Raven here, if you're playing for the Ravens, Bobby, you have to contest this.
Yeah, there's no way you're giving up 2 Phoenixes and then also giving up this EFG also. Scream's getting ahead of the curve a little bit, pushing this out. If he's able to get this next wave and then rotate before EFG is up, which he should, they're not going to be in too bad of a spot. However, I don't know how this Ravens team is going to be able to kill just about anyone. They can only kill frontliners because their only damage is the Raijin and the Artemis. Scream and Haddix are not doing enough damage to kill.
Yeah, they went techie. They tried to play front to back, but it's not working out for them so far. Bit of a sell going on in base right now from Scream. He's adjusting his build this time round. We'll see what he chooses. Having a good little think about as the Fire Giant now does respawn. Will be a Heart Speaker. So you just mentioned they needed a bit more damage, but by going for more damage, I think the issue is the time is awkward, and it's going to give the Dragons a free FG here. No one from the Ravens will be around in time.
It looks like they just called to give it. But that is a kind of a baffling EFG to give. They had left pushed up. Maybe they're just so unconfident in their division or their chance to defend that EFG that they'd rather have this opportunity under Titan. Because like you said, this is a weak right Phoenix.
Yeah.
This is not something that you're going to want to defend.
We took, what, 4 shots from Vote on a middle and left Phoenix, so
that was full health.
2
Yeah.
on the right one. Bit of a tricky ask then for the Ravens fans out there. The longest set of this Phase 2 kickoff so far, though, all games pretty much around 30 to 40 minutes long. So a lot of quicker ones so far this weekend. But let's see as we move on. Who is going to the semi-finals? It's looking good for the Jade Dragons fans out there so far. 2-1. This victory will put them into tomorrow. Middle Phoenix is respawning. Left-hand Phoenix is respawning. And Scream is hanging on that left-hand side. LASBRA kept in check by Haddix in the middle lane. And full patience from the Dragons here. They're not overextending. They're waiting for the right opportunity.
Yeah, I think they just really want to get these left
Blinking from Nika. Tell a lie. I was lying to you. Venenu all in and forced back. It creates a zone for Vote to get in there and get some Phoenix damage off. The Phoenix does fall on right. Middle one respawns as LASBRA dunks it on Nika. They're trying to take down the front line, play it front to back. But Nika ults away to safety. From the no escape. With the right-hand Phoenix being down and the middle one respawning, the fire minions are doing the work for them. The left-hand Phoenix falls. The middle Phoenix will stay standing. And Jade Dragons walk back towards the jungle.
And that is the timing they were waiting for. They wanted left to push up just a little bit more, so when that right Phoenix was getting fought on, that left would go down for free. Setting up for middle, Nika's teleporting back in. They're ready for this middle Phoenix too.
And look at LASBRA on the right-hand side this time, trying to flank around and keep people honest. The middle Phoenix falls down with all 3 Phoenixes down. It's just for the Dragons to end the game technically now, but they don't have minions at the moment. They'll want these fire minions to start pouring down these lanes. So we could see a bit of a dance around this section. There is a chance Ravens can come back into this if we're lucky.
I think the upside for the Ravens here also that shows they have a chance is The Dragons do not have great Titan damage. Hera's not a Titan killer. They have Jingwei, who's just a hunter, so a little bit of damage there, but that's something they are going to struggle with.
Keep an eye on Scream. He's going to try and flank in if he can, but Nika sensed the danger there, got called out, and will make sure Scream limps back. Haddix on the right-hand side, similar story there. The minions still taking their sweet time, position themselves towards the Titan, and Raven's doing a good job of sitting with the Titan now and just defending on all fronts. They're going to force the Dragons to dive in here and hope for the best.
Yeah, now Scream's actually going up. Maybe the time is calling.
Well, maybe, but he's going to go right to the right-hand side and look for LASBRA, who just walks away from the danger field for now. Meanwhile, Haddix tries to get aggressive to the backline, but the peel's there from PBM to separate him from Vote. No escape hits onto Nika, and Nika will jump on in with his own ultimate as Haddix ults himself. Still, the Titan relatively healthy. No minions in the base so far. Just a couple of ults expended in this skirmish as Scream dashes out towards the right-hand side. Highland Ravens hold for now, but this minion wave in mid could be a problem.
This is it. This is what they're going for. Set up perfectly. Mike drops his ult onto it. Venenu's getting very low. LASBRA actually solos him out. Really good fight looking for the Dragons.
Oh,
Big Aegis by Vote. Vote actually gets out. 2 kills down for the Ravens. Looking to kill. Haddix gets back to base. Hurry also still about half. Can look for her reset quit.
No, they're just waiting for Vote here.
Vote is just healing up.
He's just trying to resustain and go again. The minions on the left-hand side are pouring through. The minions on the right-hand side are pouring through. It's 2-1 on the scoreline. This game will take Dragons to the semi-finals here. And Nika going to jump in on BaRRaCCuDDa and try and force him back. Beads and Aegis consumed. The Titan has no health. And Jade Dragons will march on to tomorrow's game. After a very, very tough set against the Highland Ravens, coming into today, Bobby, I felt this was a 50-50, could go either way. It still does to me. I think that both those teams on paper mesh against each other really well.
Yeah, I mean, they match up against each other very well, and they both had good games this entire series. They both had good points in the entire series. One misplay here, one misplay there, relics here, relics there. Maybe a Fire Giant going someplace else, and we'd be talking about the Ravens maybe winning the set. But not to take away from the Dragons, they did win 3 of 4. They looked really good doing it. It's just some meshing that needs to get a little bit better. And, I mean, every single game they improved, so a lot of good things to look for as a Dragons fan.
Honestly, out of 4 teams that lost on the quarterfinals games, that was the team that took it longer games and also went a little bit deeper in the series, took it to a 3-1. So, anyone's game. What do you want to see out of Dragons tomorrow, then? What do you want to see change there?
I want Laz on the same type of picks. He looks so much better when he's playing gods like Pele and Rat. Don't transition him off of those gods.
Okay, well, it's enough for me and Bobby. We're going to go and get a drink. It's time to head over to JMac and Myth to break that down in a little bit more detail than us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Jade Dragons here with a big win in game number 4. Another long, drawn-out battle, but this one really felt like it came like Vote really stepping up here onto the Jingwei. Played a very safe early game. Gets to late game, gets this crit build online, and at various moments, I mean, I know they're just jungle camps, so I'm seeing 1,400 crits popping up. And even through Spectral Armors that were picked up maybe even a little late in the game there for the Highland Ravens, Vote is doing so much damage. It felt like Nika was just absolutely unkillable on this Robin. Every time he's diving in onto BaRRaCCuDDa, to Venenu, he's still walking out 3/4 health after.
Yeah, I loved what Nika was doing. Of course, that Robin is always going to be unkillable when you take him to the soul lane, and Nika pilots it very well, creating a lot of space. Even in that last fight around the Titan room, ulting in onto the Ares ultimate, saying, look, this pool could connect. It's really probably not going to kill me. I don't really need the CC immunity, but I can create a little bit of space here, buy some time for the rest of my team. Great ideology from him. I also really, really did like what we saw from Vote. As you said, once he was allowed to rotate out of that lane, get involved in the team fight a little bit more so, things really, really cleaned up from there. And even joined his teammates in the dive pretty frequently, which is not something you really expect to see from those hunters.
Yeah, no, we typically always see these Jingweis sitting a little bit further back, just kind of waiting for the fight to come to them and kind of playing a little bit more react in that sense. But seeing Vote dive in helps the Jade Dragons find themselves a win here in our fourth game of our quarterfinals. A 3-1 win for the Jade Dragons means it'll be the Dragons versus the Ferrymen for our semi-final matchup tomorrow, as well as the Oni Warriors and the Atlantis Leviathan. So make sure that you're tuning in same time, same place tomorrow as we kick off our semis with 2 more best-of-5s between our 4 remaining teams. And then Sunday will be our grand finals and our divisional draft show for our top 2 teams who end up making their way through there. A big win for the Jade Dragons, a big win for the Jade Dragons fans as well. I'm sure that this is one that they have been waiting for quite some time.
Yeah, definitely a bounce-back performance after especially what they were able to accomplish in the regular phase. Of course, their tournament performances have always been slightly above what we can come to expect from them from the regular season. This staying in line with that. The Jade Dragons clearly came with a strategy today. I am surprised that I get to say that a Jade Dragons team, even just having the title of Jade Dragons, is a late game team now. I mean, every single one of their games goes the absolute distance. Things look real back and forth for a long while. And then we cross that 40-minute threshold, and something changes in these guys. They just really lock in. Team fights clean up. Pressure sticks in there. I mean, this might just be like shades of PK almost. Not 70 minutes or anything like that, but compared to the pace of the game every other team has set so far this week, I'd say that's about an apt comparison.
Yeah, it was a very kind of aggressive early, kind of let it peter out a little bit more towards the mid, and then once we hit this late game, that's where the really the Jets kind of turned on for these teams out here. But speaking of the Jade Dragons, we got one of them standing by. It's LASBRA with Hinduman for our post-game interview.
We do have LASBRA joining us, and I want to ask you, LASBRA, first of all, A, congratulations, but B, if we're saying you guys are a late game team now, do you feel that way with how you guys played today?
I mean, some of the drafts were kind of late game oriented, like Marti and Nuva and stuff, so we finally going late game in those scenarios, but I do think some of the early games got a little bit misplayed from us, and they had a pretty good early game strategy on their team.
Were you surprised by how that whole series went down? Were you expecting Highland Ravens to play as well as they did, or is that exactly what you expected going into the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we played Ravens in the past, it's always like kind of close games till we get to late game. That's the way they play too, most of the time. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. I think it was a pretty good set. I'm happy we got the victory.
So game 3, obviously, you guys run back the composition again. So yeah, game 3, you run back the composition. Doesn't work out as expected. What went wrong in that game specifically that saw you take that loss there? Was it something they changed, or was it just you guys not being on the same page?
I think the game went pretty bad, just the early game deaths we had. Like, I think Kama ended up getting like 2-0 from the get-go. And we just want to get late game again with that team comp, and they had like a slight lead. Late game fights didn't go the way we wanted, so I think they just win.
And finally for you, personal performance overall, are you happy with how you performed today? Is this what we're going to expect to see from LASBRA for the rest of the events going forward?
I feel it was okay. There's a little bit of misplays in some of the games, but overall I'm kind of happy, especially with the guards and like the appeal they had from Hurriwind. Like, it can be hard to get into the backline. So yeah, I'm pretty happy, and overall just good team performance as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck the rest of the weekend. We'll see these guys tomorrow for semifinals. Let's get back over to the desk.
Well, that was just okay from LASBRA. I can't imagine what good, great, or like really good feels like.
I mean, even just think, LASBRA didn't hear it, but inbound when posed the question, what do you want to see from the Jade Dragons, was more of what LASBRA just did. Just keep doing that. So obviously a very humble man. He always has been a true competitor and always looking to self-improve. That's a great, great feature to have in a teammate.
Yeah, I mean, LASBRA really stepping up here for his team today. Really all of the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. This has been our most competitive set so far in the quarterfinals, not just because this one has gone 4 games, but also that we've gone beyond that 40-minute mark multiple times across it. And also feels like these games weren't that were just entirely done within 15 minutes of the game. It felt like these weren't the one-and-done kind of early team fights, and we really had these true back-and-forths across the day.
Yeah, games were going back and forth, even in between sets. One team gets the early game, the other team gets the next one, right? So we got to see very distinct play styles from the Jade Dragons in particular, the ability to play from behind, even though that was one of their shakier games, the ability to play the late game, early game aggression as well. It's that adaptability that makes it so difficult to prep for teams like this.
Well, it has been an exciting quarterfinals. We walked into the door this week with 8 teams. Now only 4 remain as we move into the semifinals. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. Same time, same place here on SMITE. On behalf of myself, Mifflin, and everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the semis.
That's why you're sleeping on me. Why? Energy, energy, energy. Don't say a word or a peep. No. Me, I'm just me, I'm me. I keep it true, I don't sneak. Energy, energy, energy. I hit being on the road. Hard as a home when I'm home. Watching my babies get old. That gets me into my zone. That gets me into my groove. You know I'm nice, I'm not rude. Got no time for attitudes. Energy, energy, energy. Yeah. 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 Come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on.